guess it's time to shake hands and take things as they are. You won't change anything by giving me those scars. When every once in a while you pretend to close your eyes, but it's not the time to be blind. Just take your thoughts right where the noise is, right where they belong. Cry your heart out, is this all you got? Yeah. Just keep on giving till it's gone. 'Cause baby, darling, you're not going down. Just keep on giving till it's gone. Just keep on giving till it's gone. Just keep on giving till
Take me to the streets so I can celebrate. Never knew a feeling better than today. Means to a beginning of a brighter day. Letting in a feeling, mending what we break. Find the solace in a dissonance. You control the way you see the world. We've come so far, and now let go. Let the feeling take its toll. We've worked so hard, now don't you know? This is music for the soul. Let the music take control. Messing with the limits, push away the pain. Life is a playground, you can play the game. Look to the horizon, the sun is on the way. Move till the nighttime, then we'll fade away. Find the solace in a dissonance. You control the way you see the world. We've come so far, and now let go. Let the feeling take its toll. We've worked so hard, now don't you know? This is music for the soul. Let the music take control. afraid the love it will fix me all I've ever desired. The money on my mind, I count it every time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I count it. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 24, 7, and I stack it. Driving in my car, fake air and I inhale it. Our party's going down, and everybody's counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, jumping on the floor. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, running around, hustle and bustle. In paper we trust to give us all we need. We're falling down, giving up on decency, filling our pockets with empty dreams. Filling our pockets with empty dreams. Scattered all around, collected for the fun, much as I have. Wanna get more, need my house, my plane, my car. Oh no, the money on my mind. Oh no, the money got my mind. Scattered all around, collected for the fun, much as I have. Wanna get more, need my house, my plane, my car. Oh no, the money on my mind. Whoa no, the money on my mind. Whoa no, the money on my mind. Whoa no, the money got my mind.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I knew one day would come back around. The future is now. The
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 3 of the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. We began the week with 16 teams, but now just 6 remain. survived the cutting of the competition here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. They are tantalizingly close to claiming a spot at Flashpoint 3 later on in May. My name is Ferris Bears. Joining me for the duration of the sax day of Counter-Strike, my wonderful duo in the form of Davey and Jackie. Gentlemen, pleasure to be with you once again. Davey, you've still got your British flag up, even though Endpoint are out of the competition.
Yeah, I was just honestly just too lazy to take it down. I kind of just forgot it was there, to be completely honest with you. I probably should have removed it at this point, but yeah, no, it's too late now. Maybe after, I'm not sure.
Keep the patriotism alive. I'm really appreciating that. Jackie, fabulous shirt. Shirt review.
Thank you. I've gone for the Coogie sweater. I was feeling the Biggie Smalls vibes coming into today's show because, you know, it's going to be a big show with a couple of teams qualifying. So we've got the big and the small.
Yeah, that's a really good analogy. And speaking of which, I think we need to reflect on what happened yesterday because we had some absolutely stacked games. Obviously, we saw Complexity, Jackie, making it through, claiming the spot at the Flashpoint 3 later on in May. But Anonymo, they really did give them a run for their money.
Man, there was some ridiculous games yesterday, right? If we're thinking about going into this closed qualifier and kind of having the ideal expectations of what teams should be where, who's going to perform, and kind of where the upsets will come from, that was all thrown out of the window on day one. And it's just been getting more and more ridiculous as it went on. It was so sick to see Anonymo play yesterday because that series was huge and it was grueling for them as well, right? They really showed up. We got to have some fun throwbacks as well with players like Snacks being in the server. And their run's still going. They still got a hard task ahead of them even today, Freya.
Yeah, they do indeed. It's no easy feat for the guys coming into this one. They're not confirmed to be at Flashpoint 3 just yet, but very excited to see how that game goes down. And then, obviously, David, we moved on for Endpoint versus Double Pony, which became an incredibly close series. But then that final map, Double Pony just completely shut out Endpoint.
Yeah, it was really, really close. The first two maps, you would think, okay, this third map, it's going to be Inferno. Big map. These teams are going to keep going back and forth. The back and forth CS we've seen for the whole day and the first two maps specifically. And then Double Pony just 16 forward, completely outclassed them across the entire server. It was so weird. It was such a weird change of pace from having the overtime game and then the very close game on the next one, and then just a complete blowout on Inferno. Double Pony showing that they're a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they are indeed. And of course, they're still in the contention here at the competition at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. But we're going to take a quick recap of the format just in case you guys have missed out on anything, because there have been a lot of teams that have been gracing the stage here. We started off with 16. Unfortunately, only 6 now remain. They have survived the cutting of the gauntlet here at the closed qualifiers. We had our open qualifier. Four open qualifiers, rather, 2 teams coming in from each, and 8 invited teams, all making it to 4 days of action here. And now it's going to be joining the 5 teams. There's going to be 11 at Flashpoint 3. 5 teams are going to be coming here from the closed qualifiers. So some very exciting stuff indeed. And I think when we're looking at this format, Jackie, it's forgiving in a way that we've got that double elimination, but we're looking at some of the caliber of teams. We've seen Complexity and Mouse already making it through. It's a pretty stacked tournament.
It is. Like, obviously, we had so many top teams coming into it. Top teams as well that are under so much pressure to not only keep their heads above water, but also compete in multiple tournaments at the same time. If you think about Mouse, right? They were really tested. I was looking into it. There was something ridiculous about, like, the kills that we had seen them get over the past, like, 48 hours of games they'd played, but they just played so many officials. It's absolutely ridiculous. But obviously, they were looking pretty good in the tournament. Complexity have had a good running as well. So the top teams, at least, still at the top, but that's not been true for all of them. Obviously, Ents, they went out straight away. That was a bit of a weird showing to see. We lost Movistar very early as well. So yeah, this closed qualifier has been anything but forgiving for any of the teams here.
Yeah, it has indeed. And with that, we can take a look at our bracket to see exactly how some of these games have been playing out. Of course, we started off with our first round of competition. All teams going head-to-head here, all 16 of them. And that's where we saw Ents originally getting knocked down, Davey. And that was definitely a surprise. We weren't really sure what to expect from Anonymo.
Yeah, but once they, Anonymo, once they take down Ents, like you said, huge surprise upset. They then move on to that upper bracket quarterfinals, take down Dignitas as well. They go up against Complexity, and we're like, oh my god, are they gonna be the giant killers again? Are they gonna take out Complexity? But no, not for the 3rd time in a row. They do get dropped down, but put up such a good fight against Complexity there, losing 2-1, I believe, winning Complexity's map pick if I remember right. So yeah, unbelievable performance from them. We are gonna be able to see them later on, and these guys are just, like you said, we didn't know what to expect of them, but now I think everybody does.
Yeah, and looking back at that first round of competition where the 4 teams were originally cut from the tournament. Game Agents, ENCE, Lil Mix and Sangol as well. So Jackie, looks like Major's meatball trick didn't work out in the end, unfortunately.
It's rough. Like, you know, he must have been a bit hungry. He's probably had the meatballs at that point. You're a bit too full, a bit lethargic maybe, couldn't hit the flicks, I don't know. But yeah, it's unlucky for him. Someone else, of course, that would have loved the Swedish meatball variety would have been Robin, who was subbed into that Little Mix roster. So I think at the minute, he's a free agent after being dropped from Endpoint. So I think he's floating around seeing where he actually wants to be. So that was his first debut of another Swedish lineup in Lil Mix, but we didn't even get a chance to see him because of XCOM straight banging him out, Freya.
Yeah, and then yesterday we added 6 more names to that list of teams cut from the competition. We've got the likes of Movie Star Riders, Skade, Trick, Endpoint, Ego, and Dig, actually, Dave. We were kind of looking at them as potentially a team that we're going to be going through in that top 5.
Yeah, I think normally you would expect them to have made it through, right? I mean, losing to Sprout, definitely picked Dignitas to be the favorites there, given their most recent form, but Sprout, like I said, they are no joke. They're no joke around here, and Dignitas, they just weren't able to beat them. And like I said, we didn't get to watch that one, but I'm assuming that was a real close game because obviously the score is 2-1 in that matchup. So you would have favored Dignitas, but yeah, that's another upset, another big team going out, right? Dignitas, Endpoint, ENCE, Movie Star. We've lost a lot of the big teams so far through this lower bracket gauntlet.
Yeah, it's an absolute gauntlet indeed. And of course, we can see from this Mousesports cementing themselves in that spot in the lower bracket finals, which means they have qualified to the Flashpoint 3 RMR in May. And we were kind of saying it earlier, Jackie, Complexity and Mousesports, we expected those names to be the ones going through originally.
100%, yeah. When we were looking at it, right, we were thinking, God, there's got to be something crazy that happens here to leave them in the dust. It nearly happened to Complexity, obviously, with their far closer running against Anonymo. Mousesports, it was way more clean cut. I'm pretty sure they only had 1-2-1. I think throughout the rest of the bracket, obviously, they just went on a tear. So Mousesports still looking good there, apart from until they finally faced Complexity.
Yeah, Complexity, they have been looking at the absolute juggernauts themselves, Davey, and we can't forget to keep mentioning the name of Pom. He was absolutely lights out in literally every single game we've seen him play.
Yeah, I don't think he's had a single bad map even. Every single time Complexity plays, Config has just been completely popping off. He's got 30 kills how many times now in these series? It's absolutely insane. Config has been lights out this entire event. Like I said, we didn't get to see that game Complexity versus Mousesports, but I'm assuming Config put up very similar numbers against a very good team in Mousesports. And if you remember in the interview we did with Blame F after the game, he said that against the teams who they consider, maybe not tier 1 teams, sometimes they get a little lazy and they make mistakes. But against Mousesports, Complexity did show up in all their strength as they were able to take them down 2-1.
Yeah, they were indeed. And of course, we have more Counter-Strike gracing your screens today. So let's take a look at our schedule for our upcoming matches of Day 3 at the closed qualifiers. We're going to be beginning off with a matchup, which means one of these 2 teams will be qualifying for Flashpoint 3. It's Havu versus Brown. And later on, we'll be seeing the winners of that matchup and the matchup going on simultaneously, going head-to-head. And that's, of course, for the seeding coming into the RMR as well. So maybe we should shift our attention to be focusing on these 2 teams at hand. And Jackie, we saw Havu playing earlier on in the tournament. So what were your kind of main takeaways from seeing them in that opening round of competition?
I liked it. It was fun to see, obviously, Havu out there showing off a little bit of the Winland skill and doing some damage on the server. It was enjoyable to watch. We didn't see as much as I think we expected from Zore. I think hopefully we might get to see a little bit more out of him going into this series here, but all in all, they came out on relatively good form. They just didn't have an easy run in the bracket at all. They had a really awkward seeding and an awkward route to go through, right? So it was never going to be an easy task for them. They do show signs of life, and the fact that they've been able to survive all the way from when we saw them on the first day, the first game, they've been in the background, just digging away through the lower bracket, trying to keep their heads above the water. It shows at least they've got a lot of resolve. Getting into a game like this against Sprout, this is a good opportunity to qualify, right? This is probably the one line that you'd look at and think out of the other teams you could have faced, if you're thinking from the other side of the bracket, could have been much worse. This is probably a nice level playing field.
Yeah, how are you comparing these 2 teams, Davey, when we're coming into this matchup?
Well, when you look, I mean, it's a little bit strange, right? Because Havu, they've been very, very, very on form lately, and they brought in those players from ENCE, where they have this sort of new, this new like vigor about them, right? They have these extra fraggers now who can put up more numbers. Before on the old lineup, it was mostly Zore who was doing all of the fragging. Now they brought in Ariel and X7, and Ariel has played completely lights out for Havu. When you go over to the side of Sprout, you don't really see there doesn't feel like there's any of those big fraggers over there, right? They rely a lot more more on their team play, and that they rely a lot more on their systems, right? Where they don't really have those big fraggers, those space creators. Whereas you look over on Havu, they do, and I think that Havu also has great team play. So I think that Sprout, skill-wise, might be a little bit outclassed, but if they are playing well on their day, then that's the thing about the system CS, is that any of those players that are having a good day can then put up big numbers, just if the system's working and if the strats are going well.
Well, we're going to see exactly how the system works as we're going to take a look at our map veto. So, Davey, do you want to walk us through what you're kind of expecting in this one?
Yeah, sure. So Overpass should be the permaban for Sprout. That should be gone. Same thing with Vertigo from Havu. Those should be the first 2 bans. I'm not sure who the first seed is, but I do think that when these teams played last, they played on Nuke, Dust 2, and Train, and Havu very cleanly won Nuke and Train 16-5, 16-7. So I would expect to see probably another Nuke pick come out here from Havu, but it could be Train also, because that's another map that Sprout's not too hot on. So I think either Havu's going to be picking either Nuke or Train, and Sprout should be picking... Wait, so I'm not sure whose pick that was, actually. But
hopefully I'll get some confirmation from production on that one, but I think it was Sprout potentially picking in first.
Right. Yeah, that should make sense because they did ban Overpass as well. So yeah, that should be Sprout picking Dust 2, and then I think we'll expect to see a Train or a Nuke pick here from Havu. But honestly, they have a lot of places to go in their map pool. And yeah, so it is Train, and then we're probably actually going to see Nuke or Mirage as the third map here, depending on where Havu wants to take it with their second ban. And so there is the Inferno ban. And it is going to be Nuke, yeah. So Dust 2, Train, Nuke. So this is an exact replica of the last time they played, just in a different order. So this time we're going to see Dust 2, Train, and then Nuke. And then last time we saw Nuke, Dust 2, and then Train. So just a little bit flipped around there, but Havu was able to convincingly win this the last time they played. So that maybe doesn't bode well for Sprout, but it was it was over a month ago now. It was about a month and a half ago was the last time these two teams played each other. So normally I say in the mirror matchups that if you play the same maps again a second time, the team that lost the first time is more favored because they remember what it was like to lose there, and the team that won, it's like these weird mind games where they're like, do we try to do the exact same things we did last time because it worked, knowing that they're going to be able to counter it better this time, and there's a lot of weird mind games that come into play. So I think that even though Havu's definitely going to be happy with it given the past result, I think that Sprout, maybe, you know, they might not be too upset about it either, given the fact that they did have a lot to learn from last time.
Yeah, we definitely can't be counting them out coming into this one. And Jackie, from your perspective, if we're looking at Sprout as potentially the underdog in this matchup, where are we looking for them to, be really giving it to Havu in this one?
I think it's interesting because obviously with a veto between both of these two sides in terms of maps played and win percentage, it's like ridiculously close, and the sample size is against a lot of the same teams as well, which is why I'm saying like this is probably the best draw for both of them. They're going into a matchup that is a little bit more domestic. They've at least got that one time where they've had a bout in the past, so they do know how to approach each other. For Sprout though, I think individually they just need to come out and shine today. Slacks was looking really good. Clutch rounds, he was reliable. They had close games as well, right? They pushed us to the wire, at least in the series we had seen from them. They just couldn't get over that hurdle. Now here, it's a fresh reset, fresh day. You're going into the best of 3 first game. If they come out guns blazing individually, we see some step up from players like Spiddy and Dennis. That's where I think they're going to be able to really come out shining. It felt like we had 3 out of the 5 competing last time around. If we have the full roster, maybe we'll see something.
Well, we're going to see if everybody is going to be stepping up to the players. It's time to get into the first map of this series. It's Dust 2, so Davey and Jackie, take it away.
Ooh, here we go. Dust 2. Lovely little bit of dust, mate. How seething are you that this is the first map?
Look, obviously I'm not the most pleased about it, given my pure and utter hatred for the map, but that being said, we did get some amazing Dust 2 games yesterday, as far as Dust 2 games can go. So, yeah, maybe you know what? We might get another one here. Havu and Sprout, both of these teams like it. Both of these teams play it. So I think that's something that we have to look forward to.
Oh, absolutely. This should actually be a pretty fun one to start us off, right? In terms of aggression, with 2 teams going into a map like this, it could get a bit lethal. Ooh, Spiddy. He's just tapping down, holding mid with the Glock, mate. He was ready for the cross. Look at this, though. 4-player stack on B. Zora is going to be the only one that gets any of this info.
Yeah, and he does have it, but they're going to be, like you said, there was that stack towards B. They've already rotated back over to A. And Zora does need to spot this out. This should come in pretty quickly, too. Oh, he's going to move over to the car. Oh, is he going to catch him looking the other way? He does. That's Dennis going down. The hands of Zora. He gets a second as well. Oh, my God, and a third. Zora from the car, completely shutting down Sprout's long execute, and he wants more. He wants blood. He wants the fifth, and he cannot find it as Cressy is able to get 2 back. No armor for him, but he does have 2 kills.
Oh my goodness, it was nearly the potential ace, but the 5 was denied. Cressy now wants to deny the round for Havu, but he can't. Close, but no cigar. Havu, wow, that's that's a way to send a message on Dust 2, mate.
Yeah, what a way to start the game, huh? Just like he walks over to the car. That all happened so fast. You can see they were setting up for that long execute. It looked like one of them was like looking at his teammate. Like, it's, you know, that thing that people do where you're in game and you're talking to them.
Yeah,
and you
look him in the eye. Look him in the eye.
Yeah, you just look right at him just cause you feel like you need to, and then he ends up just getting shot in the side of the head because of it. So, yeah, not great. Not what you want from Sprout, but Havu, of course, be very happy about that. Zora is starting off strong, and he's one of the big players for this team too. So if that gives him a little confidence, you know, gets his blood flowing, it could be bad for Sprout. Oh, speaking of good for Sprout, little Deagle tag onto Slowy there in CT spawn. As they work their way up short, they have all the smokes for this short execute as well.
Right, well here in the Flashpoint closed qualifiers, if you've got Deagles and potentially a Tech 9 in the mix, you're probably going to take the round. That's what we've seen the whole time. So don't hold your breath yet, thinking this is just going to be a shutdown for Havu. We'll see what Sprout can pull out, as they've still got time, and they've got an odd mixture of utility to work with as well. They set up with both of the smokes, the flash will go over as well, and then they can make their execute out onto the site. This is where this man, X7, tested he will be. He has an MP9 at the back of the ramp. They're going to push in. They should sideswipe him. Straight in with the Deagle and the Tech 9. Aerial, looking to bail out the CTs, at least trades it back with one, and will buy time for the rotate. But they are out, and they have taken the site.
He seemed shockingly unaware of that possibility. There was only one flash that came out, and actually Ariel's getting scaled up on, and if he's not careful, Dennis will find him there with the Deagle. Now this 3 versus 4 retake, but they're taking the face towards CT, and they're losing their lives. 2 versus 2, Scouts working their way up through CT, but is it enough? No, Dennis with his 4th of the round, and there it is, Jackie, just like you talked about. These Deagle rounds, man, there's no guarantees in this Flashpoint qualifier.
I literally, honestly, you just predict it. You see Deagles, just predict it. It's not...
It's brutal.
Yeah, it's not rocket science anymore. I don't know, it just works. I mean, more than anything, though, it was really the fact that, as you said, right, X7 on the site, seemed a bit of a blind spot. Wasn't prepared for the push. I mean, no one was holding towards CT. He was kind of just out to dry. And instead, he was left wet. Dead.
Oh, these guys, they're taking these fights towards long. Ariel's sitting there, anti-flash, but no, X7 takes the wide swing. Cressy takes his life, and they have fallen back to the site. That's 3 players towards A now. They're boosting their way up onto the site, so we should see them re-aggress towards short. Given that they've lost that long control, somebody needs to fight for something. So Ariel's going to get close on those short stairs. As you see, Sprout just very spread out across the map. Favin here playing anti-flash just in case the reflash comes out. Very good. Good fundamental counter-strike, making sure they're not in any danger. And now Zora, he's here as well, so they're going to be letting this scouter on top site. Slowy's going to take first contact, and then Zora is playing the bait setup there along the wall. And it looks like Sprout's coming this way, but actually the bomb's heading back over towards B.
So bomb's rotated off. They have the one man lurking outside as well. That'll be Dennis. So if we do see a push from Jemmy, he'll get that pick, and they'll open up B's site. Pressure now being applied once again towards A as well to further cause this rotation and make them believe this is truly going to be an A play. Slacks coming in, takes down another man, so the site numbers are starting to get thinned out once again. Jemmy, he's been holding this whole time though. Finally, he realizes that it's time to back off. Drops the smoke, but it's all just a bait. He sits on the site. He could save the round. It's up to him with the Deagle. He's got to do all the work here to find these picks. He's holding on the close angle at first, just taking the raw face. Flash comes in, goes anti-flash, turns, couple of spam into the back. That's one down, but it's not enough. They're out on the site, and meanwhile, over at A, Slacks, he's just taking peeks with a Deagle. Gets the reload off and the follow-up headshot onto Ariel. And Sprout, they make that round work.
Yeah, Jemmy potentially with the round-winning play there, right? He throws that smoke into the tunnels, tries to play behind it. He heard them right-click the flash, and he decided to run to the corner. I think if he just moved forward and got closer to that smoke and got right up inside of it, he would have had the best chance of potential multi-fragging there. We know the Deagle from that range can just two-shot to the body. Absolutely OP. Said he decides to go back to the corner. Maybe a little trigger discipline would have helped as well, but either way, Sprout are able to take it in the end. They throw that long fake, but actually because Zora had control at the car, he knew that there was nobody actually coming up there. And so, oh, hello. They want to take the fight with this scout. The USPs coming out on top. One more player tagged up a little bit. These USPs have made their way all the way towards T-spawn. Oh, little team kill from Jemmy there. Unlucky. Unlucky.
Well, you know, the thing is, Zore, right? He's had a bit of a rough one. Comes in, gets a 4K on the pistol. Now he's not had a chance to play the game since then, in that round as well. Just straight scalped by his teammate. Or you wanted to play the eco, did you?
Over. Yeah, you thought.
Not today, boy.
You thought.
Now buy the AWP and kill.
He can do that. He's pretty good at it.
Normally, yeah. So hopefully we see that. Because that's what I was talking about, right? Like Zore, we were hyping him up. We expected to see a lot from him. He did have a good performance, nevertheless. Like, don't take it away from him. But it's not as good as we expected. We really wanted it to be popping off. Coming in with that pistol, if you're that crisp with your USP, that's got to translate to his AWP, man. And he could be tested here as well.
Yeah, he really likes these aggressive angles, Zora. He likes to play in these very, it's not like he's not wide swinging out mid, right, going for the picks deep, but he likes these very aggressive angles where you don't actually get a lot of opportunity to fall back if you miss a shot, but he's so quick and, yeah, not going to be quick enough. Faven taking advantage of the peeker's advantage. The fact that Zora was playing close to that angle, it's just basic math. The closer you are to the angle, the more your body is exposed. So Faven getting that opening pick onto Zora, and that puts Havu in a very tough spot with no kits.
Nades igniting the site, the entire place set ablaze, but X7, he wants to go down in a blaze of glory as he hits one onto Dennis. The trades come back in from the Kalashnikov as he'll rip his way through too. Easy for Slacks to get involved in the mix. And Ariel, he does not want to be anywhere near this Catalina wine mixer. Runs the way away and needs to save that M4.
Yeah, he's the long player and his entire team's dead on the A site before he even has a chance to come up for the retake. He's just holding for that lurk, holding for that potential long lurk that would come out, but it just never did. Never came out. He was just standing there sad, alone, waiting for opponents to shoot. No opponents came and his whole team died. It's really sad. This is a really sad round for him. Very, very existential crisis-y, you know?
Guys, this is so sad.
It's so sad. Look at him. Look at him. Look how sad he is. Just walking over into the corner, hiding behind the hay. Imagine, like, come on. You gotta hide behind a little box of hay. Sad, really. Or are those bricks, you think?
I think they're bricks. They're it's like when you to be fair, you know, maybe we're being citation needed here. Someone might know. Any brick experts, let us know. Tweet in.
Please don't, actually. It's fine.
Hashtag Flashpoint CSGO. Answers on a postcard.
Yeah,
but they could be bricks, because you have those the bricks you make out of like mud where they compress like multiple layers with a fashion in between, so it all like compresses together. Surprisingly, they're like unbelievably strong. Once they like actually set, they're ridiculous.
Yeah, because I could see little like pieces of what looked like hay sticking out, but then I thought about it. Maybe that was just part of like the mortar, you know?
Yeah, the binding.
Just part of the mud brick, yeah. Possibility. I think it's impossible for us to ever find out, so
we'll never know.
We'll just so we'll just keep saying whatever we want and it'll just be fine.
And that's the beauty.
And there's not going to be anybody who's upset like, those aren't bricks, you idiots. They're blah, 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 blah. Not one person's going to do that, so it's totally
definitely
fine.
is. You've already been tweeted at. 100% you've already been tweeted at. That's happened.
Nah, who would do that? Nobody would ever do that on the internet. It's fine.
But will Havu be able to stop the oncoming internet trolls? They're banging on the door. They're trying to get past the firewall that set the car ablaze. And they're waiting. They're set up for this one quite nicely, actually, in terms of the setup they've got. Positionally, it's all right. They've got nades as well. And you've got the Deagles to work with. Ari also has that one very important M4 on the cross. Slow Wind gets the first opportunity to take a poke. He gets a lot of damage off, leaving Dennis on 8 HP. They try and take him down now as X7 looked like he was going to swing. Doesn't. Keeps himself at bay.
Yeah, Dennis is just barely hanging on there. He's got 5 HP. He's peeking up towards the site. And actually, Ariel might walk right across his crosshair. He does, and with just 5 HP, he's able to find the one. And now the re-smokes come in after the CT's utility is gone. Such good play from Sprout. We saw yesterday the teams would throw the endpoint, I think, remember? They would throw those long smokes. And then they would try to run up into the A site, and the CTs just had all their counter util. They dropped smokes all over the site. You know, everything. But man, it would be so difficult for Endpoint to get in. This time, Sprout, they throw 2 smokes. They send Dennis in as a bait with everybody else waiting in the back. And they wait out for all of Havu's smokes to be gone. And then they push up into the site with the resmoke. So very well done. Well played, making sure the eco rounds go as smoothly as possible. Jemmy is going to get away with the M4, but in the end, Sprout's going to get away with the round. That is their 5th, and Sprout looking very good on this T side.
I suppose the grim thing is as well, obviously, look, the only player that did have the HE, the one I spotted, was Jemmy, but he was the B player, so couldn't take down Dennis. The difference, if you had that HE, chuck it out towards ramp, you know you've tagged him at least twice with that deagle, one of the shots being a leg, right? That would have been him dead. Instead, he kills Aerial. That's the cross player. M4's gone, kills another player on site. No right in the world to get both of those frags and entry to save the round for Sprout with 8 HP.
Yeah, just unbelievable, really, that he is allowed to, from the ramp, just peek up into the site and just pick those kills off. Like, it's just crazy. When he was so low, they knew he was there on the ramp. He was so lit. Ooh, and this deep smoke came out, actually, and that's 2 players pushing to lower. This is a very aggressive play here from the CTs, and that's Slowey getting one, getting the second. Sprout trying to clear it out, but not able to, and there he wants more. He's still pushing forward.
The game of push and pull has worked well so far. It's Havu going aggro, straight through middle. It was the bait play on the cross. The AWPer had no idea once the smoke went up, and they found a lot of success from it, slaying both Favon and Spiddy. And what do the 3 Ts now do? You're isolated. Cressy was over at long. He's wary of X7 potentially being behind the door. And it seems like they are trying to group back towards B and try their luck there.
Yeah, Havu is stacked over here because, again, X7 has that super aggressive long. Zora with his op towards car, they can just play this 2-1-2 setup with 2 players in B, 1 towards mid, 2 towards long. So Sprout does have a chance here. That rotate from Jemmy's actually, he's deep in CT, so he's not going to be able to rotate quickly to help them. But Slowey still has a Molotov, and so does Aerial, and that's the 2B players, so this is not going to be fun for Sprout.
Oh man, the dance of death between the both of them. He was hoping that he could spot him as he peeked out, get the headshot off, and stop the molly from being dropped. Instead, it wasted so much time, and you were saying the rotations might not make it. Now the entire team is here. It's a B site beaming full of players, but they're starting to go down. As we see Christie fragged out, Aerial tries to trade it back. He'll hit onto another one. There's the pickup from Dennis. Zori baiting on the door, waiting for the backup of Jemmy so they can play together. X7's also walking in, and we're in a raw 2-on-2. Slacks with the quick flick, but it's not fast enough. Hits it in the end. He knows he's being pushed. Flicks down, but misses. Slightly to the left. Goes past Jemmy, and goes past getting another round for Sprout. Almost.
So close. I thought that Sprout was completely doomed there when I saw that the 2 players playing on B still had Molotovs, right? They try to pop into B. That Molotov gets dropped. The entire Havu team rotates, but nobody actually comes into the site. They all stay outside. It was just still the 2 B players alone inside of the site, even though they had 2 teammates outside and 1 teammate flanking. Because nobody came in, they were completely isolated. They were by themselves. The player back site got Molotoved. Aerial gets traded, and all of a sudden, that round gets real close, and that 2 versus 3 retake. If Slacks was able to hit those 2 shots he missed, that's a 1 round for Sprout. For absolutely no reason. And Speedy, it's the #1 rule, man. You don't run in front of your opper peeking mid. You jump over his head, you run behind him, you never run in front of him.
Yeah. It's like Takeshi's castle when they try and go on the stepping stones or the water. His back's just gone. Like he's just literally tripped over. Yeah, he's gone, mate. Back is lit.
Like broken spine. Like he's only got 64 HP. Don't know how it's possible when he's just like, he's been completely paralyzed.
Yeah.
This is outrageous.
Is out of action. Favon. I mean, he pushed into the mid. He had an opportunity. I thought it was the fast flick, but instead, Zora, he was there backing up the boys, so he will at least take him down.
Nice guy, Zora. Helping out the squad. They did throw a pop flash towards mid. I'm not sure. It didn't blind anyone, which is strange. Like, even the guy who was playing close mid, he was playing anti-flash, so he didn't get blind by it, but how did the opper not get blind? I mean, I guess just not a very good flash, or maybe Favon just peeked too deep, too aggressively. It's not what the flash was meant to get. Who knows? Not us. Nobody ever will. Now, all of them are grouping up towards short here, but just Dennis creeping out towards mid, maybe to cause a bit of stir, a bit of panic, drop a Molotov, drop an HE, or maybe just to pick up this kill onto Slowey when the short execute comes out.
Slow wind. Walking back up. Doesn't look like he will overextend on this one, especially once they hear the smoke's going in from short, but he sets his attention up towards short, and Dennis takes the opportunity to swing. Hits the shot onto him, so slow wind. Slumped out. And Sprout bailing out. They're going back B.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. They picked up that kill on the rotator, and maybe they thought that he's the mid to B guy, but instead, Jemmy's here from the car, and this is just going to have a field day with this. How are they going to get into the B site? There's absolutely no time. And what a strange call from Sprout. There was only 17 seconds left. They were all the way up short when they made that call to turn back around and go towards B. That is wild. That is a ballsy decision.
Yeah. It was a rough run, right? Because you thought, they'd really capitalize off the back of it. As soon as Dennis went into the fight onto the CT player, you could have pushed, taken the short control, taken the opportunity, helped him out a little bit. Instead, he did win his one, but they get nothing from the round. Weird late round decision to Sprout, taking a pause. You'd imagine probably to try and smooth things over.
I wonder if they thought maybe Zore had rotated his op towards ramp and they didn't have the flashes to scale up properly. Maybe that's what happened. I'm honestly not sure, because I can't figure out what that decision, like what caused that decision, because Dennis killed one player in CT spawn. The only way I can see that call being made is if they thought that was the second B player, so they thought they were running into one person on B. And that's the only the only reason I could even try to understand why that call made, because there were 17 seconds. Even with one player on B, you're only going to get into the site with 5, maybe 6 seconds left. If he just kills, if the guy hiding on B is hiding and you have to find him and he pops up and kills the person planting, round's done. So that's yeah, that was just a very, very odd decision.
A wacky end to a bit of a bizarre round from the get-go. Sprout again back towards middle. There is no backup from Zori this time. He's fully committed in towards the B site, playing towards upper tunnel, so it is all on X7. They will have the quick peek from the window, though, if they get out on mid. That's if they can find that frag. They're not going to be going for it. Once again, back up short.
Okay, so I'm taking a look right now. Jemmy is the second B player in this round, and he has been for previous rounds too. And I think he was the player that they killed towards CT spawn in the previous round. So I think that's why they decided to go to B. They thought that because they killed Jemmy and he's normally one of the B players, that B only had one player in it. So again, even still, I still think it was the wrong call, but at least that makes a little bit more sense now in my brain. I can sort of deal with it better because it was just upsetting me. I was like, dude, there's just no way that you do that. Like, you kill one towards A, you have 3 players on short with 17 seconds left, and you run back to B. Like, I don't know about this, man, but now at least I can rationalize it as Sprout is trying to rationalize. Oh, and this could be a huge play from Slowy inside of the smoke.
Yeah, this is big. He's been setting this one up for a while. Hook, line, and sinker. Sat on Shoxy. They have no idea he's in the smoke. He peeks out. There's the first, but the quick trade. Faven. Fantastic reactions. Hits him with the AK. Takes him down and stops this round getting out of hand. X7, though. Oh, he's a handsy boy. Comes up with a quick trigger finger. Hits the first headshot. Jemmy as well getting involved. And it's now all on Cressy to hold them off. AK, can he do it? No. Sprays out, Zore will hit him, and they can recover the site, defuse the bomb, and get a 4th round. So we go 5-4 here in the first half of D2.
Yeah, Slowy was only able to get one inside of that smoke when he came through. It's unfortunate for him. His teammates didn't use a flash for him to come out, because if they had maybe thrown some sort of flash or something that would have at least blinded 1 or 2 players, he potentially could have multi-fragged there, but Slacks was holding back at the stairs with the op. He had to make sure he took him out, so Faven with the heads-up trade, but in the end, it doesn't matter. Havu with the 3v4 retake. X7 walking up that ramp, hitting that flick shot onto the player who was covering the bomb planter. And Sprout, once they got that bomb down, once they got into that position, as soon as that opera went down on short, they just weren't able to get into good post-plant positions. Oh, and that's a nice shot. X7 taking the risk, going for the dry peek. He loses his life because of it. There was an aggressive push from Slowy towards top mid. It's a pretty cool strat, actually. They show presence towards long, and Slowy just kind of YOLOs up mid in the last second, but he was able to get a lot of tags onto Dennis, but not able to find a kill. And now Sprout has to slowly clear out this middle area as they are worried about these potential pushes.
The downside being as well, Zore, he's back on A. He's back over at ramp. And he's linked up with Slowin. They're trying to actually K for this push and pull game here towards short. They want to get control back. Zore, he hits the first, whilst Faven trades it. Doesn't want to hold on the angle, instead drops off and heads towards CT. The flash going out, but they are also going to hightail it straight towards middle. They can drop the smoke and then try and go in for the mid to B play. It's up to Zore and Jemmy once again to try and keep this round in close knit. The late round rotate from Aerial. He's got to be fast if he wants to make it to B. On the B side, though, it's Jemmy that's getting aggro. 2 clean kills coming through with the support of Zore.
Yeah, it's 2 absolutely massive frags, and now we see Aerial on this tunnel's flank. They should be aware of it. No ops in their hands, and Zore, because he has the op outside, and Aerial has the only flash, this is going to be a very tough entry for them. You can see Zore, he's having trouble scaling forward because he doesn't know if there's still a player close to him. He's holding for this door peek, but does he know there's one already outside of the window? He's going to find him. He does, and now Speedy alone in the site needs to find this kill on Aerial, does. Zore, he's looking for him, but the reposition from Speedy's too good. Changing his position, changing his angle, getting up onto the platform. Zore with the op, no chance. And that will be Sprout taking another round after losing 3 in a row at the hands of Havu. Able to get 1 back now and extend their lead to 6-4.
It was Spiddy's first 2 kills of the game as well, so coming online at just the right time, right? One of those clutch rounds. You can forget about it now. Yeah, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that he's having a slow game. MVP for the round. You get Sprout into a good spot. That's all it took. Sprout. Ooh, I was curious if we're actually going to see him fully commit to this. Fast in towards tunnel slacks. He's taking the peak. If Jemmy shows himself, should be a free frag here. Now they can open it up. Flashbang goes out. He's still pushing. Slow Wind Scout is slowing them, but I don't think it's going to be fragging them, actually. He's getting tons of tags off. 2 of them.
Yeah, 2 tags. Faven tagged down low as well, but in the end, Zore with this off. He just wants to save it. X7 looking for something. They are so low, man. So much damage done by Havu this round, but if you don't get the kills, it doesn't really matter. Now Zore is going to try to hold on to his op, but Speedy's right here. Ooh, Zore is running, and is he going to be ready? Ooh, the quick flick. He goes down. Zora's actually backed up, but look at Sprout. Look at the minimap. They are on the hunt.
It's like he's got ice skates on. He doesn't need to stop. He just keeps sliding with the AWP, but still hits those accurate shots. And that's what he's doing here. Cressy, he's going to be fuming. He must have thought he'd already got back behind the box, feeling like he's been interped. But Zore, he's doing a great job of showing you the 101 on how to save an AWP.
Yeah, and Sprout with their low economy, right? They haven't built up their economy too much. It's not the worst, but still, they don't want to lose any more guns because they know that these are drops that are gonna be taking money out of the bank for them. So they just hold on to their 3. Zore gets 2, gets to hold his op, but the rest of the team will be on eco. As now Sprout, they have 1 op themselves. Yep, the rebuys come out, and this should be Zore trying to find something here. With this up, trying to find something aggressive, but Slacks has been on point. This is a Dust 2 game where yesterday we saw the Oppers not really come online on Dust 2, to be completely honest. From both teams, they weren't showing a whole lot. So far this game, it's been all about the Oppers, as Slacks and Zore top fragging on each of their teams.
It truly is the battle to see who has the upper hand into the fight. Zore wanted to go for it. Thank you, mate. Doesn't know. What? You know, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of a pun in the morning.
No, it was great.
Well,
no, look, it was great. I really wasn't.
You just weren't expecting it.
Yeah, just the upper hand. I was like, oh, you.
Oh, look. It looks like Zore's got the
boost.
opportunity to kill Dennis. There you go. Get them both in for no reason.
And now he has the option to rotate over towards mid. Look for another opportunity.
You can't reuse it. See, one's funny.
I couldn't think of another one.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of another one.
Yeah. See?
I got option. That was the best I could do.
That's
man.
pretty good. I like that one. That's not bad. Right, well, they push out. Rifles here, so no more puns, just dead. Slow in on the back of the site with the deagle. All right, goodbye. He's dead.
Speedy's away.
Yeah, he's definitely online now with some of the shots that are coming out. And talking of getting out is what Havu have to do. Run away. Zore's on 34 HP. He needs that AWP. It's been one of the huge points throughout this game for them. I know they've only got 4 rounds, but he's had to play a huge role in those rounds. So you've got to keep that alive. You've also got the AK on Jemmy. No armor, though. So this man is certainly in a dangerous spot. But he is backed up, so doesn't seem like they're pushing. Should be a safe save. And Sprout, 8 rounds in the bag.
Yeah, Sprout's just making sure they hold on to as many guns as they can. They want to build up as much economy as possible. We did hear in that interview with Blame F, he said, on this Dust 2 game against Sprout, once they got all their economy, it was just so hard for Complexity to be able to contend with them. Of course, that was when Sprout was on the CT side, but still, just goes to show, you know, the economy is it's what makes Counter-Strike so beautiful. So Sprout making sure they hold on to as many guns as they can, build that up. This is an 8-4 scoreline and attack pause from Sprout coming out. So maybe just trying to figure out what they want to do here. Maybe the coach just wants something to say, you know, wants to have a word in their ears about something he's noticed. Hard to know, but regardless, they take another one of their pauses, and Havu very much on the back foot after winning 3 in a row. Now Sprout's answered with 3 of their own.
Glad to see him actually making use of the pauses as well. I think Sprout's actually been like one of the only teams we've seen really taking these pauses methodically when they wanted to throughout a series, right? Because you've got so many available. Even if you're in the lead, take them. Give yourself that extra opportunity to make sure the buys are smoothed over. Don't tunnel vision and get left in a position where you're going to play into the hand of Havu by quickly getting back in. Because this is their next buy, right? Last round, obviously, it was just the AWP that was brought out by Zore. So now it's going to be a little bit tighter.
Yeah, look, I do very much enjoy what Double Pony did to Endpoint yesterday, where after they win the 1v4, yeah, you hit him with the tilt pause. I think the only way to alpha your way out of that one is Endpoint then has to take a pause back at the end of theirs, right? Like you have to give it back to him. I think that's the only way to like show them like, nah, you didn't get us, man. You think you did, but you didn't. I think that's the only way to do it.
100%. You re-pause and you just type in chat and you just go, oh, first time winning the clutch, was it? Want to enjoy it?
No.
Want to save at the moment, do you?
First time?
Yeah. That's all it takes, the classic. But then you reply with you too. And that really does break them. And breaking into the B site, though, is what the T's are doing, as they are fast on their feet. And they have claimed the 2 entry frags that they dearly needed into this one. And again, I'm looking at Havu now. You can see, right? This is just going to be the save. Dude, they've been absolutely owned in so many of these rounds.
Yeah, that was just a fast B-pop, and Jemmy was alone in the site. And the timing on his smoke was so unlucky for him because he decided to smoke off the tunnels, but it was right when they decided to execute. So he didn't have his smoke to keep him alive in sight, and the smoke that he threw in tunnels ended up being completely useless because they were already running through it by the time he threw that. So that is unfortunate for him. And oh, there you go, some kills coming out now. End of the round doesn't matter, but maybe a little confidence. Ariel 3 and 10, hasn't really found his way into the game yet. Same with Slowy. So. Yeah, this is not looking good for Havu. I'm just going to look up real quick because I think if I remember right, the last time these two teams played, Sprout also won Dust 2, but then Havu absolutely destroyed them on the next 2 maps. So let me just take a look at the history here. So yeah, Sprout won Dust 2 16-11, but then Havu won Nuke and Train 16-5, 16-7. So there you go.
God damn. Well, the facts don't lie. So we'll see if history will repeat itself once again. We do see a double-up setup this time, though. Oh, Jemmy at the front of the site. They were going for the fast B, but he has brought the shutters down and denied the first player getting in. Cressy trades it, but Slow Wind arrives and snipes back. The AWP coming into effect as Cressy's killed. And the only players that are left on B are the 3 Ts, who won't be teasing this round for much longer as they are losing their heads. Spiddy, he's on 14 HP, playing by the boost, needs to grab the bomb. They'll smoke the cross so at least they can gamble on getting this plant. They are majorly outnumbered on this one. X7 spamming as well, hoping that he connect him as he made his migration over to the default plant. Oh, that one actually did land. Knocked 7 HP off him.
So close, he did. Almost lose his life there. A lot of util here from the CTs. There's another one of the lurk smokes. See coming out. Molotov towards backside. So they're just slowly clearing this out. Oh yeah, and Spitty has to move. He has to change his position. Now he's full blind. No retake's coming in though. They're taking so long. Havu, they're not going in. And that's the kills. Spitty and Slacks each get one. Zore is able to finally trade one back, but Slacks is in the smoke. Zore does have the kit, but he needs to find the kill. Slacks peeking out, and that's a missed shot from Zore. He's looking for it. He wants more, and no, that's it. Slacks finally able to secure it. But what the hell happened there? Havu, they throw the flashes to go in. The T's full blind, but nobody runs in. They just didn't go.
They just didn't go. I don't know. I don't know what's happened. I'm so baffled, dude, because the flash was like pretty perfect as well. So exposed, right? Literally from door and window, he had no idea. Spiddy was in a rough spot. He's mollied off as well. So best case, shift the run towards big box. You get just done in from door. All right, didn't happen. That happened though. Straight down mid. Jemmy, good night.
Does too. It's my favorite part about it, right there, where you just, just don't get to play around because you have to play B. That's fun.
Yeah, well, it's your own fault.
It's your own fault for being the B player.
That's what you get. Yeah, you didn't have to play the position. Ooh, all right. Here we go. Playing Sprout like a fiddle into this round, though, as Havu are starting to get back into the game, and they need this one as well. 10-5 reads a lot better and feels a lot better than an 11-4.
Yeah, it definitely does. 11-4 is the most misleading scoreline in all of Counter-Strike, though. I'm telling you, like, if you're winning 11-4, you feel like you just got it in the bag. You feel like you're dominating. You feel like you're just owning them. And then all of a sudden, maybe you lose pistols. Like, all right, it's fine, lose pistol. Okay, you don't eco them. Sure, whatever. And then it's 11-7. You're like, still plenty of rounds. We're way ahead, guys. Don't worry about it. And then you lose first gun, and you're like, uh-oh, what's going on here? And all of a sudden, before you know it, the score's 11-11, and then everybody's got to win 5 rounds if they want to win the game, and it's just sad, and you feel like you were dominating, and then the worst is, when that happens, then you get really sad, because you're like, damn, we were winning by so much. But now you're not anymore.
And that's sad.
So real feels bad, man. Yeah.
It is, mate, yeah. The only thing that Sprout are feeling into this one, though, is a bullet from that sniper rifle of Zora is. He strikes down and stops the mid push initially. Quick flick as well. And Ariel gets the last. So there you have it. They do close it out with the 5th round at the half, so it won't be 11-4. So no cursed score lines, but we do see the skill divide here. Sprout looking really good on the T side. Honestly, it felt like Zora was the only one fighting back for the most of it.
Yeah, the Operas, like you said, are really showing up. Obviously did lose that 1v1 there at the end, but still able to pick up that 5th round, give themselves a little bit more breathing room. Now they switch over onto their T side, and will he still be able to have the same amount of impact here on T side with the op? And will Slacks be able to have the same amount of impact on his CT side? We saw him in the game against Complexity. He wasn't doing too hot on Dust 2 from what I remember. I think I remember both of the oppers were kind of, not really feeling it. But today, you can see both of them have showed up. They're in the server.
Ooh, and they are in upper tunnels as well as X7 trying to win out, but he's overwhelmed. Zore luckily rocks up to the party and pops the head of one of them, but you are trapped in lower. Cressy, he's pushed up towards mid, holds the angle. Ooh, and he will be smiling with that one. A lovely little tap onto the cranium of Zore. Now there's only 2 Ts, nowhere near the bomb, and they've been spotted as well towards the cross.
Yeah, this is a really strange round. You saw it's just sort of sad. They do the triple up with B push, and now Jemmy's getting completely rushed down, and there's Cressy again with that USP. Slowly trying to get anything back, even just $300, a little bit of money, but no, not able to find it. So it is Sprout taking the CT pistol now, and Havu find themselves in a very, very tough spot. This could potentially be Sprout going all the way up to 13. Looks like they might just go for the full eco here. Oh, no, never mind. Of course.
There you go.
I can't help it. I just say something, and then no matter what, every time it's just the exact. The timing's just perfect.
Well,
for me
you got to remember, mate. The thing is, it's not normal CS. It's the Flashpoint closed qualifier, so they've gone for the Deagle buy because they want to win the round.
Yeah. No, look, I get it. They didn't get the bomb plant. There's nothing wrong with going for the force buy here, but they all just had Glocks for so long into the freeze time that I was like, oh, maybe a full safe so that they can get all the AKs next round. That way it's sort of easier against the MP9s and the Scout. Like it's almost like a way of guaranteeing a win on the CT's bonus round, right? Because they only have MP9s, FAMAS, Scout. You have Glocks, so you're probably not going to kill them, so they're going to keep those guns. So if you all have AKs, then it makes sense. Like you then you're going to have an advantage on that gun round. But no, of course, as soon as I say it, all of a sudden, Deagles, Scouts, everything's getting bought. Because they hate me.
They do.
Personally.
They do indeed. I have seen that. They did let me know. Probably hate Slacks a little bit, though. As he's the one playing towards Car, he'll hit the first. Cressy comes in as well in tandem and helps out a little bit. That nade could be pretty chunky as it will go off onto the site and tag them up. They push up, getting the rifle in close range to do some damage as it will hit onto another one. They are at least making it a somewhat costly round that could get very expensive, but he will go down. Dennis dunking the nade on top and securing the round for Sprout. Quite a lot of casualties, though. 3 players going down.
Yeah, so I don't know if you remember when we were casting the CIS stuff, we saw that on a round like this, right? Like they go for the force by second round, Then on this round, it would normally be the Eco. We see X7 by the Deagle. But we saw some of the CIS teams do is they would have one player drop an AK over to another player who would buy armor.
Yeah.
And then on this round, there'd be like, so there'd be 3 people full Eco, 1 person with just armor and an AK, and then the other person who just Glock, no money, no armor, sad, right? But then that AK would have such a good chance of getting picks on rounds like this because if for that exact reason, Favin's just rushing into lower with an MP9. He's like, Eco frags, no armor, Glocks, Pog, right? Like he's like super excited. Whereas if somebody had that AK here, I think it's a really interesting strat. I think it's really cool that it's just something that I've only really seen the CIS teams do. They love a hero AK, just like one guy AK armor, walk around and go for kills. And we saw them win a lot of rounds. And even if they don't win the round, the economic damage that AK could potentially do with just 2 or 3 kills, I think is huge.
Oh, absolutely. It can get you into the game. It's also, the fact is, right, we've seen it so much where you can use it based off spawns. You could try and go for that fast pick out long. If you die, drop it back to the next player, drop it back to the next player. It stays in circulation. So it doesn't always need to be the man who purchased it doing all of the work. But none of those shenanigans here. Instead, they wait it out. They now finally have a buy to contend with. And they get Zorre out on the AWP as well. So we will see Battle of the AWPers. Favon, though, is the one that's donning the weapon towards the B site for the CT side.
Yeah, Slack's still just with that scout over towards A. We see him over playing towards the ramp. Ariel just slow clearing out top of short from that boost. See Speedy playing close. So this is the 2-1-2 setup again. We see Cressy playing close long. Allows the CTs to have this map control. It's why it's so important on the T side to threaten that long control at the very least a few times early in the game. Force the CTs to have to play a little bit more passive. There's the flash, there's the spots. Now Dennis has a bit of info. There is one player up short. And Spiddy's also hearing all of this.
Man, Spiddy, he looked like he was revving his engine, foot on the pedal, ready to go. He had to reserve himself, and in the end it works well because he'll go 1 for 1 as the mid push comes out. I think he actually killed him so hard he got disconnected from the server.
He might have, yeah, that was upsetting.
All right, fair enough. Let's see if Dennis can do the same. He's sat on the angle. They should swing into him now off the back of the contact from Favon, who peeks from window, backstab from Cressy, and it's all going wrong as it goes the way of Sprout. 14 rounds. This looks like it could actually be closed down really quick. Like, this game has not been live for very long.
No, it hasn't, but they are doing a pretty good job, honestly. They're doing pretty great. Like 14-5. They're absolutely dominating. They've shown that they can play this Dust too, right? We saw them against Complexity as well, doing a very good job.
Man. I think it's just hard for Harvey, really, because it's, a matter of trying to get back into the game now, especially when kind of an awkward unintentional pause, I guess, at that point. It slowed him down a bit, losing a player. So, again, insult to injury. Lose the next round, that's match point. You just get 10 rounds on the spin. Even if they play the best CS possible, one mistake, man. Like, one round, not even by your fault, right? Just a foot out of line, and that's the game gone. So, best case scenario here is to really push back. But they don't have any money. They're just on deagles into the next round. So, what can you even do?
It's who knows? Who knows what they can do? They can just like run around and one dig everybody, like we've seen this entire Flashpoint qualifier so far, pretty much. Although I will say, most of the time that was Complexity. Like Complexity they've got some deagle players on that team, man.
They love it. They absolutely love it, dude. It's just literally config and blame F, and you just see people falling over. Yeah. JKS
even Russian Poison, JK, their whole team is deagle players. It's no wonder they win all these deagle rounds.
It's what they love. They live for the little pistol punishments, mate. It's where all their aim DM goes into, just playing deagle only on aim redline.
Oh yeah, no, they're one of those guys that go into the pistol DMs and just use the deagle. It's like, actually, you know what? No, that's not true. I'm not gonna to tarnish their name like that. They go into normal DMs and use the deagle, not like those scumbags who do it in pistol DMs.
Oh, to be fair, yeah, you gotta fight against the real round situations that you be in against AKs. That's what it's about. You gotta train smart, not train harder. But there is certainly a train in play here, and it is on rails all the way up short as Harvu are coming in towards the site. But again, stonewalled on entry. Slacks with the first flick as he hits the scout headshot. There's the deagles though, and they're doing damage. Spiddy, terrified, he's shaking. His knees are getting weak, but his fingers are holding on to at least hit another shot there. Cressy comes out for the peak as well. They're keeping it close, but the bomb will go down. Issue is, money really doesn't matter here. This is more about trying to secure yourself a bit of a tighter scoreline. but it's not going to happen.
No, and Ariel just cannot catch a break this game. Poor guy's 4-16, but it hasn't felt like he's been playing terribly though, right? Like you don't ever remember any moments where it's like, oh, Ariel's had a nightmare there, right?
Yeah.
Just he was the long player on CT side. I can't remember almost any rounds besides on the ecos when Sprout actually went out long. That was pretty much the only time.
Dedicated short and mid team.
Yeah, exactly. When Havu was on eco, they would go out long, but that's it. So Ariel never really got to play this game, and Sprout, last time these two teams played, they won 16-11 on Dust 2, and right now it's a 15-5 scoreline, and ooh, that smoke. He's looking for it, and he finds it. Zore gets Slacks, trying to play aggressive, and oh my god, he just completely whiffed.
Oh my.
Okay, X7 did trade it, so in the end it's fine, but Jemmy's just had a nightmare. See, that's the moment where it's like, he's had a mare, you know, that's
You can see it, yeah, like the last second flip we got on his OV, just the sheer panic that will now be spreading throughout the rest of the Sprout roster as there's only 2 of them left alive into this round. Hello? He hits so many hard shots, but he misses the one where he could have just tapped Dennis in the abdomen.
Oh no. He lost his teammate because of it. But he does again trade it back. So the Wiffle Bats being brought out from the side of Havu this round. And Wiffle Bats not effective killing tools, as South Park will show you.
Takes a lot of hits.
Yeah.
Really doesn't do that much damage. It would be a waste of time. And I don't know if this one will be a waste of time for Sprout. If they pick this round up, that's going to be a 16-5. If not, we move on. And it sets us up for having to see Havu go for a flawless half from this point forward. Favin is trapped in CT as well. Uses the smoke to try and exit out. Doesn't clear towards the right. And that will be his undoing. A slow wind lurks and takes him out.
Yeah, he was very aware of the possibility. But regardless, just, he didn't, like you said, didn't peek that right side. It's hard to know, because, like, chances are he's going to be on the left. Played the odds. The odds don't always win, you know? That's how odds work.
Yeah, hindsight is 20/20.
Unless the odds are 100%, of course. In which case, the odds always win. Unless it's like a 100% chance that you lose, in which case the odds always lose. See, that's just how odds work. This is basic math.
It is, yeah. You just got to look at the percentages, really.
So now we're like, what, we're being coaches now. We're being casters. What else? What else are we doing? There was something else yesterday.
Cloth salesman?
Oh, cloth salesman.
That
Yes,
was it.
thank you.
Yeah,
Entrepreneurs. some
yeah,
would say.
true. Philanthropists.
Yeah, yeah. And then now math teachers. So we could pretty much do it all.
Pretty much. I'd like one of those little tweed jackets with the pads, you know, and the elbows, the elbow pads.
Oh,
We- you
like,
know
like
what?
one of those teacher jackets. you
Yeah,
mean? Like,
dude, with like
yeah, I
some
gotcha.
sick elbow patches. We should make CS themed elbow patches. That'd be big.
Dude, what a good idea.
Oh, it's
could
your
sell
favourite
them at
team,
events.
favourite team Astralis, is it? Oh, how did you tell? Do you see my elbow patches?
Were you walking behind me at a good angle to see exactly what was on these patches on my elbows?
Excuse me,
huh?
mate. Are you golden over too? Ah, clocked the patch, did you?
You have to, at every Counter-Strike event you attend, you have to wear patches on
Oh,
your
yeah.
elbows that show your matchmaking rank if you want to attend a Valve sanctioned tournament. So think about all the pro players that would just be walking around just unranked, you know,
Yeah,
because they just
true.
don't play matchmaking. It would just be embarrassing.
You'd have to do a little Easter egg. You just put the chicken in from that one major. But we can see that there's no chickens on Havu. Even though their backs against the wall, they have to go for this play. And Slacks, oh, he's just sitting on the edge of the smoke. He was hoping that maybe he'd get something done. The push is coming in. His teammates are doing all the work for him. Finally, he gets an opportunity to strike from his stealthy little angle. But we could reframe this one. That Havu could stay alive, innit? The jumping shot. He's seen Mighty Max's gameplay, but it won't work as well. Bomb will go down. Could we see another Kukli attempt? Dennis, no! Oh, you cheeky boy! As he hits the headshot, and it's all on Ariel. He's had a rough game, 6-16. I don't think he's going to get a chance to fight back here. 5 seconds. He's got to be quick. Takes on the 1v1, baits him off the bomb. Actually keeps himself in it. And Dennis, he's only on 6 HP. This is
Okay.
winnable.
Dennis doesn't have a kit either, so he actually just picked one up. Now
jumped on
Ariel,
it.
did he
He has
hit the
no
defuse?
idea. He has
Did
no
Ariel leg
idea.
out? No, he's back. What's going on?
He didn't know.
Ariel takes the risk that I think Ariel was just gambling that Dennis wasn't sticking the defuse, but Dennis did. He stuck it. He found the kit. He sticks the bomb.
What?
And that is going to be the game going in favor of Sprout. What a weird way to end a dominating performance from Sprout.
I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. It felt like it was doomed from the start. Dennis was just sat on it. He had like 2 seconds left in the defuse. I thought that was where it ends, but I guess not. That's the twist in the tale, a tale that was rather quite unfusing. So maybe we can unravel this one with the help of Freya.
I don't know whether I can add anything to that. I think I'm equally as confused as you guys are in terms of how that game. No disrespect to Sprout, because we saw them coming out of the gate hot. Jackie, that is exactly what you said they would have to do to be any hope of sort of coming into this best of 3 series. And they do it in an even more dominant fashion than when we saw them last time, Davey, on Dust 2. So maybe we should go back to that first half and discuss where we saw Sprout coming out so dominantly in this game.
Yeah, it was weird. Early in the game, I remember thinking they're making some strange calls, specifically that round where they were all the way up short, 17 seconds left. They decided to turn around and run it to B. But I think the main problem for Havu was that Sprout was just being able to get so much control going through mid to B, going up short. There wasn't really nobody was winning their fights on the side of Havu. When Sprout would try to take map control, they would just get it. And right here is where we saw a little bit of a resurgence from Havu. They win 3 in a row, and then that opening pick from Favin towards long, and everything kind of fell apart. This 1v2 was absolutely huge as well. Very well played from Spitty. His first 2 kills of the game. Yeah, just like I was saying, the only one, like Jackie said during the cast, the only one who was really putting up a fight and able to consistently have impact on the map on CT side was Zorai with the op. Maybe Sprout or maybe Havu. I don't know. I don't think they have somebody in their team who really likes double opping. To be honest, I know Slowy does a little bit, but yeah, Havu, they weren't able to get into that game on CT side. Sprout was able to get map control for free. No real contest from the side of Havu. That will just be, the 16-6 scoreline. So Zora is showing up big, as we saw, but the rest of the team just not really pulling their weight on CT side.
Yeah, and he was kind of a player that we were coming into this focusing on, Jackie, because you were saying we hadn't really seen too much of him in terms of the previous series that we had on the broadcast. He'd have showed up today, but as Davey was saying, just not backed up by his teammates, which is kind of disappointing to see from Havu.
Yeah, it's rough, right? Because obviously kind of the idea I was proposing going into this run, Freya, was that it should be a tight game. You look at the sort of scoreline here, Havu is slightly favoured, so you really do need to see everyone on Sprout turn up, and everyone on Sprout did turn up. Issue is, now you had that role reversal where that happened to Havu, but it was way worse. It was literally just like a 1v5 into so many rounds. Zore had to get the opening pick, he had to get the multi-frags, he was the one that had to close down rounds, and it's such a shame. Aerial as well. He had a rough game. Like, he did fall off throughout a lot of it. It wasn't as if he threw away too many rounds. There was any glaring issues. It just looked like he wasn't in a position to, I don't know, put up much of a fight. They definitely looked like they came into this one on a slow start and just got overwhelmed.
Well, hopefully they'll be bouncing back as we head on into map number 2. A swift showing from Sprout to open up this best of 3 series. But Train is on the cards in our second map of the game. So we won't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break.
To
A swift showing from Sprout to open up this series. 16-6 as Dust 2 settles. And now one final chance for Havu to be holding back the storm. It will come in the form of Train. And joining me along for the ride, of course, the wonderful Davey and Jackie for the second map of this series. And Jackie, Sprout have impressed us so far opening up this best of 3. So what are our expectations now coming onto Havu's pick?
Right, we're going to Train again. Statistically, the better team should be Havu. They roam in the same circles. They played some similar teams. So the benchmarks actually here are pretty accurate, right? But we could have said that about Dust too. And look what happened. They only got 6 rounds. So yeah, Train, we're going into this. Good factor is Orpa's Paradise. And who was popping off for Havu? Zore. So match made in heaven for him.
Yeah, I think that was maybe the surprise of our map 1 of this series, Davey, was it was only really Zore coming out from the side of Havu.
Yeah, I mean, the other players, like Jackie was saying, Ariel, who's normally one of their better players, he's the long player. It seemed like Sprout was just like, we're just going to avoid that area entirely. We're barely going to go out long. Unless they're on eco, then we'll challenge him a bit. Otherwise, we're not going to bother. So he never really got to get into the game. And Train is a map that Havu, ever since I was watching them 2 or 3 years ago when the team was sort of first formed, the original iteration, some of the players still around, obviously Zore, even back then, this was their home map. This was the map that this team loved, and again, we still see it. This is their, like Jackie was saying, highest percentage win rate. They play against very similar teams. It is a map that Sprout plays. They've played it a ton, but it's not something they're necessarily specialists at or something that they're super comfortable on. It's more of their 4th or 5th map in their pool. So this should be Havu taking the win, but you have to keep in mind that Sprout did just dominate them. So it's kind of these things where, can Havu get that mental reset? Can they be like, look, that was their map pick, they played very well, it's fine, we're going on to Train now and we're going to be the ones to take it? Can they have that mental reset? That's the big question going into this.
Yeah, that is the big question indeed. But if history is anything to go by, Jackie, we were looking at the last time these two teams faced, and we go back to Train. It was 16-7 in favor of Havu here. But as we always say, potentially sometimes you learn a bit more from a failure, from a loss. If you're the loss-making team, you can kind of, look back at that match and go, what were we making the mistakes on? So I'm wondering how you're kind of weighing up these two teams coming into this map.
I think I do have the edge in favour of Sprout, just purely based on what they've shown us in the first map. In terms of individual form on the day right now, they're looking worlds apart. Everyone on Sprout was positive apart from one player, which was Spiddy. And Spiddy obviously didn't get his first 2 kills into the game until he had to win a 1v2 clutch. So if he's the only one slightly underperforming and still winning clutch rounds, then I can take that. For Havu, the entire roster fell short, really, apart from Zore. So you got that factor coming in. And it wasn't pretty either. It wasn't even marginally. This is like players on -10 across the board for 2 of them. Slowy and Ariel both struggling massively. So that's got to be completely reset. I think mental game is going to be a big factor going into this one. Secondly, it's if there can just be some kind of backup. Anyone else on the team wake up? Maybe.
So do you see Havu as having that mental fortitude, David, to be able to come back into this one, considering that it is kind of their comfort home map of Train?
I think so, because they're all Finnish, right? Everyone knows those Finnish guys. They tend to just, they just sit down, they just play the game. They're just, you watch them at LAN, it's almost like there's no emotion. I'm sure, Frey, you've had to talk to Alu at some point, maybe an interview, post-match interview or something. Those guys, they just sit there and they just game, they're not, I feel like there's not that much emotion. They're that sort of classic, Scandinavian, we're just playing, we win, it's fine. And I think they will be able to have that mental reset. I think going into Train, they're going to be super confident, especially knowing that Zore was popping off so hard on Dust 2. Like Jackie was saying, Train, Opper's Paradise, right? So he's going to be able to roll in and keep that momentum going. I think Havu should be taking their map pick here. They are much better on this map than Sprout is, and I think on paper they should be the better team, even though they didn't show it last map.
Yeah, and it's interesting we bring up the conversation of Orpas into this one, because as you were saying, Jackie, that was kind of a main theme of what we saw on Dust 2. And again, Orpas Paradise coming into Train. So how are we kind of comparing these two different styles of Orpas that we see on both respective sides?
I think it was the fact that Zore, right, he's very aggressive, but as we saw throughout the game, some of the weird off angles he was taking, quite intricate and definitely high risk, high reward, but also definitely going to do a lot of damage if you don't hit the shot. And there was a couple of times where he'd go for those gamble plays, specifically on CT, that gave openings to Sprout. So those sort of misplays where he gets a bit overzealous, a bit overconfident, could come back to bite him. And so sort of see from Sprout, it was just really on the ball when they had the AWP. They were hitting some smooth shots.
Well, only one more map separates Sprout from qualification at Flashpoint 3, and it does come in the form of Train. So guys, take it away with map number 2.
Ooh, here we go. We've stamped our first class ticket. We're on the train, Davey. But are we going to get thrown off? Will the ticket inspector grab us by the scruff and launch us out? Or will he let us enjoy this one all the way to a third?
You know, that happened to me in Sweden once. I just accidentally got on the wrong train and I had the wrong ticket because I was just on the wrong train. Everything's in Swedish, man. Like, I couldn't understand it. I accidentally got on the wrong train because I'm an idiot. So I had the wrong ticket. And the guy comes by and he's checking the ticket. He's like, that's not the right ticket. I was like, okay, like, I'm sorry, like, I didn't know, like, what am I supposed to do? And so then he's something like, you have to get off. I'm like, the train's moving, I can't get off right now. And he didn't appreciate my joke. He was very upset about the fact that I was on the train. So my joke wasn't very funny to him, but I thought it was funny. But then they did kick me off at the next stop, and I had to get on the right train.
Yeah, he did immediately call the police.
Yeah, did immediately get thrown off the train, of course. But
it happens. It happens.
Straight out the window, moving train. Those Swedish guys, they're crazy, man.
They don't mess about, you know. They love their laws. They love their laws. Oh, here we go then. We are on train. This one thankfully isn't going anywhere. This is a map that is here to stay for at least the next 30 rounds and potentially could give us birth of another map. We'll see if that's the case though, or if Sprout can shut it down in two. They're starting off on a CT side and they are being tested early. Push comes out towards the A site. Slacks misses the opening shot. He is going to push further up, tries to go for the swing onto the back of Slowwind. It's an awkward 1v1, but he wins it as Slowwind steps underneath the crosshair. Slacks, good for two as well. Now we switch to Jemmy, who's getting jammy, but he's only going to be able to pick one up before he goes down. And this is looking rough for the T's. The bomb is planted, Davey, but they've still got to take down the remaining men if they want to hold on to it, and they cannot. That'll be Sprout cleaning up with just the one casualty. Slacks, what a hero.
Yeah, Sprout starting it off strong, and Slacks inside of the hell there, just able to pick up 2 kills despite the fact that Slowy found him. And honestly, on this pistol, what I just saw from Slowy is a serious lack of confidence, right? He had the player trapped inside of hell. There was a smoke at the back of the green train to cover him. They could have pushed forward and taken that fight and taken him out, but instead Slowy was very hesitant to take the fight. He let Slacks dictate the terms of the fight, and Slacks comes out on top. So that's not going to bode well for Havu, what we just saw there. Very low confidence fights being taken, and Sprout's able to win it. And the small thing, you know, after everybody was dead, they still smoked the bomb and defused. It's a small thing, but it just bugs me. It's like you just wasted $300. I'm upset about it now. Just wanted to throw that in. Just wanted to add it in there. Everybody was dead, and they still smoked the bomb. And I was like, what are you...
Who are you smoking it for?
Yeah,
for yourself?
exactly.
For yourself?
Unbelievable.
Ridiculous.
Just for you? Huh? You worried about your teammates shooting you? Huh? Maybe you should look at your teammates then instead. Maybe you have a team problem.
Well, here's the thing. It's good practice, you know?
I guess.
Yeah, make sure. They knew they could
mess
smoke
up
the bomb.
smoking the bomb sometimes. Like, somehow they just, like, miss it. So, fair enough, I guess.
So you got to get your practice in wherever you can, mate. Slowwind. Not really getting much practice here, though. He's dead, so that would be a shame for him. They do try and reshuffle as well. They've got the bomb on X7. They have one flash. And they could just go for a play off the back of it. I mean, Jemmy's going to come over. You can flash mid, push out connector. This is probably your best bet to make any kind of play into the round anyway. So, seems to be the gamble they're going for. Dennis and Cressy should have a field day here.
Yeah, they've got these M4s, no armor on the side of Havu. And there's a headshot from Slacks. Straight through the wall with the scout. Ooh, looking for another. Crouches under it. And yeah, oh, there. Wait a minute. Could this be happening? Could it be the famed Deagle rounds of Flashpoint 3 qualifiers? It just might be. And what is going on? It came out of nowhere. 3 players grouped up in team middle with the Deagles. All of a sudden, all the kills are found. Spitty does pick up this M4, but Whoopi doesn't spot out the player on top of the train, and that came from absolutely nowhere. X7 with the Deagle, 4 1Ds, and out of completely nowhere, Havu just snatches around.
Oh my goodness. Flashpoint 3 brought to you by the Deagle, apparently. It's ridiculous, man. You can't count them out. If they have a Deagle in their hands, they have a fighting chance of taking the round. They're proving it again there. Just out of nowhere as well. Should have been a freebie. Should have been an easy one. So Sprout, you mess up there. You give them a fighting chance. You let them get back into the game. You let them get into the game on their T side as well. So this is a knock-on effect where Sprout, they're going to have a while before they can actually get that cash accumulated to get the AWP back out now.
Yeah, now that extra $300 they wasted on pistols seeming pretty good, isn't it? Yeah,
See,
but you're upset about that now, Sprout. This is why you got to hire us as coaches, right? Right there. Make sure that happens, but Spitty trying to make sure nothing happens towards this lower ramp as the flash comes out, takes the face. But still 3 players here on the B site, and he might be walking straight into Cressy's Deagle Bullet here as he spots him. But the shoulder peek comes out. Dennis is spotted as well, and that is going to be his life lost. Slowy going aggressive there, trying to find something onto B, but instead, all he finds is a bullet. Loses his life, so 5-4 advantage here, and Zore is tagged down by the scouts as they try to split out onto this A-bomb site.
Maybe we've overlooked a pivotal part of the puzzle here into round 3, and that's the Sprout. They started this round with 3 Deagles. At least the Deagles are being thinned out, so the chance of the upset is getting slimmer and slimmer as we're down to just Spitty, Cressy, and Slacks. 4 versus 3 as the T's push out towards the site. Aerial clears stop sign, hits the first as Spitty goes down. It's all on Cressy by the bomb train. Couldn't land the shot with the Deagle, so 4 players coming through for Havu, and they get themselves that second round.
Yeah, Sprout not able to do to Havu what they had done to them, not able to win that Deagle round. We see very low money across the board over on Sprout. Slacks has been saving, so he'll be able to grab an op on the first gun round. Very important for them, very important for him. And they are giving that MAC-10 over to Zore so he can go potentially farm up some cash. Being the opper for the team, this is just the full save from Sprout. Just USPs, no Deagle shenanigans going to be taking place this time.
All grouped up towards stop sign. Zore, oh, he's going to make so much money here. They all just get massacred behind the bomb train. And this round is blown up quite quickly for Havu. There you go. Final kill from Aerial with the AK. So all of these cheeky ones now out of the way. We can get back into the serious business. The Slacks will finally be able to get himself an AWP, and the rest of the squad can invest into those M4s.
Oh, and look at Havu's money, too. Just because of the way that they beat them on the eco, they won the next 2 rounds so clean that they have built up an absolute bank here. X7, 11.5k. Everyone on the team pretty much has banked for days, so this is going to be tough from Sprout. They have 2 FAMAS. They still do have that op in the hands of Slacks, like I was saying. He's saved to make sure he would be able to get this. He looks for something. A little bit more. Nades being thrown towards Ivy, actually. Lots of pressure. There is 1 player down here inside of Pop. Aerial with these HEs. They're going to drop them right on top of him. If Dennis isn't careful here, he might take a ton of nade damage. But they just go past him. Playing too aggressive. Little bit of damage done.
Wow. Tried to bait him out with a molly play. They would want to kill him with the AK, but instead, obviously, they've got the HE, so they know he's trapped. Dennis will go down. It's a good way to open things up here. Sprout now fighting from the back foot in the 4v5. But where are these 5 Ts going? They are making their move over towards the B site. They lose out on 1 player, Slacks, with a very fast pick. That was a beautiful shot. And now they know exactly what the play is. It's a B-site bonanza for Havu. They're out on the site, but they're not staying alive for long. Just crumbling here as the AWPs are bombarding down on top of them. Aerial peaks connector. That will come up to bite him in the bottom. And it'll all be on Jemmy. 1v3, 30 seconds. Still has to recover the bomb back towards ramp. Still has to find these frags as well. Clears close connector. They've actually given him a little bit of leeway. Favin's the only one peeking it. He could win out on this 1v1. If he does, maybe there'd be more to be done, but no. Switches to his blade as we see the peek from Favin. And Sprout are back in.
Yeah, the main problem for Havu there was that Zore, the opper, needed to post on that connector rotate, but the problem was he had the bomb as well, so they weren't able to get that bomb into the site and planted because they needed that op to post on that rotation, so just a little small misplay, a little micro mistake being made there. The opper has the bomb, and now that money that they had saved up needs to get really it needs to get drawn out of the bank. You know, they're gonna have to drop a gun over onto Zore. It's got to be the op. And what's going on here? We just see the tac pause coming out for Sprout, and what is Havu gonna do? X7 should be dropping that op over to Zore. Should see Slowy buy up. And now Sprout finally winning the gun round, and Slacks taking those saves on the eco rounds, going for the double save, really paying off well as he gets that op in his hands and secures 3 frags to win the second round for his team.
This is where this AWP battle is really going to get a chance to pop off as well. 3 of them out on parade. Setup here looking a little bit messy early on as well. Rapid exchange of smokes. Fast pick from Zore on the back of the little boost there. Peeking from the pallet. And finding the head of Dennis Favon. Seemed like it should have been the trade back, Davey, but he actually gets forced off with only 32 HP.
Yeah, what a psycho peek from X7, just swinging wide straight across the garbage cans, and he said Favon just wasn't ready for it. He wasn't ready for such an F1 race car peek. And Zore is playing close here. If this flash comes out and Cressy decides to swing it, no, he just walks straight in. Just walks right in. Zore's just posted there waiting. He gets to pick onto Cressy, and now this outside defense is looking weaker and weaker, but do they know that he's pushed up? They do. Slacks, too aware, not allowing Ariel to get that map control. Now they're actually going to rotate to B because they didn't see anybody else towards T mid. So that's going to be the A site left completely open, and this is going to be the three-pronged attack, and there's not going to be any defenders here to stop it.
The pincer play from Havu. One that will go unnoticed and unchecked by Sprout. They're going to let them walk out. They've still got utility as well on the T side, so they can block off the angle towards Connector with the molly. They've also got a smoke on Jemmy and one flash left to bail them out of any sticky situations. For Sprout, they're still holding strong back towards B. Slowin will finally commit to the plant as well. And Sprout probably left in a situation here where the save call will be made.
Yeah, it's just got to be. They have both of these ops. No money to rebuy next round, so they definitely just want to hold on to these. These double ops could make the difference. Always can, you know. Ops, they be like that.
Like a better Deagle, really.
Yeah.
Just kill him.
Just way more expensive.
Yeah, just hit him.
Yeah, just shoot. One shot, one kill. Come on, noob. Put your crosshair on enemy.
What are you doing? Missing?
Yeah, what you doing
silly.
that for?
Yeah. Very silly.
You're a professional player and you can't just put your crosshair on the opponent?
Madness.
What are they paying you for?
Talking of missing things, is it your birthday today?
Yeah.
What? Why didn't you say anything?
I'm not
Why have
big
you not
on it. I'm not
mentioned-
big on birth. It's not really my. I don't really care.
look at
I didn't
you.
really do anything. I was just born. You know what I mean?
Look at you getting
like we should
older.
it should be like my mom should be the one who gets like some
Round
sort
of applause for Mrs. Staffordshire. Well done.
Thanks.
Thank you for bringing Davey into this world.
Yeah, huge.
Said no one ever.
Huge.
Oh, I've done you. Oh, happy birthday, though, mate. Happy birthday.
Thanks, man.
We'll see if we can get some 6 CS for you as a little birthday present. I've had a word with producer Reese and Simon, and they said they'd see what they could do. So maybe we'll get a chunky series out of this one. For now, though, it is a fairly quiet round, bit of a lull in the battle as the T's seem to be setting their focus early on and just holding for the pick, seeing if there will be any pushes, and one of them's coming right up. Cressy, he's walking in towards middle, and Ariel's there. This could very easily be 2 kills for the T side, depending on how they play it. But Cressy, he will just be tucked in. He can play anti-flash on this angle in support of Dennis, but they're just peeking. And they do win as well. The AUG actually beats the AK.
Yeah, the AUGs, they can do that from time to time as Dennis winning out on that frag onto Ariel, so that's a lot of map control gained. It forces Havu into some form of reaction as we see the 2 players towards B are trying to work their way down. Slacks has his op trained on this, but with the 3 players from Sprout push forward. Oh, and that's speeding, just going straight through the smoke. And now all of a sudden, the reaction has worked out perfectly as they've got into the B site.
Slacks flashes deep, holds on the cross, but does he realise over by Oil he's being pushed? Yes, he does. Flicks, takes the man down, leaves Oil on the road, and all he's got to do now is keep his team alive. But Jemmy, oh, what a jam he get! Finds the 2 flicks as he'll take them down with the AK and puts this round in peril for Sprout. Favon, he's the only man left alive. He's flicking, he's trying to hold on, he's baited, he's confused. And he's only just realised he's got to make his moves towards A. Won't get a chance to do anything, though. Slain by Zore. 8-3. It was a 2K for him into the round. And it's a 5th for Havu.
Yeah, and right now, Zore is still, again, taking over this server with the op. X7, with that lurkout Ivy, though, was crucial into that round, but Spitty, for some reason, in the 5 versus 4, just decides to walk straight through that lower smoke, takes the risk. It doesn't pay off. It was B site gained for Havu, which forced the rotations from Sprout. Havu was there waiting, catching the rotations just right into their waiting arms. So Havu getting their 5th round and forcing Sprout onto this save. Only 1 Deagle on the map, so the Flashpoint Deagle curse shouldn't necessarily be in play here.
Yeah, I think in terms, it's like a scaling percentage. Like it changes based on the amount of deagles. So obviously this is probably like what, 10%? Or actually, I suppose that would only add up to 50%, wouldn't it, of a chance? So 20%, 20% chance on the deagle round here.
Uh-oh. Zore getting that opening pick onto Cressy, but the deagle is going over towards B. As we can see on the radar, the bomb is waiting just outside of T middle. They will be able to work their way out as Slow. He does spot one in the connector, and yeah, Havu's just out onto the site. Molotov's coming out, Smoke's coming out, and Havu does have full access to this A bomb site. Sprout going for the gamble stack towards B, doesn't work out this time. That will be, well, what should be the 6th round for Havu.
Yeah, once that bomb goes down, it's only really a matter of time. Looking at what Sprout have here, Fathom probably could do with just tucking in somewhere and sitting pretty so we can bring that CZ and armor over to the next round. Rest of the boys are going to try and make a play and look for the exit frags as they head towards T-spawn. Slow wind. Oh, he's right behind them all. The difference that could be made if he went for the pop dog push, but no. He will allow them safe passage.
Yeah, and the question now is, will they get these 2 picks onto the players in T middle? Because if Aerial doesn't hit his shot, right, he could potentially go down, and that's an AWP and an AK here. So Zora, he spots them all, and Aerial swings out right into the death squad that was Sprout's eco round. So they're just right there waiting. That is an AK recovered. Do they send someone else in to look for the AWP? No, they don't. They just take the AK and run and hide. So 1 AK brought into the next round. Aerial, he smelled the ecos. He wanted them. He sniffed them. He swung. Able to get 1, but immediately traded. So Havu, on their T side of train, is getting their 6th round, and this is another tack pause from Sprout. Like you were saying, we do see them use these very consistently whenever they need to. Whenever they're down rounds, whenever they want to make sure they talk about something, they don't hesitate to use their pauses.
No, it's nice. It is one of the better things to see, right? Obviously, way worse when you see teams not making use of the pauses they have available to them. It just gives you a bit of a break in the action, especially at a point like this as well, because you can think, yeah, we've had close rounds, been unlucky in a few situations, maybe we just keep ploughing on, we'll win this one, we'll win it the next time. By the time you realise, you look at the scoreline, you've already lost like 10 rounds. So pausing here, now you're going back into your next buy round. It's a smart position, because you can actually talk about what you want to do on this one and approach it in a better way. One thing I think we need to see from them, really, is the show-up between these 2 AWPers. They've had the double-up set up at least 2 or 3 times now on the CT side, and success hasn't been that mind-blowing.
Yeah, Favin's been struggling over towards Ivy with that AWP. We saw him on camera. We did see that 1 whiff, but admittedly not an easy shot to hit, but still, you know, at the highest level, if you want to win rounds like this, you need to be able to hit those, and I think these smokes were thrown by the T's. So it was a smoke in towards ladder and a smoke almost right outside of T middle, so that's a little bit of a mix-up from the standard E-box and sandwich smoke that you see. That denies a lot of information for Sprout, and they've just had to back off because of it. Really cool smoke set from Havu there. I like that.
Talking of utility as well, Sprout, there's a minute left on the clock, and they're down to 2 smokes. A single bit of offensive utility as well with that 1 HE and a single flash. They've also given up A site because they've gone for the push and pull towards Ivy to flank back around, but now they're out on A. This is just taken by the T's entirely.
Yeah, they knew they didn't have the util to stop and execute, but little did they know they wouldn't have needed it. It's just a simple flash, swing out ladder, and Havu somehow is getting free entry onto these bomb sites every single time. And with all of the flanks covered, Sprout is going to seriously struggle to get back into this site. Look at this, all the util to keep them zoned out. They do have 2 kits, 2 smokes as well, so there is a chance here, but Sprout very isolated out of the site, and it looks like they're just conceding actually, so this might be just a 5 versus 5 save.
It doesn't seem like they're really going for it.
No,
they want the picks to come
off.
out, but might be a rough one. Slacks. He's on 9 HP. He's being pushed. Slow wind, teasing him on the lip. Eventually gets that kill. They will backstab onto him, so they can save the second AWP. Well, that's probably the best thing they get out of this, really. The AWP should be blown towards Dennis, and they'll grab it. Yeah, they're going to save that. So both of the guns come over. But Havu, just giving a freebie.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that we might see a 5v5 save. That would be pretty fun. Like, it's just a very rare situation that on a full gun round, they go into the site, plant the bomb, no contest, and then everyone's just like, oh, I guess just save then. 5v5, nobody dies, but nope, not that time. We're not lucky enough to be graced by such things. So Havu picking up their 7th round, but Sprout, because they went for that save, they were able to buy. Now we see full utility, full guns into this one. So it does make sense, actually. I know it seems a little silly, but at some points you have to look at the situation and be like, look, what are the chances we actually retake this site right now?
Yeah.
If it's very low, you just take the save. I know it seems dumb, 5v5, but take that save and you get a full buy into this one with full utility that they didn't have last round.
Dennis. He's going to have 2 players dropping in together towards Pop Dog. Luckily, he wasn't there. He was playing towards outside, or they would have overwhelmed him. And they can actually set their sights towards the B site here if they want to as well. Spiddy's the only one that's on the scene. Dennis gets a pick in the end towards Pop Dog as well. They went back in for the peak.
Yeah.
Slowy going down.
Yeah, he goes down and tries to get re-aggressed into the ladder, but he does get taken out by Dennis. And now that does call for the rotation as well, because no pressure is being put towards outside. They have the man advantage. They have 2 players pushing to mid, so this will just be the B hit.
Spiddy, anti-flash on the wall, slowly walking up, getting as close as can be. He flicks, they weren't ready for him. He takes down 2 before he's spotted by X7, and Dennis, he wants to do the exact same thing. Deja vu. Will he leave them black and blue as he gets in the rear with the AK? Bides his time. Oh, smart stuff from Dennis. Takes down the bomb planter first before he tries to take on the second man that is Zore. Left in a 1v3 now as he strikes against Favon. He's making it look winnable, but it's not going to happen as Cressy rocks up and ends that nightmare.
Important damage done from Zore. Like you said, I thought for a second maybe somehow he was going to be able to pull that off, but just too much damage taken. The timing on the flanks was too good. He's not able to win it, but Dennis, the big play there, pushing through that smoke, able to take down the bomb planter. Zora trying to make it interesting, did make it interesting, but not able to pick up the round as Sprout finally shut down Havu, winning 4 rounds in a row. They pick up their first, and all the damage done from Zora, they're very important. We see 3 players super broke on the side of Sprout. Slack's the only one retaining any real amount of money. Favon a little bit as well, but these double ops are still coming out, and this execute, this is the full one coming in from Havu, the set piece.
Oh, Cressy. He's crisp. That was nice. 2 quick kills there, rapid succession. As he opens up this round, giving Sprout a bit of an edge, something that they need. They have to find these opening jewels. Because Havu, across the board, they are playing better than they were back on Dust 2. The only one that's alive, though, is Slowy. He comes fast out of pop, but he will be stopped by Spiddy. So Sprout making this half at least a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, they threw all those smokes. There's the wall of smokes across the bomb train, plus the one towards back of green. But in the end, it was just the player playing underneath camera was just able to... Cressy just fragged out from there, right? He's able to pick up 2 kills on them as they come out of T middle. That's absolutely huge from them. So no, they weren't able to scale onto the site while their smokes were up. So Havu trying to mix it up, trying to go for the set piece towards outside, but Sprout was right there and waiting, able to shut it down. So a big 4th round from Sprout. Need to get as many as they can here on the CT side, given that this is Havu's map pick. And Zore, he's looking for something aggressive here towards the B ramp, but Spiddy seems to have snuffed it out. Drops the Molotov, making sure no crazy op shenanigans happens, and a good nade there as well. Doing just a bit of damage. Every little bit counts in the end. You gotta think about your ADR, you know, it's very important.
It all adds up, mate. It all adds up. At the end of the day, you know what really matters is having a high ADR.
Exactly, that's all that matters. Win, lose, what's my ADR?
Yeah. Yeah, I've done all right. I'll take that. You scribble it down in the book.
Yep.
Man. Thing is, in this one, though, have Sprout been able to read the play that's coming out from Havu like a book? Or will they be stumped when this finally comes towards them? Favon, you can see on his POV as well, hoping for the play towards Ivy, just slightly manoeuvring. X7's gone for some bold peaks on him in the past. It's definitely left him with a little bit of paranoia. But this time he might just walk through.
He's got a little bit of PTSD, I'm sure.
Definitely.
He's so worried about this. Look at him. He's terrified. He's shaking.
God.
Oh, God. What is this crazy Finn going to do?
And they baited him off as well. He's actually adjusted to try and help out the rest of the team as they make a lot of noise coming out. And they hit onto the first. Favon drops the nade back in. Ooh. Dennis as well, suffering a little bit of damage in response. It's a messy one with the way the frags are going, but eventually we fall into a 3 versus 3 then. So the T's, they're out on the site. Ariel's only got 4 HP. Of course, when Zore's alive, you know, they always have a fighting chance, but with time not on their side, you've got to retreat.
Yeah, he's just got to back off. Get this up, run away, hold on to it for the next round. They're not going to be able to rebuy, so holding on to this is important. This should be the eco round from them.
This isn't too bad, really, then, because, I mean, Havu, they've had a great start with the way they've been winning a good majority of these rounds, but now, from the high heights they had with their money, it's in a bit of a worse position, finally. So this AWP save means an AWP more. It is on the star performer for them as well. This is going to be a hard round, though. Massively out-armed against the buy that we've got from Sprout going into the 13th.
I really do like Zore's not his op, his knife and gloves combo too. He's got that sort of like yellow goldish look going. Ooh, and actually, Cressy's taking a very aggressive phase here towards Hell, and yeah, that's gonna be the kill for Zore as they go for the boost, and he spots him, and he very quickly ducks his head out of there. Does not want to get taken out by Slacks, as he knows he is the focal point of this round. He needs to stay alive, needs to work picks with this op.
That looked like it would have been absolutely unreal, dude. The timing on it, the stature of the man. Ooh, if anyone was going to hit that shot as well, it probably would have been him, but not now. Ooh, Slacks, definitely not now. Back off, mate. Keep yourself alive. You got contact. That's all he needed. They now have a good idea of what exactly Havu are up to into this round. And they're going to be forced as well, because time is starting to get a little bit lower. Slacks off the AWP onto the USP. Wanted a fair fight with the pistols, and that's not a fair fight because they're Deagles. They might as well be AKs. They're tearing open the A site. And Sprout again, just backing off, playing towards A1 and A2. They're trapped.
Yeah, the Deagles are the cheapest op in the game. We see them come to work yet again. These double Deagle kills, and that is just the outside site taken again from Havu. So the double op from Sprout really just not working out for them, especially on these eco rounds for some reason. Slacks tries to get aggressive, does spot out, gets the info. Like you said, he just moved over towards the camera and he just sort of walked out towards Hell, walked out Olaf, peeked the sandwich, and he was just scoped in, not ready, tries to switch to the USP, but when he goes down, everything falls apart. That will be the double op recovered. Actually, no, they're just throwing it away. So yeah, again, Havu, they don't have any players on this team that really want to run the double op, so they're not going to hold on to it. Sammy, the sad man on the team, was the one person who didn't get to recover a gun. Well, now the question is, so 3 of them have light armor right now. Will they all remember to upgrade that to head armor? It doesn't look like Slowy or Jemmy did. Okay, Jemmy did so far. Slowy not remembering. Just a small thing. You know, it's very little. It's one of those things that, you know, I'm a freak and I noticed that. So it could be something that plays a part in this round. Not having head armor on the T side could come back to haunt him. But you never know.
We'll see. If Slowy gets rinsed by 1 bullet, then we'll definitely know that he could have invested that little bit extra to get himself the head armor to work with. X7? Hello. He's straight out. Everyone else is thunderfooting their way towards B, whilst this one man is on a rogue mission to secure the A site for his team. They do spam, fighting towards E-Box. They've eventually detected him. He's left on 35 HP, but he just shoots through the smoke. He takes out Dennis, and that's the A site pick. Now they're terrified, David. They're thinking, oh God, A's about to be taken. In reality, it's B.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they have that double Ivy push. They have so much information. I'm not sure why they've completely left the B site. It's only Spitty here, and he's playing towards the connector, drops the Molotov, Smoke's flash comes out, and that's the info for the rotation. And look at this, Cressy, he's flanked up top, can't catch the timing though. X7 can, as he takes the opper down, playing towards connector, but there's Favin for the trade, and there's Zore. It's like, you want to op, I can do it better. Takes him down, and that will just be the A site gone. Cressy with this huge flank, and he is able to, and there it is, the headshot from Cressy.
It finally happened.
Yeah, able to win it out. Slowy potentially surviving that fight to get the kill. If he did just have that head armor, I love that it happened. I love it.
Just really just, you know, rub salt into the wound.
Yeah.
Beat the dead horse on that one, literally. Oh, man. That's rough, dude. Well, you know, at least it didn't cost them the round. They are still going to get that. And that's what they wanted.
That's true.
That is what they wanted, mate. 9-5 then. So, all in all, Havu, in reality here, surprising me. I thought they'd have a good showing on train. I was thinking, yeah, this is where Zora is really going to pop off with the AWP. But I was expecting a lot of that to come from his CT side play, not on his T half. But here, he's got 14 kills to 5 deaths. He's done a great job of saving the AWP when necessary, when it looks like they need to bail on the round. But he's been so effective at finding these picks when he does have the weapon in his hand. So going into the 15th, let's see if he can do it one final time to secure a 10-5 for Havu.
Yeah, he's just been holding on to it every single round, been putting a ton of pressure, getting those opening picks. Last round, had a very big kill as well. So now, Jemmy, I thought maybe he was going to be trying to get aggressive there outside, a lot like X7 did last round, but no. Decides not to. These counter nades coming out from Sprout, doing just a bit of damage there. Onto Slowy towards ladder. Now Jemmy, he's creeped out into the smoke, he's phasing through, he's trying to go fast, but Dennis and Krezi right there on the other side of it, ready to take them out, and there's a second for Dennis on the round. He was aggressive towards Pop Dog, and now X7 and Zore, the last two. Oh, and the flash timing was perfect. Just doing enough to blind X7 as he's looking for more, but can't find anything. Spitty's able to shoot him right there in the stomach. Just a nice body shot, bullet to the gut. Finishing off the half for Sprouts. They were able to get 6, but overall, very strong showing from Havu on their T side.
That was nice. A solid display. 9-6 at least gives Sprout the inkling that if they get a pistol, they can pretty quickly get this game back on a level playing field. But for Havu, you got to think, dude, they win the pistol here, straight in. You get Zore into a position where he can get the AWP early, especially with how crispy he is on pistol rounds. He just straight wrecks fools. That USP is unbelievable in his hands. He could make a ton of money if he has a solid pistol. And you're straight into an AWP on the CT side of Train. This could get grim early. They're smoking over early as well. It looks like this actually could be a fast play.
Yeah, this is just the connector and the back of green smoke, and you see Ariel looking for something, but still, just these two maps, he's just not been able to get into the game. X7 does, though, as now the kills being traded back and forth. That's the connector player gone. And Zore able to find 2 through the smoke, so now this 3 versus 2 looking just a bit favorable for Havu.
They've got a slight edge. With Slowy, X7 and Zore all still alive in good positions. They can play for one another with the 2 players that are on the site. Meanwhile, Zore, he's going for the long con. He'll be the backstab to shut down the rounds. They just have to hold back Sprout. So all they got to do is waste time and not go down until Zore can arrive on the scene. Bomb will be planted. Heaven Peak coming out from Slowy. Should hit this shot quite easily with the USP, but he does not. Spiddy is low, though, and finally, Zore can make the play that he'd been building up towards. Gets the headshot off on the Fav, and Spiddy will go down, and the bomb will be defused. So Havu again with a pistol, and Zore, he gets himself a ton of money off the back of this one as well. It's a free K for him into the round.
Yeah, it's a small thing, but 3 big kills from him. Love to see that from your Opper, building up the economy. And again, just like I was about to say, it's a small thing, but they should actually let Zore get that defused, just get that little bit of extra money on your Opper. You know, it's just, I'm nitpicking, but it is important. He's actually opted for the AUG straight away, so they've fully spent down into this. We see 2 UMPs, an MP9, AUG in the M4 from the side of Havu, and just Deagles from Sprout. No armor, just Deagles, and this could get... We've seen this, but there is 1 Glock still, so the chances are now down to only 80%.
That's the thing, the 80% chance of winning the Flashpoint sponsored Deagle round. Ooh, Cressy taking a bit of damage from the nade as well, so that will slow him down. They're going for basically like the Dev Squad 3-man peak to thwart the Ivy player. That's Slowy. He's got a UMP, so can't really take the distance fight. But if he sits on the angle and gets rushed by all these Deagleers, he could probably make quick work of him.
He's running back and forth across the smoke, just shooting some shots through it. Seeing, trying to figure out how many Sprout players are there. He definitely knows there's at least 2 at this point, as the boost is coming out to try to find him, but he's already moved off. He's fallen back, and X7 could find himself in a bit of danger here. These Deagles are up close. He is on the off angle, so he's able to get 1. No armor, but the tags coming out. He is able to secure the second. Very close there, playing that off angle. As now Slowy actually here with the UMP. Not exactly the angle you want to be playing at.
Not a great one, but it will allow the bait play for Zore to come in and slice them all down. It wasn't an AWP, but it did still have a scope, so he was fast to muller them all. 3 clean frags there from Zore. 21-6 now in the space of only 18 rounds. So he's really just living his movie, mate. This is it. This is the director's cut of the series.
Yeah, he's doing so well. been both of these games, right? He's been the guy. He's been the one on Dust 2 and now on Train. He's been doing everything for this Havu team. Ariel still not able to get into the game. Gonna be trying to find some way. As now this B play, so that's a very deep smoke towards the top of upper B from Jemmy. He's looking for any potential aggressive play through it. Does just have the MP9. Does he know that Favin's already made his way across towards upper? He might not. And that could be something important to think about later on in the round.
As of right now, firmly in the mid portion here. I'm curious to see what the moves will actually be from Havu. Obviously, with some of the weaker weapons they've got in play, could get hairy. If Sprout overwhelming with the range advantage, oh, Ariel's going to be fuming. The bounce on that nade, dude, tried to back off so it wouldn't hit him as much, but it takes half of his life.
Yeah, that is the sad reality of being that ladder player. Sometimes you just take a whole bunch of nade damage.
For no reason.
Just the way it goes, yeah.
You've got to deal with being burnt, deal with being blown to bits. It's not good. Trying to see if they can actually bait this man out as well. They want Slowy to peek. 3 of them there. If he faces Slacks, will clean him up. Then you've got all 3 of them storming their way in through Ivy. And they can get out on the A site. Instead, there's been no face. So they'll slow walk up. They don't peek into him right. Slowy, he got the opportunity, but he doesn't hit the shot. They dash a molly. Wasting time now as well, David. We're down to the final 20 seconds, so they have to go, but they are not going where they want to be. Finally, they overwhelm him. Slack, 6 shot. Good follow-up onto X7. That's big. That keeps them in the round here, but they cannot afford to come off this bomb. Got to be planted now. Oh, Jenny, the flank doesn't work out well. Now, Ariel's trapped between a rock and a hard place, and Zore, he's sitting in connector thinking, how on earth has this happened?
It was a mechanical mistake from Jemmy there too. His teammate's down in the ladder, and for some reason he came around that corner with his crosshair placed towards the bottom of the ladder, so he wasn't able to correct in time as Favin spotted him out and was able to win out on the fight. Again, just a small mistake, but crosshair placement's super important, and you need to be aware of where the danger is. So because of that, that potential flank could have been the round winner. Ooh, but Ariel, he's low HP. He's going to go down. Yeah, they drop down the ladder. Ariel goes down. So it's only the Opper, the team's Opper, Zore, left alive with that AUG. And he'll bring this into this round, but now the money has been completely reset. They have 3 players who could potentially buy this round if they decide to force it. I think they should probably just wait it out and make sure they get an AWP in the hands of Zore.
You definitely need it, but no, they actually buy up around it. Drop in the AUG so he can get an M4 to drop to his teammate. It's not bad. The only one that doesn't have a good weapon to work with X7, but they fully invested.
Yeah, they did, and this means they're not going to have an AWP for at least a few more rounds unless they can win this one and recover Slacks, but that's a good start. It's X7.
The Deagle,
going
of course.
for that lower B push. Yeah, the Deagle, of course. Going for that lower B push. Able to pick up that frag. That's an AK. Should be an AK recovered as well. Yeah, Jemmy's able to get it. And Ariel with 1 pick towards Dennis, trying to creep out from ladder. So Sprout now on their full buy, spread out very quickly and lose their lives across the map. And they're trying to do a similar play out towards team middle here to see if they can spot out any of the CTs playing too aggressive. And that's Zore with the pick towards Ivy.
Ooh, he's burning. A lot of HP gone there for Slacks, and all of the HP gone for Spiddy. As the one man that had a Deagle, the only weapon that wasn't going to have that much stopping power to it, and it's taken out 2 of the Ts. And now there is only 1 of them left alive. It's Slacks, he's in T-spawn. Barely gets round the corner. Not sure if Zore actually caught a glimpse of his arm as he peeks out, though. He whiffs it, and now he really is in a horrible position. Tries to flash, knows he has the peek. They're coming in from all angles. And there he goes, left dead in the skip.
Yeah, that will be the AWP recovered as well, which is actually the one thing I was saying. If they do win this round, lose this round, they're not going to have enough money for an AWP unless they can recover Slacks, and they do. Able to get that AWP. Now that's going to be pushed over into the hands of Zore, so that's absolutely huge for them. And the one thing I failed to consider about that force buy was that X7 did have the Deagle, increases their chances of winning the round by 20% in Flashpoint, as we know. So that was one thing where, like, maybe if they already had like a 40% chance of winning, 35%, you take that Deagle into it, and that goes up above 50. So good calculated force buy there from Havu.
Yeah, certainly was able to shut up us about it. I was curious here, though, if we were going to see someone else getting shut up early, as they are just lurking. You can see Favin here. He's waiting for the push. If Aerial oversteps the mark, he will get spammed down. They do just hold, keeping their ground.
Yeah, they're looking for anything they're going to be able to find. Favin, he loves to hold this angle. He's been doing this a lot. He knows that Aerial plays in here. And Aerial not having a great game. I will say, like, mad respect to Aerial for being an A1S player, like myself, obviously the superior weapon. But, like, this is one spot where if I was going to be playing ladder on train, probably that would be one of those spots where I would probably switch to the A4.
Yeah, probably want the big boy. The extra ammo.
Yeah. Although I will say sometimes when you're in ladder, if you like take a fight towards somebody that's out E-box or out team middle and they're not looking at you, you can get that kill and the rest of the team sometimes just doesn't know where you are. Like was he E-box? Was he heaven? Like where was he? So that can be the benefit of the A1. And now that's the benefit of keeping your gun scoped. Zore learns the hard way as just when he pulls out that Molotov, they go out into B and this B stat completely fell apart.
Okay.
Everybody's dead across the whole map. And that is, what a clean round from Sprout.
That's wild. That really is wild. Harvu, they got themselves into that position because they're heroics in the last one. But now you've actually got all the bells and whistles and they couldn't do anything with it because Zore, the timing on it was dreadful. He flicks off as they burst out the ramp. The whole team crumbles to dust. And Sprout come back in. That's sick. That actually puts them in a spot now where they could really start to tighten this game up the longer this half goes on. We're at 12-8. Now you can see Harvu have nothing and they're just going for a fast B gamble. This should be a 9th round for Sprout unless they really mess it up.
Yeah, well, that moment from Zore is really one of those ones where, like, that is the desk break. Yeah. We talked about it yesterday, and Favin,
nearly.
He wants the ecos, gets 2. He's no config, though. Not able to connect all of those headshots. Still able to get 2 eco frags, so again, most important thing, ADR at the end of the day. And Hava, they did just go for the full save here, and Zore actually did recover this AK, so if he is somehow able to hold on to this going into the next round, that'll be important. Drop over to one of those players with less money. Bomb getting planted, and Sprout doesn't really want to let them get away with this gun.
Yeah, need to find them and sniff these players out if possible. X7 currently over towards Pop. You've also got Zore as well there on the B site. Not as bad for Zore, obviously. It's just the Molly USP, and there's no other guns that are down, so he shouldn't be able to get anything else for his troubles here. X7, though, looking like he'll actually get off with the AK. So not all doom and gloom for Harvu, but certainly looking like we are starting to see some duller skies come over for the CT.
Yeah, and they are just going to let them get away with those guns as well. Sprout, a team that's very content, actually. They're just like, look, we're just going to keep all our guns. We're not hunting you down. They were doing it on Dust 2. They're doing it now again on Train. They're like, look, if you want to save, you go ahead and save your gun. We're going to keep all ours, keep building our economy. There's a way, you know, there is something to be said for doing that. Personally, I'm more a fan of the hunt them down and kill them style, but that's just me.
That's just the aggression of a Canadian. Always apologizing.
X7's actually gone for the double up.
Yeah.
Usually we'd see Slowy doing it, but maybe on Train, X7's just sort of feeling himself.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you look statistically as well, Slowy right now, 8 to 15. X7, he's popping off. Second highest fragger on the team, just slightly behind Zore with 18 kills. So makes sense to try and feed the hot hand with that weapon. They've already dropped down Pop. One man slipped by. Fathom then back him up before they walk out. Oh, it looked like they were actually going to detect Fathom, but they don't. Aerial, he gets slumped in the side of the head, so he's now dead, dropping the Harvu numbers down to 4.
And right now, Aerial's super upset. The second he decided to leave ladder, Favin just drops down. He does that little show the feet bait play on the ladder, and now that's the B site completely opened as well. Favin's just completely opened up this round with just 25 HP. Gets the second one onto Jemmy towards connector, and this should just be the save from Havu, except the bomb. No, okay, it's actually up in the white holes. I thought maybe it was going to be coming outside, but it isn't. Ooh, oh, and Cressy landing the spam through the box onto Zore's head, and now it's just X7 alone with this up towards outside, and I think he's about to get flanked from middle as well.
X7. I don't think there's anything he can really do here. Just tucks into hell, hoping that he can save this one AWP. They're not going to get both of them because Cressy He popped off, went absolutely crazy towards Ivy. Bit of a slow adjustment, but he still hits the shot and the follow-up as well. Oh, the first one was messy, but the second was absolutely sexy stuff from X7. But that wasn't. He's dead. So he won't get the AWP. That won't matter. 12-10 then. Sprout actually getting this game really going now, Davey. This is going to be a second.
It's always funny when you watch a secondary opper like try to save their op or take fights, and they're always just like they'll most of the time they'll just take their pistol out, fight with that instead. It's like, you can tell you're not a primary opper.
I
like,
will USP.
You know, like, yeah, because you bet your ass there's no way that Zore doesn't have his op out for all of those fights, right?
Oh, yeah.
If he's the one trying to save it, he's got that op out, but yeah, he's not able to save the op. Still does get 2 kills though, and actually, I'm thinking of it, because he got them with the USP, that was $600 extra instead of $200 extra. So there's that. Maybe he's just 6 heading.
Maybe. He's got a lot of space.
It's bigger than a 5 head.
Yeah.
He's just full 6 head. He's like, wait, if I get these kills with my USP, I'm going to lose the round anyways. I'm probably going to die, but I get extra money if I get the
With
USP
the increased
kills.
bonus that I have taken, massacring their team with my USP, I have made more money than the $50 I would have. Therefore, eventually I will be able to reinvest and then beat them.
Who even knew that he was a stock trader and an accountant?
Oh man, well I'll tell you this, the stocks are plummeting of Havu on this round, mate. They're all dead. It's a stock market crash, they're just gone. Anyone that's there is Jemmy, and he's dead as well. See you later as he comes out through connector. Cressy, 4K. He's feeling himself now.
Yeah, he is. He wants those eco frags now. That was a little bit more config-esque as we saw him just run straight out of team middle there, finding those eco frags easy as you like. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And that is now Sprout actually clawing this back on their T side. We do see 1 kit in the hands of Ariel, but op no armor for Zore. Something to keep in mind. We do see the double ops come out again. Not a lot of util on the CT side, only 2 Molotovs. Make that 1 as the first one gets tossed over towards team middle. Now Ariel back to his home base. Inside of Pop, and what a nade. Able to do 50 damage onto Favin. He was the one who opened up that round on the gun round last time as well.
Yeah, slowing down Favin could help them out a lot. I know if you look at his stats right now, you might think, 14-13, not having a worldie of a game, but he is certainly a star player when he needs to show up. He's good for the clutch rounds. Keeping him alive here will be pivotal for Sprout. X7 though. Aggro as you like towards Ivy. Nearly got the second shot off. But Cressy trades it back. We are in a 4-on-4 here. Pressure's been applied all across the maps. The CTs still debating what the play is actually going to be here from Sprout.
Yeah, and in this 4 versus 4, we see this aggression, this counter-aggression coming out from Havu. They know they need to take some map control. This allows them to keep 2 players over towards the B site. It is Jemmy and Zore trying to hold off this execute from Sprout. That's a wasted Molotov from Jemmy as it gets put out by the smoke.
36 seconds left. Burning the clock down as thin as physically possible as they'll slow walk their way into the second smoke. But look who's there, hiding in the shadows. It's Juicy Jemmy to get 1 kill. Zore as well, over by the back line, taking them on the cross. Oh, just swings out on the second. Spiddy had no idea. And now they've got no chance because Cressy, he's just got to save. Hightails it back towards Ivy. The round's as good as done.
Yeah, he's gone. He's just gonna grab that op, get out of there, recover it. So we shouldn't be able to see the double op come out from Havu into this next round. We won't have the money for it. Zore will be able to get that armor though. And despite not having armor, he's still able to find 2 kills on the players crossing into B. So guns are gonna need to be dropped. Ooh, and Ariel's actually already just bought full nades. So toxic teammate. Because now Zore without armor. Don't forget to buy it. Don't forget to buy your armor, Zore. Come on. There it is. It's happened before, man. It's happened before. You don't want to mess that up. And instead of dropping guns, they've actually just opted for 2 MP9s. And then everybody's just sort of bought up all the nades. So it's strange. No guns being dropped. But still a full gun round. 2 MP9s. It's not bad on CT side. You take those. Ooh, and Zore actually with the jump spot spots him out. Not able to land the shot, but the nade damage was done regardless. Spitty again down to just 50 HP. Havu, a lot of these early rounds in that MP9 play, going aggressive towards Ivy. Oh, slacks! Just takes slowly out through the smoke. Doesn't even see him. Just pops a shot. Finds a kill. And that's 2 opening kills now from Sprout.
Zore. He's there. Now has to take up the mantle of where his teammate fell. Peeking on the left, there is going to be a face, but he instead swings on Cressy and gets the 1v1 before he goes down to Slacks. Aerial. He can feel it. His spider senses are tingling, so he tried to go for the face onto Ivy. Mere milliseconds away from actually being in a good spot to take that raw 1v1. And Slacks, look how low he is. He's on 20 HP. Aerial was just debating whether or not he wanted to peek out. They've also got to go back and grab bomb as well. They left it in spawn. So we're going to be down to like the last 30 seconds here before the T's push on site.
Yeah, and again, they do have this three-pronged attack. The classic trident. As they work their way out into this A site. But he actually does fall back from Ivy. So it's only the duelants, I don't know, as they come out from ladder and T middle. A site's completely open. This is just going to be the save from Havu, but they're not going to be able to recover that op either, so not looking good, not great. Sprout showing this tactical diversity here on their T side, able to work picks towards Ivy and towards that pop dog area. But oh, Jemmy does find one. That should be another AK recovered, so that's big from them. Like, one thing I just want to point out again is that those MP9s, you know, the lack of the dropped guns. If that player who pushed through Ivy with that pop flash through the smoke, if he had an M4 in that situation, I think he gets both of those kills. So it's just one of the small things, but you know, would have helped, would have saved them on that round if they did decide to drop the guns and be good teammates instead of just making their low money players buy the MP9s.
He's supporting the idea of the communism buy.
Oh yeah, in Counter-Strike, absolutely. Yeah.
Everyone gets gun.
Gotta spread the wealth in Counter-Strike.
We all have equal money. It is our economy.
I had a very, very communist-esque Minecraft server for a while too, where
right,
like because the problem is people would just steal each other's stuff, right? So we just had to like change. We just had to turn it into all right. Yeah, if there's anything anywhere and you see it, you can just go ahead and take it. So people want to hide their stuff like they can, but if there's anything that somebody can get access to, it's like it's fine. Everybody shares everything.
God damn.
It was just easier that way, man, because you couldn't deal with people stealing each other's stuff.
Everyone gets a shovel. Everyone's happy.
Yep.
Ooh, Jemmy here. Trying to block the entry into the B site. Let's see if he's equipped. Does he have his diamond sword out? And can he hit him in the face? Actually won't. They're going to be creeping off back towards A instead. They don't fully commit to the ramp push that it seemed like they wanted to go for. Obviously, probably favors them a little bit. You've got the range advantage. Go out towards this A site. You're going up against mostly pistols. Should give them a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, as we see, they are just, again, going for this B stack. So Havu not going to be able to find anything. No love found. As Sprout is setting all the way back up here towards the T-spawn. This is going to be that A set piece. We're going to see smokes coming out. Looks like towards the back of Green Train and Connector. Very standard execute. Now, the only gun out here is Slowy with his AK up on top of the Green Train.
Slowy. Will he leave them green with envy? Or is he going to be red with rage as Slowy hits the first and tries to get off the ladder? Instead, re-peeks back out. Loses his face because of it, and we're down to a 3v2. Scratch that. It is just one man, Zore, at the back of the bomb train. Sat there with a P250, hoping that he can hit them in the brain. He'll peek out. Doesn't quite take the first. Oh, does hit onto Spiddy, but it's too late. They'll clean up. 13-13, back in, and they get the extra bomb plant money.
Yeah, right there, Spiddy's like, man, I'm 8 and 12. You can't just cover me while I'm planting the bomb. Like, just don't let the guy with the P250 and no armor kill me, okay? That's all I ask. But no, his teammates, they hate him. They want terrible things for him. They let him die. But we will see a full buy coming out again here from Havu, and they do opt for the double op again. So X7 has won himself. The two big fraggers here from Havu, actually pretty much carrying this team right now. If you look across the board, Jemmy, Ariel, and Slowy just really struggling to get into this one, but X7 and Zore absolutely pulling all the weight of this team.
I suppose
now
that's like the crazy bit, right? If you've got two of them, like hard carrying with 40 frags between them, and this is how you're winning it in a close affair. Goes to show you need a bit of help from the rest of the CT side. The CT side that right now is sprinting towards B. They're going to arrive on the scene. The shot coming out from Slacks. That's another one onto Aerial, and this is not looking good whatsoever for Havu. They're still trying to stick to it, but they're getting peeked upon. There's also a backstab from Cressy that will work out well, and Zore, yeah, he's realised what's going down here. Little shifty, slow walk back to spawn, have a save.
Yeah, no kit, 2 ops, no re-entry into the site, and Jemmy has really struggled on these B hits. He struggled to be able to actually get in positions where he can maybe get a kill and keep himself alive, or even multi-frag. He hasn't really been able to do anything. When you are that solo anchor player, you need to either, 1, multi-frag out, or you need to be able to keep yourself alive long enough to give your team time to rotate. He hasn't been able to do that. Zore's been able to find another kill, but in the end, like, what does it matter? You know, 27 and 11, he's doing absolutely great, but in the end, his team is losing. And that's just not, it's just not been enough from the rest of the Havu squad.
It's not at all. And it's a shame, man. They were looking really good as well. You think back to that opening T half, they went off on a tear. They dominated on it. And now here, they're starting to slow down. The brakes have been put on. The buys have been on and off. The money's really been cursed throughout a good majority of this one. So it's not been clean cut whatsoever. Sprout, however, cleanly cutting through Aerial. As that time he does overpeak. And Fathom, we've said he just plays that angle. He loves to hold towards top pop dog. And that's why. Free frag to open up round 28.
Yeah, he's just sitting up there waiting for that aggression from Aerial that hasn't really come yet, but there, finally now, 14-13. Aerial may be a little frustrated. He's being 9 and 20, a little frustrated, trying to go for something aggressive. He did have the UMP, so risk worth taking in his mind. And now, actually, with this walk in towards Team Mid, Spitty could be in danger.
Molly goes down.
Good util.
Yeah, he does actually have to back off as well, so X7. Could have played in the close angle, really been annoying here, but instead has to play back outside the smoke. He tagged him. 1 bullet with the AK, actually got a bit of a leg off there, drops him down to 42 HP, so slightly slowed. Oh, they've seen Zore as well. Just depends if he can punish them here. The flash will knock him off the angle, but they're still not fully pushing out. Instead, they're holding it, but it favours Zore on the peak. He'll see more of him, so Slacks left sleeping. The AWP has to be passed back as Cressy grabs it. Ooh, I want him on the AK instead, Davey. That's where he's been. Yeah. That's where he's been at his best. So luckily, readjusts back to the rifle.
When Dennis, this is crucial. The trigger discipline coming out here, but he was spotted. Had to take the shot. Now Zore has been spotted, but still cannot be killed as the man is forcing.
Ooh.
Oh, he's looking for something. The bomb is getting planted towards the back of the train, and Favin is still there, up above Pop Dog. Looking for just anything that he can find. And Cressy trying to use this smoke, not able to find Zore. And that is Favin going down as well. So now it's all onto Cressy. And Zore's up. It's been absolutely huge. He just gets around the corner, and that is the 4th. That is Havu picking up their 14th round. And Zore forcing Sprout to take the L. Big fat L. They're living in Zore's op in paradise.
You might as well just rename him to 4K, because that's all he does.
Yeah.
That's literally all he does. 31-11. The difference maker, the round savior. Without him, that's it.
The timing was so close there, too, because Dennis, when he peeked from the back of the bomb train, he just saw the back of Zore, not able, but it was right at the last second. Wasn't able to communicate it to his teammate, who actually goes down at the hands of Zore, and then just 2 more kills from him. He's been just absolutely unreal. Havu win this game. They're all gonna owe him. I don't know what are they drinking, Phil? Just beer, right? Like they're just gonna own it. They're gonna owe him some beer. But X7, little nade, little Molly, getting that kill onto Slacks, and that's the opera down already from Sprout, and that's a huge loss for them.
Well, Havu celebrating early here, popping the bottles because they're leaving Sprout looking punch drunk. The Slacks, he goes down immediately. And now with 4 players left alive, split up into 2 little buddy system groups of 2, we'll see if Sprout can keep this game in close nick. Right now we're playing for that coveted 29th round. This will get us into your match point. One of these 2 teams will take 15 off the back of this. We do know that Sprout, of course, won on Dust 2. So if they set themselves up here, it could be a 2-0. But that's all still yet to come. For the meantime, it's a slow round. They're letting the clock run down. We've got 50 seconds. So much utility on the side of Sprout. Smokes, Molotovs, hey cheese. They've also got firepower. They are in a good spot here. They have to play it right. Slow wind as well. Big boy Slowy. As he'll spot him coming through the smoke, tries to go over the top of the ladder. He has the vertical angle to work with. But they've got back into A2. This could look really good for the Tees. They can walk out from about 4 different points of contact. And Havu, they have no idea. Dennis, the exact same round that he played before. This time, they spot him, but he does still hit the shot. Doubles down onto Pop Dog, but can't quite kill him. Won't matter as Cressy bails him out. And it's a raw 2-on-2, 14 seconds. Plant the bomb now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, and Dennis again making that play out towards the backside. Oh, the bomb's going to get planted. They're not aware. Zore, he's so advanced in his position towards A1. And he's looking forward. Spitty, he's creeping towards the connector. Needs to try to find something onto Jemmy. Jemmy's been struggling here for Havu, but not this time. Able to find the headshot. Spitty goes down. And that will be, at the very least, overtime secured for Havu.
That's huge. That really is huge for him. Weight off their shoulders as well now a little bit. You can put yourself into a position where you think, guys, we can win this. We can push it out 16-14, take it in the full 30 rounds. Let's not worry about OT. Get us straight into the next map and keep this one going. For Sprout, however, it's the exact opposite. You've got money. You've got the investment. Double AWP as well. Straight from the get-go. Cressy and Slacks.
I wonder if one of them's maybe just going for the opening pick towards mid, and then if they see the opera... Oh, no, I'm not sure what they keep dropping.
So
switching
he's
it
carrying both of the guns.
So what works really well sometimes on the T side, if you have that double op, is you send your opper to go for a pick in one spot. That's like a standard op pick, right? And then the other team sees the opper go for that pick, and they don't assume that there's going to be another op somewhere else. So they take peeks thinking they're going to be up against rifles, and then there's an op waiting for them. It's one thing that you'll see teams do with the double ops on T side. They don't opt for it this time, but if Slacks goes for this pick towards Ivy with the op, then maybe, just maybe. Wait, Cressy's also here at Ivy with the... And Ariel just gets a pick on Dennis trying to go down the ladder. Lots of HP lost, but that's another opening pick for Havu. And once they've gotten these opening picks in these rounds, they have been able to close them out.
I think they've actually just got rid of the second AWP as well. It looked like they threw it over.
Because Cressy and Slacks both went towards Ivy. I'm like, what do you got? You going to double op pick Ivy? Like, what's going on right now? Like, one at the bottom, one at the top, huh? Like, this doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, I guess they just threw it away. I don't know what they were. He just felt like he had extra money. He just felt like spending.
Yeah, they had the option, right? Obviously, you leave the AWP in spawn. If you rotate back through T-spawn late round, you can always pick it up if you low, but it didn't work. They then just opt to get rid of it, and now we go back into the actual round, and it's rough. Everyone's nearly dead already. Spitty's out on his own. He's gone. And here comes Slacks. So, let's see if this AWP can shine through. It's a 1v5 to keep them in the game. Hello, starts it off well. That's one. 19 seconds to find the rest. Gets his second. Dives onto the site. Straight towards connector. Running in. No! Oh, it felt like it would have been the no-scope onto the close player, but doesn't do it, Davey. Doesn't clear the angle. Little bit of hype, but in the end, it is Havu that take it. So we're going to Nuke.
Yeah, after he got that second pick, I thought, wait... He's jumping into... I thought in my brain he was going to jump on top of the ticket booth there and then just like look down, no-scope the guy and run to B because there was nobody in a position to trade. Ariel was at the back of the bomb train, but he was walking around the front, so he wouldn't have been there and ready to trade yet. So there was a world where Slacks can win that one if he gets that pick on the player in connector. Like you said, he pulls out his knife, not able to do it. So... in the end, that is a 16-14 from Havu, but not very convincing.
Yeah. The only person that possibly could have won that 1v5 would have been Freya. So let's get her back in and figure it out.
Man, you know me, Jackie, a handy girl with zeal at that. But man, what a nail biter. It's incredible to see Sprout really, really giving it to Havu on that map. Considering when we were seeing them in the first half, Davey, Sprout were looking a little bit slow. We were maybe expecting Havu to be repeating that same dominant scoreline that we saw the last two times these teams faced. So how do you think Havu were able to kind of close out the final moments?
Well, honestly, I would like to say there was some like big tactical change that Havu did, or there was mistakes they were making that they changed. But no, it was just Zore. He just won. He won the round for them that they had absolutely no business winning. He gets those 4 kills with just I think the last 2 were with less like 10, 15 HP. He had no armor. It was absolutely ridiculous. They never should have won that round. Sprout, there was lots of situations where they actually should have been able to close it out. I'm thinking the second last round on 14-14, Dennis gets back behind into A2. He walks up, gets the free pick onto the guy playing top green, and then panic sprays at the player playing towards pop, not able to finish him off. If Dennis just maybe keeps his composure a little bit there, able to get both of those kills, that's another round for Sprout. But no, in the end, Havu are able to close it out, but like I said, it was by no means convincing.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. We look at Dennis in that position. He had that a couple of times as well, managing to get around the back lines behind Havu. But it's just a shame that we didn't see him capitalizing on that, Jackie, because again, that could have been the turning point for Sprout to be closing it out.
Definitely. It seemed like it was going to be a really big play in a huge round, but not meant to be, man. I suppose the crazy thing as well, right, is obviously Dennis, he was 20 for 22. You look at the rest of the Sprout roster, they're all in pretty good nick. Like, they had 3 of their players actually being able to go positive. It was a bit of a slow game again for Spiddy, but it's to be expected. Then you look back over on Havu, right? Like, the only 2 players that were actually positive were literally just X7 and Zore, and they were, like, hard carrying the game. The only 2 finding any of the kills had to get, like, nearly 50, 60 kills between them, Freya, and they win by 1 round.
It is absolutely nuts. Just looking at the scoreboard here, 34 kills on Zore. Davey, we were keeping him as a player to be watching coming into this series. He delivered on the first map, even though Havu weren't able to close out, and he definitely delivered another lights out performance here.
Yeah, without his heroics, the Havu had absolutely no chance of winning this game. Like you can see, the scoreline 16-14, and Zore had 34 kills. That tells the whole story. We see 10, 11, 12 kills from 3 of the Havu players. It's just not enough, right? Like, obviously it ended up being enough in this situation, but only off of the back of Zore. If Zore even misses one of those shots, right? It's not even if he has an off day. If he has an off day, obviously they lose this. But even if he's on fire and he just misses one of those shots in those crucial rounds, Sprout can probably win this round. So they owe this map entirely to Zore. I think that I didn't see a whole lot of on their T side. I thought their T side was really good, but on CT side, the reactions and the individual fights being taken by the CTs just weren't good enough from Havu. It just wasn't enough. They relied so heavily on Zore getting those opening picks, or X7 doing something crazy like that 4K with the Deagle.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see X7 maybe coming up a little bit more in terms of those frags as well. We saw him picking up that secondary AWP on that CT side as well, Jackie. But it is a shame that we can't see some of the other players. We say players like Ariel, you know, previously in the tournament, he was posting up a 1.41 rating against some of the teams previously. So a little bit uncharacteristic to see some of these names being a bit quieter.
Yeah, Ariel's definitely had a rough day. Like, Dust 2, right, was definitely worse. At least here on Train, it seemed like he got a little bit back into it. He was 11 for 21, so it's not mind-blowing. Obviously, he did kind of have the despicable position to be playing towards Pop Dog, and they weren't treating him kindly at all with how they were taking those fights there. So, Ariel, yeah, if you're coming into this now, Nuke, right, this is kind of it. It's your last chance saloon for both of these 2 teams. For Havu, you've barely scraped by on Train. Only 2 out of the 5 players were woken up. They all need to be awake here.
Yeah, this is the final lifeline for both of these teams coming into this final map. Have you managed to dominate Sprout on this very map the last time these 2 teams faced, but can they repeat history? We're going to be finding out all that and more after a quick break.
But I got the reach. Pop, lock, now I'm off the leash. Mic drop, I ain't gotta preach. I just do what comes natural. 5-star, everything I see. Live lost, no apology. Take charge, no one can compete. I just do what comes natural. came for. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. I hear him chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but mans keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees, I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for war, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put him in the cage, never let out the. Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Beg, please get on your knees, came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve, one wrong move, I'ma let out the. Big shoes, check out the crease, blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats, when the whole place scream, gotta get out the. Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise. Can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. Let tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution.
An explosive end to the series as Nuke is on the cards, and for one of these two teams, a ticket through to Flashpoint 3 awaits them. Sprout versus Habu are locking heads for the final time in the series that promises to go the full distance. And of course, joining me to break down all the action, the wonderful Davey and Jackie, to see how this series will be concluding. And Davey, although we see Habu cementing their pick of Train, it wasn't necessarily the convincing win we were expecting out of the Finns.
No, it definitely wasn't. They looked a little shaken at points. Sprout looked like they might be able to come back into that one. It looked like Sprout was actually going to be able to take Havu's map pick and take this series 2-0. There was points in that time, especially when Sprout was on their T side, where it seemed like Havu had no answer to what Sprout was throwing at them. Havu went up early, but then Sprout bringing it back, bringing it all the way to 14, but just not able to close it out. And I think that given that that was Havu's map pick, easily one of their best maps, that was very poor showing. And it wasn't necessarily that their team play was bad, it was that the players just weren't hitting their shots. They weren't living up to their hype on Train.
And that's the thing, that's the issue that we've been seeing with Havu throughout this series, Jackie, is it's mostly only really been Zora stepping up consistently for the Finnish side.
Yeah, like, you know, at the minute across the entire series, he's currently 56 to 27, so plus 29. He's been able to keep himself up with nearly 100 ADR throughout both of those maps as well. And like you were saying, he's really the only one that's performing. Everyone else on the team massively in the red at the minute, struggling to get themselves into the game. They've been dragged over into this map. You're You're finally on Nuke now. You've got to get your heels up. You've got to try and get yourself back into the game. So, yeah, if the rest of the squad doesn't pull their socks up, I think Sprout should have an edge now on the third and final map.
But looking if history is anything to go by, we look at the last time these two teams faced, and it was an incredibly dominant win for Havu on this pick of Nuke, 16-5, Davey. So do you feel like there is potential for Havu to be repeating that, or are Sprout going to get back into this one?
You know, I was going to say that no, I don't think that, based on what we've seen in the first two maps, that Havu's going to be able to dominate Nuke against Sprout like they did previously, 16-5. But then again, yesterday in the double pony endpoint game, right, we saw two very close maps at first, and then for some reason, third map just complete blowout. So there is a chance, but I don't think it's likely given what we've seen from the first two maps. Sprouts looked very strong. I don't see that changing that much on Nuke, especially since they would have expected the vetoes to go this way. So I think they should be prepared, and I don't think Havu's going to be able to dominate like they did previously.
Yeah, we can never count anybody out here, the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. But where have the real strengths for Sprout that we've been seeing so far in this series, Jackie? Is there anything you've been particularly picking up on that's in them? Particularly in that first map?
I think a lot of it, again, has gone down to like individuals, right? Being able to have some really nice clutch rounds. Trades have been a good factor overall. I'd say the trade game and comms do look on point right now for Sprout. That's been one of the nice factors. But definitely at the forefront, Faven's been coming out huge. Faven's been having some huge games. Cressy's there as well. Today he's looking unbelievably crisp with the AK, which is obviously going to help a lot as well. Map like Nuke, T-side, you need someone that can get you in. And if he's out there looking like he did on train, just popping heads, he could be a big factor for him on entry.
Well, it's time to see exactly how this one plays out as a third map has arrived. We've got Nuke on the cards, and for one of these teams, a ticket straight through to Flashpoint 3. So guys, take it away.
We have tore the map pool at this point, and we have made it to Nuke. Davey, the third and final map, man. The Finnish versus the Germans. Where will it be finishing, though? Who's going to actually take the crown on this one? Who do you reckon gets it?
Man, this is actually super tough to call because I want to say that Havu should win it, right? They should be able to take this one. But based on what we've seen from Sprout, they've just looked like the better team across both of these maps. So it's hard to bet against them at this point, especially given they did just win the knife round. So they are going to be starting on this CT side. And I think Sprout will have what it takes to win this. But it all comes down to whether or not some of these Havu players can wake up. Ariel, they need him to get into the server. They need him to wake up. The first two maps, he seriously underperformed. And he is one of their biggest fraggers, one of their best players. They need him to wake up here in this third map.
You got to. You've been oversleeping. He's been in bed. Get that alarm going. Get yourself up. Splash some water in your face and do some damage on the server because we are live. Third and final map is popping off. And Slacks is the one that's doing all the damage. Oh, collecting scalps towards outside. But they want an opportunity to still shine. And it's on Slowy to do just that. The Doctor. His tool of choice will be the Glock. A little scalpel in his hands. And they backtrack as well. Seemed like they were going to push onto him and peek towards outside. But instead, the CTs opt to play this one passive. They'll hold all the way back towards Squeaky Door and look for the cross. Range advantage should be in favour of the CTs. It will. Cressy cleans up and brings it back to normality. Huge opener there from Slacks, though, mate. Straight in. 3 kills.
Yeah, just sitting at the back of the big garage, spotting for that cross towards Secret. Not only spotting it, but also executing all of the players who try to run across. One taps galore. They all go down. It is an absolutely huge round from him. So Sprout, not only do they get to start on the CT side, but they also start with this opening pistol. And Havu, this is definitely not the start they wanted. They do go for the 4 Glocks and, of course, 1 Deagle in Slowy's hands. Can he find anything with this? As Slacks is out here with the scout, trying to look for him, not allowing him to do anything with this 20% win chance, and there it is. It's gone. Unless the Deagle can be recovered. Oh, it can. All right, their win chance goes back up, and there it goes straight back down again.
Oh, it's up and down. It's all over the shop. It's like an elevator. But next 7. He falls off the top of the silo. The Sprout will clean up 2 rounds pretty speedily here, going into Nuke. Good to see, of course, as well. You know, there wasn't the crazy play with the Eagles. Haven't gone for the all-out investment. Somehow taking this 1-1. A little bit more standard here. For the first time in this actual series, you win the pistol and the conversion.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's shocking, actually. I'm not used to seeing that happen anymore. I don't even know what to say. I'm so confused. Yeah, there's nothing else that can be done. Still now, Sprout keeping all their little bonus guns, right? The FAMAS MP9 Scout being held into this one. We do see the 5 AKs on the side of Havu and a Scout tag coming out onto Ariel and slowly taking some damage as well. So Good damage being done by Sprout here.
Oh, man, it looked like it was actually going to be the entry there for Slowy as he just charged in. He flicked up. He was ready for the angle that was being played by Favon on top of Hut, but couldn't quite get the snapshot off. Dennis, meanwhile, being snapped onto towards outside. Knows there's two of them there now, so not really fancying his chances of going for the wide swing. He'll just tuck in now he's been tagged, and it's on Slacks to hold the cross towards Secret.
Yeah, these smokes are going to come out from the T's, though, denying that information. But Dennis, here towards the back of Big Raj, might be able to hear it, but instead he decides to walk forward, and Ariel just sitting right there waiting for him. He executes Dennis, hiding in the back of the garage. So now, Slacks here with the scout. That's another tag. That's two low players now on the side of Havu. And instead of going down Secret, we see he's worked his way into the garage, and that's going to be the kill. X7 finding this kill onto Slacks, shutting down the terror that was Slacks outside with that scout. Now with 30 seconds left, it looks like they are now finally going to make their way down those secret stairs.
It's basically only 2.5 players going down the secret stairs, though, because both Ariel and Zore are on 31 HP a pop. Good bit is, though, those players will be able to stay alive and at least have a moment to wipe the sweat from their brows. They're out on B. Jemmy's the only one that's going to have to fight because all of the CTs are up towards the A site. So, plant safely, knowing that you will be able to keep yourself in the game here. Havu get it down. Now for Sprout. And a 2 versus 4. Probably just going to be the save. Favon's got himself an AK. Not really any better weapons around. Actually, Spiddy finds the AUG, so that's worked out all right. Obviously, Dennis dropping that in garage when he died. Just got to be the 2-weapon save then.
Yep, they're going to get their guns, get out of dodge, back up into CT spawn. And there, Sprout just not really coordinating their peeks outside. Havu, they throw those nades. Dennis tries to get aggressive. He goes down. Slacks doesn't recognize the danger. The player could have pushed into that big garage, so he's exposing himself towards CT spawn. He ends up going down as well, and that's complete outside control lost. And once that happens, Havu just walk their way straight down into that B bomb site. That's a free plant. Free post plant as well. As Cressy, who tried to make that fast retake, go down the vent, but Jemmy was sitting at the bottom waiting for him. No chance for him to get that kill looking straight down. So that will be the first gun round going the way of Havu, but it was kind of a bonus round from Sprout, right? They kept the scout, they kept the MP9, so now we will see this full buy, AUG, AK, and AWP even coming out on the side of Slacks. Just enough for it, just pure glass cannon here. Actually, he's got a Deagle. I wonder if that was on purpose or if he misbought that.
Yeah, bought Deagle over armor.
No, it says he only spent $47.50, so yeah. One of his teammates must have just had it and passed it over to him.
There we go. So at least we do get the full info on that one. Curious to see what we'd be able to get done with this, though. Obviously taking that position towards outside. A lot riding on him. Finding that opening pick and being able to lock down. Oh, the peek's coming around as well. The little crouch there out towards the back of the box. But he doesn't hold raw on garage. He is really going to be tested. It should be a 4-man push towards him. Peeks back out as the smokes begin to bloom. Seeing if they go a little bit early and he can get lucky, but they don't. They keep it smart. And they keep it tidy as they walk through once the smokes are up. 4 players going down secret.
Yeah, he decides not to pop a shot through that smoke as well. He doesn't want to give away, 1, that he has an op, and 2, where it is. So he's worked his way back towards heaven. Now he's holding for this big garage push, but the entirety of the T side is down in secret besides that 1 player, that's Slowy, back there in the lobby. Just trying to apply a little bit of pressure towards the door.
He should be spotted here by Dennis as well as he comes round. It was a close match in terms of the timing. They both had a fair fight, but Dennis, he hits the headshot. And we'll drop him down. 5 versus 4 then, as Havu finally got themselves where they want to be, just outside of the B site. Decontam door goes flying open. Oh, the head of X7 does as well, as he's taken down by Spiddy. Jemmy with the trade back. The numbers are close. This is not looking too good for the T's, but at least they've got the bomb plant. And Cressy, he'll be coming back through, flanks through the vent. Everyone's falling to pieces, and it's crumbled onto 1 man. Zore, an awkward position to be in as he sprints up the ramp. They'll spot him, and he'll go down. They should get the defuse here, and it'll be another round for Sprout. 3-1.
Yeah, they're running around looking for any extra utility, maybe a second op, but I don't know if they're going to be able to find it. I don't even know if there is one. Not really sure what they're looking for. Just run around collecting all the util they can, you know, save as much money as possible, pick up all the nades.
Yeah.
Not much to be picked up, though, so they will, but they will pick up the round. And in the end, that is the most important thing.
No, having a look, seeing if anyone had any sick Freds on, steal the drip. Now they're dead.
Yeah.
Just take their gloves. Imagine that.
Yeah, classic looting.
I'll be having these. To be fair, do you know what Sprout's favourite trousers are?
No,
Slacks.
what are they? I don't even get that one.
What do
I
you
don't
mean?
understand why.
You've never heard of
I don't get it.
slacks?
Well, I know what slacks are,
Yeah.
but why is it Sprout's favorite trousers?
Because of slacks. What do you mean? They've got a player called Slacks.
Oh!
You're so low
Dude,
IQ.
I was trying to figure out the correlation between a Sprout and slacks, and I was like, what?
No.
What?
God, right. Well,
Man, my brain was so completely somewhere else on that one right there.
I was like, how did you not get this? Just a little play on his name.
I'm absolutely struggling. I'm absolutely. You said Sprout, so I was trying to figure out. I was like, does Sprouts wear slacks? Like, I was so confused. Like, is like the stem of a sprout called a slack or something? I was just absolutely.
You've gone into the plant
struggling.
biology. I'm literally just having a
Oh
meme
my
about
God.
trousers.
Yeah. No, I was straight Shadow Realming right there.
Yeah, that's fair
My
enough.
brain could not be pulled out. It was over.
It's just how you just went, yeah. Would you? What do you mean? Oh God. Right. Well, Sprout clearly caught with their trousers around their ankles. The slacks, they weren't pulled up high enough, Davey, because they lost that round, mate. So Havu straight back in. Do go 3-2. A nice response there, actually, to keep the game close. Good to see Havu having that confidence on their side.
Yeah, absolutely. Havu looked like they should be the favorites on this map coming into it, but Sprout doing so well on Train. Just putting up such a fight that now Havu, they do have this full buy. What are they going to do with it, right? Full nades now, everything they could ever want. I do take that last gun round, but we see Sprout now going for the force. So the Scout, AK, and AUG saved, and so this is going to be a really tough round for the CTs. Havu have all the util, all of the means to go where they want with it, but there's Slacks finding that opening kill onto Jemmy yet again. He's able to, ooh, and that tag really close. Could have hit the head there. Only takes a bit of damage himself, but still able to get one and fall back towards CT.
So, a 5 versus 4. The team with a weakened buy doing a good job of getting the damage output in early with that peak from Slacks. Looking at the A site though, this is where the marauders of Havu are waiting just outside the city walls, about to bang on the door and about to try and raise this A site to the ground. As they just bide their time. They've got utility to play with. A bit of a backstab developing as well, as of course we do have Aerial, who's late round lurking into this one. Slowy will set up for the smoke. He'll be able to drop that out. X7 towards outside, at least looking to see if there is anything else that they can relay back over. They've got 35 seconds left now.
Yeah, and with only 30 seconds, they don't have much entry into the site. They are going to try to work their way towards ramp. Spitty's here with the Deagle, trying to contest, but they are really running the clock low here, Jackie, and that bomb is actually going towards the A-bomb site, I think. So yeah, they have to try to work their way towards hell here, but there's Spitty shooting him in the back, and everything's falling apart. Now this is just bomb. Zore by himself, trying to walk it into the A site. He will be able to get in, but he doesn't know Favin's here, and that will be the kill for him. So right there, Havu, they ran down the clock so low. They just weren't able to get into that. They just weren't able to get in anywhere. Honestly, the Sprout, the defense was just too strong. Havu waited for such a long time to take map control that in the end, they didn't have any.
God. That was an awkward one, dude. I don't know, Havu, you know, the DJ Khaled meme, really. You played yourself. It just took far too long. It looked a bit disjointed. I suppose Aerial, once he got into Secret, made the call, right? Of like, we should rotate here. We can get down through outside. So X7 goes to join him. At that point, you've got 2 players outside. You're thinking, okay, you know, you bun off the A site. No point pushing that. We'll go ramp. We'll get down through lower. But there's still a ramp player. You've still got to beat him. Doesn't matter if you've got players down below. And even they couldn't get their kills.
The bomb was towards the back of lobby too, so he didn't even go out ramp with whoever his teammate was that was going out there. So yeah, very very strange from Havu there. Go down 4 versus 5 on that anti-eco, and they just didn't really go for anything after that. No real control being taken. Now they are able to just sort of scrounge a buy together here. One Deagle, Mac 10, only a single AK on Zora. I guess if there was one player in the server you would want that hero AK to be on, it would be him. But there's Cressy opening up the round again towards Squeaky, taking down Slowy.
The pathway is blocked by a wall of fire. But as it goes down, we set our focus on Dennis, who has to fire at them with a Kalashnikov to stop them dead in their tracks. Only good enough for one before Zora bites back upon him. Cressy, though, lurking in the darkness, attacks him in the rear, and it's all down to Jemmy. So much time. He has a gun in his hands. He's got to recover the bomb, and he has to take down 4 CTs, potentially. Unloads onto the first, can come off the Galil and get himself an AK at least. Bomb's now in the back pocket as well. Spiddy, he's down to 1 HP, but it's Slacks that will take the first fight. And he'll land it with the Deagle. Stops any craziness coming out of Havu.
Yeah, they get down into that B-bomb site again, but so much pressure being applied from Sprout. Every time Havu tries to go somewhere, every time they try to take map control, Sprout is there to put pressure on them, and the Havu players just aren't able to find their kills. We saw there was opportunities for those kills to come out, but Sprout, their rotations, their timings have been so on point, just not allowing Havu to get any entry towards the sites. And now we do see just this full save from Havu. Just a single flash. Probably going to try to just dive bomb that bomb down the vent, but the Molotov is perfect. The eco frags are huge. And there's Cressy and Dennis just mopping them up, and Ariel trying to do something, but nope. All 5 players staying alive. The Glock save was worth a shot. They did throw the one flash. Unfortunately, maybe it missed. Nobody was blind. So they're not able to get down into that B-bomb site. 6-2 now. Sprout looking very solid on this third map on the CT side, and they've already got more rounds so far this half than they did the last time these teams played. Remember, Havu beat them the last time they played on Nuke 16-5, and Sprout not wanting that to happen again.
And that's the mad bit, though, right? Obviously, you look at the stats on that game, it's the fact that everyone in Havu was playing really well. You have a quick glance over here on the KDs that they're rocking right now into round 9, and it's not pretty. X7, 1-7. Slowy, 4-7. Ariel, 2-6. They're all just struggling to get into the game here. And they need to wake up soon. At least, at this point in time, they've got rifles again. Nearly everyone on the AKs, apart from Slowy. He's on the Galil. Oh, sat on the chair, just waiting outside of ramp. He's going to have to be patient, as he's been put on 66 HP.
Yeah, and this time, Zora is lurking over towards the back of lobby, but both of them go down at once. That's both of your lobby players dead immediately. The aggression from Sprout through the door. Slacks with the op, able to pick up Zora towards the back of lobby. Slowly goes down, trying to aggress towards trophy room. So the reaction from Havu is to try to go down secret, but Sprout knows that that's the play, and they've already rotated 2 players down here.
The Vent Warrior, Slacks, he'll hit the first. Ariel's gone. Jemmy's there. No reason to re-peek it. If he can bait him into the crossover, his teammate can do the damage for him. If Cressy fails, they can play together. Cressy will hit it, though. Easy connection onto Jemmy. And now on X7's POV, back in lobby. He's got the bomb on his back and a bit of utility. He's walking out towards the A site. Cressy, he's popped up. He's seen him. Favin will peek off the top of the hut. And just like that, Sprout go to 7, beating that scoreline even more now.
Yeah, now goes up to 7-2. And man, Sprout, they're looking so solid on the CT side. Like I said, their rotations have been so on point. Their timings have been impeccable. They go for that double push towards Squeaky, take out both of the lurkers, and immediately rotate straight down into secret, because they know that that will be the reaction from Havu, is to try to take map control elsewhere. They go straight down, they pick up both of those kills. It's absolutely just lovely, lovely Counter-Strike from Sprout.
Basic CS. That's all you need in a position like this. Dennis, though, he's going to be tested! Oh! Both of the guns, point blank, barrels in his face, but he doesn't give a damn. He knows how to handle 2 men at once. And Zori will go down as the third as he peeks out. Don't test Dirty Dennis.
No, absolutely not. Like you said, easily able to handle both of those men coming through the smoke. They drop down. That was their own smoke, too, and they try to drop down and run through it, but Dennis waiting right on the other side of it. Couple free kills for him. They were still able to pick up 2, though. So a little bit of damage being done by Havu, but not nearly enough. So you can see the amount of clean rounds Sprout has won here Just able to build up so much economy now. It's going to be so hard for Havu to get entry into any spots on the map right now because Sprout just has so much util to stop them and slow them down.
Oh, Dennis, he's giving himself away. Shoots into the back of T-Red. That should have been the opening frag, dude.
That was just bad, honestly.
Yeah.
It was just bad mechanics.
That's just a shame.
Yeah, he made a really good play, got a good flank off, should have been a free kill. Said he, like you said, shoots one bullet behind him twice, completely gives away his position, tries to escape. At that point, I feel like you have to just commit, bro. Yeah, just commit to the fight. You're not getting out. But instead, he does try to fall back, ends up going down, and this is the reaction from Sprout. We see Slacks going aggressive here towards the trophy room, and he's going to catch the back of X7, so he's gone down, but this play towards outside, getting aggressive here from Havu. They have secret control. They have control of outside of Mini, and that's a huge fight to win. Aerial coming into the game with his second kill of this round, and that's very important. Spitty does shut him down, but regardless, the space has been created, and it forces the reaction from Sprout.
Oh, the peak up top. Wow, that AWP could have stopped them dead in their tracks, but instead it allows them safe passage. But Fathom, oh, in towards Hart, able to swing back out. He's got me doing owl noises with how excited he is. Now back onto Spiddy then. Deagle in hand. Switches out to his trusty AUG. He'll go on the close contact. It's going to favour him. Azore buckles under the pressure. One more man to deal with to get a 9th round for Sprout. He can tap the bomb, but if he doesn't look towards his right, it should be good night. As Slowy, all he's got to do is face. Easy connection. Grabs the AWP as well on the way out, just in the nick of time. Havu, a much needed round.
Yeah, and somebody did inform Slowy that pros don't fake. Everybody knows this right away. And I actually really do like that play from Speed Red. He has no clue where he is. He has absolutely no... Slowy could have been heaven, could have been towards Mini, could have been pushed through the door. So he's just like, you know what? This is so early. He'll never expect me to just stick this. So he walks up, taps it, sticks it. Doesn't work out for him. Slowy does take the peek, but it was a risk worth taking because there's too many angles for him to clear. And so now Havu finally securing another round here on this third map. Going 8-3, and that's another big pick from Aerial. If he comes online now, at this point in the series, this could be the savior for Havu.
They need it. They need all the help they can get at this point. But a man like Aerial waking up now was the best chance they have. He's been quiet throughout the series. It's been up to Zore and X7 to do a good amount of the work. Even X7 sleeping here. He does have a chance to get a rude awakening towards outside. Meanwhile, Aerial doing more damage back onto Spiddy. X7 wins his ones as well. And here we go. Finally, Havu, they've got a good fighting chance into a round. It's just down to Sprout's last 2 surviving CTs. Slacks, though, coming around the corner with a no-scope. That's why he's their favourite pair of trousers, Davey, because he is unbelievable at getting the job done. Don't know if it'll be enough, though. It just puts Cressy in a 1v3.
Oh, what an engagement down there by the doors, dude. Honestly, I could see it. I could see Slacks hitting another no-scope onto Zore and potentially giving his team a chance to win this round, but Cressy doesn't have a kit, so he's not going to be going for this. He's outside. He's looking for something. We're going to try to recover that AUG, the more expensive weapon, towards outside. Yeah, that's the one. Grab himself a Molotov as well. Oh, that's $600, dude. That gets me excited. When I'm running around and it's like the end of the round, I'm trying to save, and I just see like a molly or a kit on the ground that I can pick up. I'm just like, ooh, money saved.
Like a magpie. But rather than like, you know, shiny things like a watch or some tin foil rolled into a ball, being brought back to your nest, just there with loads of Molotovs and just miscellaneous flashes all over the gap.
yeah, just extra nades everywhere.
Yeah, it's like that meme. You just walk into Davey's house, like, damn, you live like this? There's just flashbangs everywhere. There's a couple of kits on the floor. Desks just entirely made of Molotovs.
Yeah, why not, you know? I mean, besides the obvious danger.
Well, if you put like a table on top of it, it might be all right. Just don't light them.
Well, you
wouldn't be very structural.
Definitely don't let. I feel like it's still just a little dangerous, though. Like, there's definitely an added danger to it.
Probably, but we do like to live dangerously, and the danger has come in the form of Zore, straight towards outside. The big game hunter taking down an important mad fragger for the side of Sprout as we lose out on Slacks immediately. Dennis has to trade it back. Slowy. Ooh, it looked like maybe he was going to miss that and he'd drop off, but no. Gets the follow-up shot with the AK. So now they've opened up both access points into B.
Yeah, and they've just gone straight down, too, but they'd actually decide to turn around and come back up. The bomb is here, but there's Zora getting another pick onto Dennis, trying to re-aggress outside, but the patience from Havu is paying off for them here as Favin is down in the B site, and it's only Cressy here in A, and he's going to get pinched from so many angles if they do decide to come into this site.
"50 seconds. 2 men on the T side walking into the crosshair. A furious Favin. He wants to dig his claws in. They're out, but they're not quite landing. Follow up HE will go a little bit deep, but it will tag on Aerial. Dives through the vent, but his pathway is blocked. Right now, doing his best John McClane impression. He knows what a TV dinner feels like, but can he take a bite out of them? Instead, though, flicks back around. He'll head into Decontam and stay alive. Cressy will be the one to take the full frontal assault with the AUG. Hits 2 nice shots. The backstab from Cressy is right there as well. Just standing, waiting for the timing. They'll peek and they'll do it. They bring that round back. Harvu, the biggest lead we had seen in terms of the battle of attrition, but they still fluff their lines.
Wow, what a 2 versus 4 there from Havu. Both of the players, Favin's rotations was so good. Obviously, we can't discount Cressy's 3K there at the end, getting that double spray down on the players going out of the door. But regardless of that, I mean, Havu, they had more nades. They could have smoked off both sides of ramp. I saw at the end of the round there was a smoke on the ground on those dead bodies at the double door. So that means they could have potentially gone up to the windows and used those smokes to cut off that rotation from ramp. They elect not to and end up paying the price for it.
Very costly. Sprout. Still good to see, though, again, something we've been praising throughout this series, no matter if they're trailing behind or if they're in the lead, right? Take the pause and talk about things.
This is kind of a tilt force. Like, we see the Galil full nades being bought from Jemmy. Ariel's got that AK, no smoke, just AK flashes. He actually drops, one of the AKs gets dropped over from Zori. Unless there's, yeah, look, so we see a MAC-10, a Deagle, 2 AKs and a Galil at 9-4. There's no need to do this. Go on T-side Nuke. You take the save here. You go for the buy next round, but they're just trying to go for the fast A play straight down the vent, and they're spotted. Tons of damage being taken. In fact, a kill being found onto X7 through the smoke. And this means that they know exactly what's going on, but there it is. Ariel is online, finds a kill. Slacks and Dennis. Oh my god, everything happening across the map. Kills being found left and right. Slacks, Dennis, and Speedy each getting 1. And now it's just Jemmy out onto the A site, able to get that pick, but loses half of his HP. And now, 1 versus 2, needs to be able to pull this off.
Ooh, trying to run straight out the door. Timing there as Slacks arrives from the right side of the ramp. Snaps onto him. Secures the kill. And secures the round. It's rough for Havu as well. It felt like they made the best of a bad situation, right? They were going to make that round work. And then what do you know? You blink and you would have missed it, literally. All 3 of the players just gone.
This is what I was saying, and now we see this is two force buys in a row pretty much. They have 2 people with AK light armor, Deagles and a bunch of nades. Whereas if you just took you took the hit last round, you just do a half buy, just Deagle armor last round. Then this round you have a full buy. Instead they have 2 rounds of half buys. And it's just there's just no need for it, especially on the T side of Nuke. You can take that. Oh, come on. Poor Slacks. He's like, man, there's no way he saw me opping Big Garage and peeks out before his smoke lands. Slacks is so upset about that.
Dennis taking his anger out on them with a more direct method. Oh, God, they're all gone. They've just been ruined by Dennis. X7, though, does trade it back and keeps us into a 2-on-2 only. A 1v2 now as Aerial. He was miles away. He's got a marathon to run to get back over to where the bomb is. He's got tons of time, and he does have a weapon as well. AK in his palms. Palms that must be sweaty. Coming round the corner. We'll see if he can keep himself alive or if he will just be dropping his spaghetti everywhere, because Favin's right there. Should walk out on him unless he clears the tight right angle. Oh, it even was given to him. 1 headshot is all it would have been. But no, Favin cleans up 11-4. Maybe we see the 16-6 in the other way around. Maybe this is Sprout literally doing the exact reverse.
You know, we just might, especially depending on this pistol. Like I've said, though, 11-4 scoreline is the most misleading scoreline in all of Counter-Strike. You feel like you're dominating the game, but just a few rounds go awry, and especially on the T side of Nuke, like, right, they're winning 11-4. It feels like a lot, but this still means that they have to win 5 rounds on the T side of Nuke. And if you're not a team who's, right now, Sprout does look like they're feeling it, right? Like they feel confident, but you never know. You lose the pistol, you lose a few gun rounds, and all of a sudden, you have to claw draw 5 rounds out of almost nothing, it feels like. And even though you feel like you're winning by a lot, it's still a lot of rounds, especially if they're all gun rounds, to have to pull out here on the T side of Nuke. So don't count Havu out just yet if you are watching this game, especially we see Jemmy with the dualies and the nade. Huge fan. And what is he going to do with them? Usually you just play close towards Hut, or maybe towards Squeaky. Top Hut's always a go-to spot. People like to try to get inside of Hut with them. I think that only works the best is if you get armor, or if you get dualies dropped to you, so you have dualies and armor, because you just get tagged up too hard in there without it.
Yeah, it does feel like it's worth doing. It's like the old Tech 9 raid boss you used to go for. Man. All right, Jemmy then. Actually, prime time angle for this, depending on how they play. They could be running straight in to the double dually domination coming out from the big boy on top of the Hut, as Jemmy waiting, biding his time. The T's doing the exact same as well, hoping that maybe there'll be an overconfident play from Havu to instigate this round. Instead, as they get contact, they bombard their way out. It baited Jemmy. He came off the angle. He gives them an intro. Oh, but it won't matter as his entire team have done the damage. It's all on Spiddy. P250, but I think he's going to come unstuck. Maybe not. He's going to stick it to him. 2 smooth shots from the pistol. Opens the door to bait them as well. Walks back out onto the site. Spiddy! Oh, it was a quality COD kill, but it's not enough, man. Aerial, the last second save for Havu. They're still in the game. They needed that pistol. And boy, did they nearly lose it.
Yeah, what a round from Spiddy, able to hit all of those one-taps with the P250. You could see at the end that rotation from Aerial was just enough to secure the round for Havu. He hits another one-tap onto that player towards Hut, but Aerial very quick to swing out from heaven, make sure that trade comes in. And man, that was close. Spiddy almost able to secure that T-side pistol for Sprout, but just not enough in the end. And Havu get the round they need to start building up this CT side lead. And Slacks does have the scout, but no deagles on the board. So that is something to keep in mind. As that means we won't see any crazy 1-deag shenanigans that we've seen throughout this entire event.
Yeah, 0% on the Flashpoint deagometer. Ooh. Spiddy, though. He's going to get bombed on, quite literally. Brings it down to 28 HP off the back of that nade. So that's hurt the silo player a little bit. They are all slowly working their way up, grouped up towards outside. It's a nice tag from the scout, which will allow Spiddy to trade it back. So they do go 1-for-1 on the early contact, but they've already taken so much damage. Spiddy's low, Slacks is in a rough spot. If they drop off Hut here, Aerial could backstab and really ruin the round.
Yeah, any kills they're able to find here is so important because they just have Glocks on the 1 scout, right? So they're not expecting to win this round. They're just trying to do as much damage as they can. And any kill they're able to find can be absolutely huge for keeping Havu's economy in check. So now Favin comes down the ladder. X7 will have heard this and actually is able to find the shot onto Slacks as well. That is the scout down. They're trying to group up and push him. He's not going to be able to get away. The jump from Favin, absolutely huge. Allows Cressy to be able to push up and get that trade before Aerial closes it out. But still, 2 kills on a Glock round from Sprout. Very nice, very good. They'll be able to keep Havu's economy somewhat in check now as they buy into this round with the AKs. And again, just want to point out that jump from Favin as he jumps across forces the crosshair to be pulled and dragged with him. That allows Cressy to be able to get that trade. So very well done. Good play. And that's Sprout using all of their timeouts now. So they're out.
I thought they were going for the... they are. They're having a little team huddle. Look, everyone's facing. That's quite cute.
Oh, yeah,
oh no, hang on a minute. They've stopped. Look, 2 players at the front. Look, who's not getting involved? Is it Dennis? It's very rude, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, Dennis.
That is rude.
Yeah, what a jerk.
Yeah, you bad man. How dare you?
Yeah, you mean person.
You're not listening. You're not getting involved in the RP.
You don't care about the team, huh? You don't care about the team? Unbelievable.
Dude, I think the best, Team Talk RP was the one where NIP years ago, where they all got the nade out. You right-click, so it's just the hand out. They put the hands in the middle and then lifted them up.
Oh,
that was huge. That actually did take some synergy. That is
pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, big fan of that one. None of that from Sprout, though. It's just the classic little conference call. Conference call's over, though, and they're ready to get back into the gameplay.
Yeah, and these are going to be the smokes coming out. Actually, I've never seen this smoke before. Well, I'm sure and we can tell where it's going to land, but I've never seen anybody line up a smoke here, so I'm curious where Dennis is going to end up throwing this and where this goes. It's not gonna,
It's gonna keep you guessing, mate.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Just we're gonna be left curious for a long time.
Here we go.
There it is.
Is it just the classic outside smoke?
That's what I mean, but like, oh, it's just the single cross smoke, so it doesn't block off the whole thing, but it does block off quite a bit. Yeah, so there's the second one to connect to it. It's just the three smokes that go from main towards secret. So, yep, classic. They've just found a new spot to throw them from. Totally fine. So Jemmy's pushed into the hut. 4 and 15 though. Not feeling super confident so far this game. The nades are coming out onto A.
That's the offensive utility used to open up the positions that might be in play from the CTs, but it's not going to be an A take. It was all an elaborate ruse. In reality, they want to go towards B. They force the ramp player back. X7, scared, drops off, but does re-peek into it, and it works well. Goes back for seconds as well, but that was a little bit more sloppy. And now the site's being cracked wide open. In comes the human can opener of Zorre to put the pressure on. And he will lose his fight. Aerial straight in already, and they're just charging back on. They want to storm their way in like barbarians, and they will win out on this one, clubbing all of the players on Sprout and getting a 7th round for Havu.
Yeah, despite the fact that Havu played pretty much that entire round towards the end, down 1 man, they still don't stop fighting. They take the aggressive peaks when they know where Sprout is. They take those fights, and they're able to just pull it off. Ariel and Jemmy with 1 and 2 kills apiece. And that will be the 7th round for Havu, and they're starting to build up the CT side. But again, because they've lost so many players in these rounds, drops need to come out, economy not being built. But this is exactly what I was talking about. This is the dangerous part of that 11-4 scoreline. Now, if Havu wins this round, Sprout has invested a ton into this for a half buy. Slacks hasn't got the armor, he just has the nades. So I'm assuming this is going to be a full A set piece, and Havu needs to make sure that they're ready for this, because this is going to be the full execute coming out from Sprout.
They're ready on T-Roof. Flash is primed, waiting for the call. That'll be the first going in to try and blind them. And here comes the cavalry straight through the door. Jemmy! Oh, even when he's blind, he's still hitting shots, but he will burn to a crisp. Goes down in the fire. The fire coming out from the man up top won't land, though. Zore's dead. Slowy, pushed from the left and the right at the same time. They overwhelm him, and he's dropped. Big advantage for Havu in terms of the firepower and the HP. But they still have to pull this retake off. They go in, both of them from heaven. Cressy still scared about someone coming from main. He won't be able to stay alive, so Havu closing the gap.
And no bomb plant's actually really significant. It's not going to matter a whole lot into this round. We are going to see Slacks get the op. You see, they buy all the way down to 0. If they had that bomb plant, they would have the extra money to be able to buy again next round, even if they lose. But because of the no plant, if they don't get the bomb down this round and Sprout does lose this, that would be another eco next round. So Sprout, this is a big round for them. They need to make sure they win this, and this is that 11-4 scoreline I was talking about. Now Havu, they have their guns, they have the money. Ooh, and actually, that's the aggressive push. Slack's not quite ready for it, so he is able to get away. But now Havu, on 8 rounds, able to do something here. And what a flash.
That was nice, mate. Strong forearm.
Yeah. Been working out.
Yeah, he's got one of those power balls. Yeah, you wind up. The hockey players love them.
Yeah. No, they're good.
They are pretty strong. Yeah, it's a good forearm workout. I use them in between rounds of CS, mate. Makes your mouths feel really light.
Generally, you do prefer the shake weight.
But that is true. That is true. That's good for tone.
It's just better overall practice.
Other brands of workout gear are available here at Flashpoint. Just in case we have brought in the workout sponsors.
Just in case
you never know, man. You never know. Esports is crazy these days, so I'm not trying to step on any toes. However, the toes of Sprout have been put to use to bring them back over towards the A site. They set themselves up for a bit of aggression. The tag going out through Hut drops Slowy really low. He's on 35 HP. Again, playing on the off angle above Hut. So he's got that UMP to just spam down into the hitboxes when they push out. And that push is coming now. 30 seconds on the clock. There goes the flashes. And this is where they're going to start to make their move in towards the site. The Molly's down. Cressy's down on B as well. So he can flank out onto the ramp players. And they've actually realized, you know what, boys? Let's just take this to ramp. We can shut down Zorre, get into the site. But you've still got to shut down Zorre. And he's still standing. Flips onto the second before we go over to X7. That will cut through the last 2 and stop Sprout from springing a leak into B.
Well, that was actually such a cool strat from Sprout. They fake that A execute, get the player down the vent. He very quickly runs towards the ramp to get that flank off, but he thought that the CTs knew he was down the vent because he had made so much noise, they made so much presence, but in reality, Havu had no clue he was down there. He could have walked up and got that free flank onto Zore, but unfortunately for him, the team, Sprout, their players towards Trophy Room actually faced towards ramp before the flank came in, so Zore is able to get the pick, and as he unscoops, he sees him coming up that ramp, so he's able to quickly peek out, get the second one as well, and the entire round falls apart. It was the right idea from Sprout, just not executed properly.
Havu. Ooh, they'll be happy because of this. It should mean they should have a really easy round here. Instead, though, Zore, misses the shot, has his face cut wide open because of it. They keep it in close nick. We do only have 6 players alive, 3 on either side. 1:15 on the clock as they grab the one weapon they could. Slacks, now armed with the AK. They slow the round down. Tons of time to play with. They set their focus back over on the A site.
Yeah, they do, and the only player defending it up here is Jemmy, but they have those 2 players down in secret, and they are currently re-aggressing. The timing needs to be big here. They know that they were down here. T's are aware. They heard that vent drop, but they don't know how many and where they're coming from. This bomb's getting planted for main, and this is going to be dangerous. He is going to lose his life, but the bomb goes down first. Favin trying to get the trade. The player out of hut, the player out of heaven, just able to secure that one, and Favin cannot land the deagle shots, and now this will be the 10th round for Havu. And I feel like I cursed Sprout. I was talking earlier about the 11-4 scoreline and how dangerous it is, and now all of a sudden, the scoreline is 11-10. Havu able to secure this one if they ever do defuse the bomb. Classic G2 moment right here.
Yeah, after a little celebration. Don't take it too close.
Yeah, you have to take your victory lap.
Yeah. Might as well enjoy it, mate. Little spam on the bomb. Make sure you got all the bits and bobs.
That did used to be fun back in the day. Like, you would defuse, like, let's say, like, the guy's planning on B on Dust 2, and you kill him, like, as he's planning. So it's like a 1v1, but you get him right when the bomb gets planted, and you go run through tunnels, run all the way around through mid, back up into B and defuse the bomb. Yeah, just full victory lap it.
That is the classic, mate.
It would be great in, like, officials and stuff when you know the other team is going to watch the demo back and just watch you just go celebrate. Like, you just knew it was going to just tilt them.
Oh, breaking their mental even after the game. So,
you know, I used to have a bind too when I would do it in like 1.6 scrims where I had a bind that would just press button, it would just say victory lap, like just over and over, just spamming victory lap as I would run in circles around the site. You just know it was tilting.
We've been giving out a lot of like top tips on how to just straight troll your opponents, really, haven't we?
That's true, yeah.
We've been giving out all the key info. That's what it is. The mental game.
Well, it's also important because you got to know when someone else is doing it to you.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so that's why it's good to know all the little tricks. That way you can avoid them yourself.
You've got to analyze the chat messages just in case. If something looks like it's a bind, never reply. Not worth it, because then they'll spam it twice and you know you've been done.
Yeah, but it's over for you at that point. Speaking of over for, and that's Dennis. This round's over for him. As Zore going aggressive, getting that pick. The counter nade does come out, so lots of damage done. When again, that aggressive flash, X7 does spot out the op, and they are going fast in towards ramp here. He drops the smoke, drops the flash, and he wants to stay and fight. No, he doesn't. He actually does decide to back off. It is the right play. You're up numbers. No need to throw your life away. Zore has this hell side of the map covered. So now they have ramp control, and they're trying to work their way down.
Oh, that's a beautiful flash, the timing on it. By the time he turned back around, Cressy was already firmly planted on the ground and could hit the shot with the AK. Good bait play setup, though, from the 2 CTs that are on B. They clear out one of them, but they can't do the job onto the second. Favin had to step up to the plate. Ooh, the flick from Zore, it was on him as well. But Spiddy's actually been able to shut him down. So here we go, Sprout. Finally, with a fighting chance after quite some time. It seemed like it was going to go 11-11. But now there's a chance it could be the 12. Unless Yemi can actually clutch this one out. Back down through the vent. AK in the hands as he'll walk up towards the Econtam. Door is shut and the angle is covered. He'll open it up, ready on the head. It's a fast flick as he'll take down Favin. Spiddy back towards Dark Spot. Oh. He's got the molly. That could be the round winning play. He's got a peek, but he just stands in it, gives it, and wins the round.
Yeah, Spiddy there. He got mollied off. He takes the early peek, wide swing out. He pre-fires the door, and he just had more HP at the end of it, right? It was 50 damage each, but You only have 50 HP, you lose out. So Spitty just able to secure it. The bait setup from Havu there was actually so good. X7 realized that his teammates had over-rotated down into lower, so he had to go aggressive up the ramp and try to bait them into coming down. He throws his life away for the team. They walk straight into the bait setup, and his teammates just aren't able to get more than one frag each, despite the fact that they had no clue they were there, weren't able to secure those kills. And so Sprout just win it in the end. That's another opening pick. That was Cressy getting the pick onto Slowy outside, but this is the eco round from Havu.
Waiting now. Holding their angle, Sprout here. You can afford to play the slow default on this round. Obviously, just wait and play on the anti-eco. See if Havu will push into you. Doesn't seem like they're really wanting to do too much of a crazy play. Although, with the 3 players they've got here towards ramp, they could try and push up for a late round flank. No one's holding it. Depending on the timing, this could be quite nice for them. Bait play there towards Hut as well, so they'll swing out. Aerial connects onto 1. The CZ good enough for 2. And now, we're in a horrible spot until Dennis decides to put his foot down and stomps out the lives of the other 2, dropping it all on Zore with just the USP miles away at ramp. Oh, he doesn't even want it, mate. He wants the Deagle.
Ooh, and he threw that USP back there so that he didn't make noise when picking up this Deagle here. Very heads-up play, and it does allow him to find 1. That's the headshot connecting onto Dennis. He shouldn't be able to get more than that, though, as Spitty's up on top of the blacktop, able to shut him down. But this little smart, just a small little thing. I love those. You know that's what I love. He backs up, throws the USP away in ramp, so there's no sound cues given away. Grabs a Deagle and able to get 1 more kill into the round. So stats officially padded, and Sprout officially on another full buy round here. We do see the auto shotty coming up from Slowy. He is the Hut player. And where is Sprout going to take this? 13-10 now. Havu having their little mini resurgence, but now Sprout firmly back in control of their T side.
I really want to see that auto shotty get an opportunity to shine, to be honest. I hope he's got the blue spruce as well. Most powerful auto shotty skin. Nope, not at all. Nah, yeah, that's probably not going to work. That's probably not going to work, Davey.
No, it's not. It's just not good enough, is it?
You need the blue spruce. That's the top tip. You can use an auto shotty, blue spruce, or bust.
Is there stat track blue spruces? Probably
no,
not.
No. Shame. It really is.
Yeah.
Obviously, it'd be the most used gun, so I had to kind of dial it back a little bit. Valve had to nerf it, and that's why Blue Spruce would have won out on that engagement, but instead, Faven finds the headshot, puts them to bed, and this 13th round could quite quickly become a 14th for Sprout and leave them close to shutting down the series if Havu can't step up to the plate right here, right now. They have an AWP, an M4 on an AUG. They've got good utility as well. Zore, he's got map control all the way up towards lobby. This could be gigantic. Slacks, when he goes in, at the very least, we could see a 1-for-1 trade here from Zore. He could then peel back over towards the A site. They're going to peek together, and they actually catch him off guard as he's repositioning. Yemi, his job's now so much harder, and he can't do it. X7 sat on the vent, in the ladder, just baiting him out, drives through, and gets 2. But it won't mean anything. Sprout will get the round overall, and they're now 1 away from the match point.
Yeah, there was just too many players there for X7 coming from too many angles. He tries to recover it. Like you were saying, if Zore was, if he just, it's impossible to know, but if he had just held that angle for half a second longer, he was about to find that frag onto Slacks and potentially be able to bring them back into the round, but it wasn't meant to be. And now Zore, the hero from the first 2 maps, is getting a little bit of help now from Aerial. He's back in the game, slowly still doing his thing, but Yemi has just not been able to do enough. He's been struggling here towards the hut, and this ramp aggression is already not paying off. And oh, Slacks takes his Glock out actually, and that's the flying headshot from Aerial with the CZ as they push on through. Dennis able to find some, and this is at this point just the cleanup crew. Slowy's able to find 1 with his Deagle outside. With no armor, he just does recover the AK, and he needs to try to find a little corner to hide in and hold on to this. Well, actually, he wants to fight. He wants to go for this.
If he loses this, that is going to be the 15th round. So clutch or bust, really, for Havu here. They need this to stay alive in the series if they want to go to Flashpoint 3. He's been spotted. Peeks out the window. Seemed like maybe there would have been a chance to open it up. The players were low as well, but nah. Not good enough, couldn't hit it. Dennis takes him down with the AWP. He'll pass that back over to Slacks now, going into round 26. Sprout, 1 round away from winning the series 2-1 over Havu, qualifying to Flashpoint 3, and knowing that they have that position in the RMR event locked in.
Yeah, Dennis, not normally known for his hopping, but able to hit the flick shot there, which does secure the round. Slowy really should have tried to hold on to that AK. Much more important than going for any kills there. You're obviously not going to be breaking the economy of Sprout with a round like that. But now, Havu on 10. This is match point. And if Sprout win this, they will be going through and qualifying for Flashpoint 3. And again, this slow play towards lobby, letting Slacks work that up. And they'd open the door to apply pressure. Slowy's going to come under a lot of pressure here real soon.
This would be the play of the game from Slowy, if he can stop him. If the call is made from Sprout to bombard out onto the A site, they have that util. The flashes to go over from up top. Obviously Spiddy on T-roof, he'll get himself on top of the AC. You can molly in to force him off the hut, make it more awkward. You've then got the flashes that will come in, and the T's will just go for the overwhelming play. That's the opening molly to try and force back Jemmy. Looks like he's actually holding wary about a push towards outside that isn't coming.
Yeah, they do have a decent crossfire setup here, but Favin, if he can find this timing and get out quickly, Slowy and Yemi might not be able to find it, but he is. Oh, yeah, see, he just gets the tag onto Slowy. They think top hut's clear, though, and Yemi's still up here. And they just burned their nades, but they're actually turning around and going back to ramp.
It was all an elaborate ruse. Instead, they wanted to go back towards the B site. X7's there, and he's supported by Aerial, and they are sending them all off to sleep. Good night, Sprout, as Havu keep themselves in the game. 11 rounds, 4 more to go. One after another. They cannot afford to lose a single round.
No, they can't. If they do, the game will be over. So basic math striking again, as now Zoria is able to upgrade. He's able to get that armor now. Finally, no more glass cannon op. And Sprout, they had that A execute. That's what they looked like they were trying to do. And maybe once the frags weren't found, they decided to fall back, try to go towards ramp. But X7 and Aerial were waiting, able to take them down. Trying to go for that aggressive play. And now it's just Slacks with the scout. We do have Deagles on the board, so always a risk. Dennis and Krezi each have their own. So now Slacks is looking for something outside with this scout, but Aerial is in prime position to make sure that he's not able to find anything except for death. As Aerial right from the side. Stab. Oh! Aerial trying to take these deep fights. He doesn't actually have a smoke to get himself out of here, so he's relying on his teammates to save him. Ooh, and actually he's relying on himself as Dennis tries to go through the smoke. Aerial finds it, and now Yemi with another one onto Cressy trying to get out Hutton. It's just Spiddy with the Glock. He goes down as well. Clean round from Havu. All 5 players staying alive. Again, in the end, it's not going to matter because they can't get reset, because if they lose one more, the game is over. So, but still, it's just nice. It just feels good to have all 5 people stay alive.
Yeah. Definitely does. Keep the confidence going. Hopefully, give them a little bit more of it, as you need it now. Few rounds here to scrape your way through to take us to an overtime. At that point, it could be anyone's game. It could be anyone's spot at Flashpoint. And that's why there's still so much pressure riding on both of these teams. Sprout will know that the job isn't done yet. Though, one of the factors that could help them massively, of course, is the investment again from Slacks back onto the AWP. It's been a huge set piece for them. He's got 23 kills to his name right now. And we'll see if he does any more here into the 28th.
And Dennis, using this lurk smoke, trying to get close towards Mini. He's going to be able to. Zora is down in secret. There's no fast rotate towards this A bomb site, and that is exactly where Sprout's grouping up to. But Aerial, with the wall hacks, able to secure that kill on Dennis through the smoke. And that's absolutely huge, because that split was about to come out towards A.
The smoked assailant doesn't give a damn if he can see you or not. See you later, though, is what Cressy will be saying as he hits the headshot back onto Jemmy. He goes back in.
He's flashed himself.
Oh, Favin on the peak. Ruined Slowy as he's blind. And will they be blindsided? Will Havu give up the goose here and now on the 28th round? Or can they keep themselves alive in this game? They need to hold on and dig their fingers in. Aerial He'll play on the close angle towards the hut. Meanwhile, Zore, he's got to pick up the mantle of playing deep towards CT Vent. Watching over by Squeaky. The T's, they won't go for anything crazy though. They bide their time. There's been no push from Havu, so instead they set their focus back over towards the ramp. The boosted face, Slacks clearing out the angle, wary of Zore being there, but in reality, it's X7 that's on the scene, and he wants to leave them displeased as he attacks on the first, shuts down one man. Meanwhile, back over at A, they have been blown off the server, and it's now all on X7 to finish what he started. It would need to be a 4K to win the round. He's up top, spots out another one, tries to rip the head off, but can't quite do it. He's panicked, he's overwhelmed, he's scared to death, he's scared to look, he's shook. The Sprout, they win it, they qualify, and they move on to Flashpoint, 2 maps to 1.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Well played from Sprout. We saw that the last time these two teams played, Havu was able to win that 16-5. This time, Sprout with a very, very convincing win over Havu. We saw it did get a little bit dicey there. Havu on their CT side was able to run up the score a little bit, get up to that 10, but they weren't able to go much farther than that, as Sprout, in the end, able to close it out. That last round got real close. That opening pick towards outside went the way of Havu, but the reaction from Cressy to go aggressive towards Squeaky and get that pick on top hut, unbelievable. Well played. Congratulations to Sprout.
Yeah, definitely. Well, a crazy result, but we can always have normality with Freya joining us again after the series.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Huge congratulations to Sprout. The sweet taste of revenge as they managed to take down Havu, and an even sweeter taste as they managed to make it to Flashpoint 3. A huge result from the Germans, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to seeing them taking to the stage at the RMR. And as saying, Davey, a huge result for them as well, not only managing to claim revenge, but they do it incredibly convincingly and taking away a map that Havu had taken over them dominantly last time.
Yeah, and how close they made Train as well. They made Train super close. This could have been a 2-0, absolutely. The first map, very convincing from Sprouts. The third map, very convincing from Sprout. They've shown that they are an absolute force here at this event, taking down Havu. Like we said, the last time they played, Havu won this convincingly. So for Sprout to turn that around and get this revenge must be bittersweet for them.
And it all started with such a dominant CT side from Sprout. Sure, we kind of expect that coming into Nuke, but they did look incredibly clean doing so, Jackie.
They did. And I think it's ridiculous, right, that obviously, you know, when we were looking at it and we were talking about the last time they matched up, the scoreline we had there, David said it himself, just that scoreline was completely flipped. Sprout had way more in the first half than they ever did the last time they went on, and it just didn't stop. They kept adding to that tally. They kept being really unstoppable in some of these crazy clutch rounds where they didn't have much of a chance. It felt like on the day going into this map, the team just played better once again. Overall, the full 5 was the difference maker. Individually, I'd still say Havu had some amazing moments, but that's all it was, individually.
Yeah, and I think looking at the individuals on the side of Sprout as well, you just kind of alluded to it there, but everybody stepped up when they needed to most, David. We can see it from some of these highlights. All 5 players were incredibly reliable coming into this entire best-of-3 series.
Yeah, definitely. You can see it's what I was saying before the series started, that Sprout, they play that very systematic Counter-Strike. Their team is built around that system, so that gives the opportunity for every single player to have their impact, to have their moments. That's exactly what we saw. It's exactly what happened. Sprout able to play their system, able to pick up the win, and in the end it's 16-12, and Sprout played that so well on both halves.
Yeah, it was incredible to witness from Sprout, and huge congratulations to them once again for claiming that spot at Flashpoint 3. And we were kind of highlighting a couple of players that we were going to be watching coming into this, Jackie. We were highlighting the AWPers mainly from both sides of the equations, and Slacks, once again, he steps up on Nuke.
He does. Slacks, 23 kills, right? Really had a huge game in terms of impact. He was able to come out big in the opening round. From that point forward, I think he just knew what he had to do throughout all 30 of those rounds. Followed closely, though, by a man that maybe didn't get as much love from us as we should have been giving him. Favon, across the whole series, he was plus 17, 61 to 44. Favon was a beast. Like, that guy was absolutely unbelievable on all 3 maps.
Well, we were just talking about the devil there, and I think we've got a chance to be checking in with Slacks after that incredible win. So first of all, man, congratulations on making it to Flashpoint 3. Can you put into words how it feels for the team to have done that?
Actually unbelievable for us. Like, we had a really bad showing in MDL last week before the bootcamp, and like the mood in our team was horrible. Like it was really, really horrible, and we didn't think about it before the bootcamp. And then we came here and we worked really hard, and now it paid off, and it's amazing.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Oh, that's
I
really
didn't
interesting. I didn't realize
were...
you guys were in that bootcamp facility together. So can you kind of talk us through what you've been doing to change that mentality as a team?
So yeah, we have a 2-week bootcamp. We arrived last week in Monday, and it's a really nice facility in Germany where also Furia and MLBR were staying, and like we have the best conditions, and we just needed it, I think, for ourselves to practice hard, to work hard, to do more, and to see each other, to feel the hype. And I think it helped us a lot that we met here in the facility.
Yeah, it definitely did.
It definitely did pay off. I'm interested to hear, Jackie, potentially you have a couple of questions to ask Lex?
Yeah, I was curious more than anything about the train game, because that was the balmy one for me with how close it was on the 16-14. In terms of the comms, what was it like on that last round? Because even that looked hectic. It still seemed like there was going to be another round for you to force it to OT.
Yeah, I think we screwed up on train a lot. We had a really, really bad CT side. We lost anti-eco after we won the pistol, and yeah, they just played really, really good and really slow, and they just outplayed us on their T side. And I think it was still a nice showing from us, and maybe it was the advantage we took onto Nuke that we could grind out so many rounds on the T side against Havu, which is their best map. So we got like a mental advantage kind of. And communication wise, I think it was hectic all along in the close rounds. We are still a new team. We need to work on that for sure. And especially me and Cressy coming from Ethics, we are still a little bit too hectic sometimes.
Oh man, it was good to see though. Like Train was actually a really interesting map, and I think that's one of the big factors for me as well. Is it was the map where I suppose the AWP wasn't as important. It was another one where we saw Favon really shining with a rifle. He had a huge series, dude. So I suppose really the only question there is, what's he getting? Is he getting a little day off? Everyone on the team give him a good pat on the back after that series.
Yeah, for sure. Like Favon, especially on T side, is crazy. Like so many rounds we win off of him, and yeah. We're gonna say thank you to him 100%.
Me too, buddy.
Well, there's no rest for you just yet, Slack. So we're going to be seeing you taken to the stage very, very shortly. And you're going to be coming up against Anonymo in this seeding matchup. Just quickly, before you go and get a quick break, what are your kind of thoughts on them as a team? How did you feel you stack up against them?
So coming into this tournament, they looked really bad, I have to say. Like in MDL and everything they played, they didn't really play, like statistic-wise and results-wise, they didn't play really good. But seeing them in this tournament, it's like amazing how they, like kind of like us, coming from a really bad phase and turning things around and playing really, really good. And now they're playing, or they're already qualified, I guess, if they're playing against us for seeding.
Yes.
So
Yes.
yeah, guess they're doing their jobs right.
Well, I'm excited to see you two guys clashing heads. And again, huge congratulations for making it to Flashpoint 3 Slacks. Cannot wait to see more of you guys there.
Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Oh, lovely to get to check in with Slacks. It's also going to be interesting to see them colliding yet again. It's been a bit of a stamina day for the side of Sprout, Jackie, but I think this next matchup is going to be very exciting indeed. As Slacks was just saying, didn't really expect too much from Anonymo coming into this, considering what he's seen at previous tournaments.
Yeah, which I suppose kind of mirrors like what we were saying right on day one. We were like, yeah, I mean, information's a bit limited. We're not too sure how well they're going to do. And then all of a sudden we're looking at the bracket and we're like, oh, all right, they're just sick, aren't they? I guess they are just unreal. So I suppose that's everyone's going through that same kind of realization that we were, that they're looking unbelievable in this qualifier.
Yeah, and it's going to be an unbelievable matchup coming your way next. So the winners that we have just seen taking down Haru Sprout are going to be taking on Anonymo for the seeding places going into Flashpoint 3. But not before we head to a quick break, so make sure you join us back after that.
gravitate. I don't feel good and my body starts to shake. I fell in love with a girl I haven't seen her met so far. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the only one who sees what they say it takes to be a man and what a man can be. It's all a lie, it's all a fraud. They only feed you with what they're being fed. Sometimes I still feel it's all so dull. So why don't you take it all? Take it away from me. 'Cause someday I'll leave this place, even if cities don't run away. Don't run away. Well, it makes me lose my mind, but I don't get it why everybody's moving so fast and I'm not even blinking with an eye. But I don't want your badge, I don't need no gun. I'd rather bleed truth than feel misunderstood. Sometimes I still feel it's all so dull. So why don't you take it all? Take it away from me. Someday I'll leave this place, even if cities don't run away. Don't run away. So why don't you take it all? Take it away from me. Someday I'll leave this place, even if cities don't run away. Don't run away. Don't run away.
you burn a hole right into the sun and call it home. So I'll let myself fall into your arms.
Two more teams have cemented their spots at Flashpoint 3, but now it is time to find out who will come out as the top dogs. Our lower bracket final is on the cards, and it's all important placements for these teams as they head speeding towards the RMR. Of course, it's also important to fill this lovely desk up here with me, and who better to do that? Big brains of Davey and Jackie. Gentlemen, we have had a fantastic morning starting off the proceedings. Davey, I think that was a matchup that we could look back on and be a little bit heartbroken for Havu, considering the history between them and Sprout.
Yeah, definitely. I think they would have been very disappointed with their performance, as you heard from the Sprout player himself, from the man Slacks. That Nuke they consider to be Havu's best map. So the fact that they were able to get outclassed so significantly on that map is such a weird loss for them. And on Train too, they were barely able to close that out. Given those two maps, when you look at the vetoes and you see how that went, I know I for sure was thinking that Havu should be the favorites to close that one out.
Yeah, we were kind of coming into it thinking that that would be the case, but Sprout, Jackie, they thoroughly impressed us through and through in that game.
Yeah, Sprout, got into their own, really started to pick up momentum and shut the series down. I think overall deserved on the day, right? If you're weighing up sort of the 5 players to 5 players, Sprout just performed better man to man. They were able to keep themselves positive throughout the series, had big impact in clutch rounds. It was only really 2 players showing up throughout all of it for the opponents. So it does go to show Sprout there on the day looking like the better side.
Well, Havu do have one last chance at redemptions. They will be falling into that 5th place decider matchup. That is the final lifeline for one of the 2 teams to be making it to Flashpoint 3. And I believe we can take a quick recap of our bracket to see exactly how those matches have played out, because we had another match going on simultaneously to the one we had on our broadcast. It was Anonymous taking on a Double Pony in our other lower bracket matchup. Anonymous coming out on top of that one, which means that Double Pony will be pushed down to be facing Havu, Davey, and that's going to be an interesting matchup to see tomorrow for that final place.
Yeah, it absolutely will. We see that that's 2 teams who definitely didn't want to find themselves in that situation, but now we can see these are the 4 confirmed qualified teams. That's Complexity, Mouse Sports, Anonymo, and Sprout have made it through. Yeah, Havu is going to have to play Double Pony in that last place decider to see who is the last team that comes through. And what we saw from Havu today doesn't necessarily bode well for them, but also on the other side of it, Double Pony getting convincingly beaten by Anonymo. And this Anonymo team has come through and shocked everybody.
Yeah, they really have. We had a lot of question marks about them coming into this. And of course, a couple of other question marks as some of the teams have exited this competition early, Jackie. We've bid farewell to almost all of the teams. It is only between, obviously, the 2 teams now in that 5th to 6th place qualifier to decide exactly who will be going through. But as you were just saying, these are the teams that we'll be seeing going straight through to Flashpoint 3 with the likes of Complexity and Mouse Sports as well, which is kind of no surprise, Jackie, when we're looking at the caliber of competition. Although there have been some upsets previously with the likes of Ents not making it through, I think we expected Complexity and Mouse to be making it through in those top spots.
Yeah, definitely. They were the 2 that we thought were kind of strong favourites coming into it all, and they were able to keep themselves afloat. Obviously, for Complexity, they had a very close running the last time they went up against Anonymous, right? So could have been the major upset that would have left us scratching our heads the whole weekend, but instead it was shut down normally, and Complexity went on to get their spots. So I think on the top end of the spectrum, the teams we expected to do well really have done, but we've definitely had some crazy upsets from teams that maybe shouldn't have gone as far as they are, that are now in a point where they've not only qualified to Flashpoint, but they can still get a better seed.
Yeah, they can. The seeding is so important coming into this RMRD. It's going to be absolutely stacked with some of the top teams in Counter-Strike. And maybe we should start talking about Anonymo as a potential question mark coming into this one, Davey. We were saying we didn't really know what to expect from them. We literally just heard from Slack. He expecting much of them coming into this tournament either, based on their previous form, but they've looked incredibly convincing throughout this tournament so far, only falling narrowly to Complexity.
Yeah, given their previous form coming into this, it's like I had said the very first day, don't expect to see much of them. Those huge upsets they got, they've ran the gauntlet and they've qualified for Flashpoint, so huge props to them. They've done so well to get to this point, and not only that, they're showing that even still to this point, they're convincingly beating teams. Double Pony's no joke. To beat that team 2-0 it's super convincing. And even in the game against Complexity, they were able to they were able to take a map off of them. They barely lost. It was 2-1. Complexity, a really strong team. So Anonymo, they've proved everybody wrong coming into this. If you had asked me if to even put them in the top 8 of this event, I wouldn't have done it prior to this. So well played by them, and now they're going to find themselves in Flashpoint. They're playing for that seeding right now.
Considering they were a little bit of an unknown quantity coming into this one, Jackie, do you feel they're strengths coming out of Anonymo that maybe you didn't expect to see from the side?
I think there was some impressive plays from players that obviously maybe were a little bit under the radar for me in terms of Minio. Kay as well looked really good throughout it, and we even saw Kylar pulling out some big clutch rounds. It was probably the more known players that actually were having a mundane day back when we saw them the first time around. It was Snacks, right? Obviously a living legend, done so much in terms of CS, and he came out on the server looking like he was showing his age. He couldn't hit his shots, he was struggling a little bit, got better the longer the day went on. Obviously now qualified to Flashpoint, which is fantastic, at least in terms of the history. We get to see Snacks back in the actual like top tier of tier 1 CS, which he's been away from for a while, so it'd be cool to see how he performs once we actually get into the RMR. But in terms of him here, I don't know if he'll be able to show up as much going into this. It definitely seems to be the newer, younger players on that roster that are doing a good amount of the groundwork for me, Freya.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting to see him pulling out the big green as well,
Yeah.
Davey. Maybe a little bit unexpected to see Snacks pulling out that weapon.
Yeah, he did always like to sort of be a secondary opper on that old Virtus Pro team, but I didn't expect him to be the primary opper of this team. You know, Snacks is known for those sneaky plays around smokes, being able to play aggressive with those rifles, right? So yeah, I agree. To see him being the primary opper for the team is a little bit strange. Obviously, historically more of a secondary, but you know, like we were saying yesterday, he did miss a couple key shots, but overall he played fine. It's not that he was playing poorly against Complexity. There was a few moments where you could tell maybe he's not as comfortable on the op as somebody who has spent their entire career playing with that weapon. But yeah, overall he's been just fine. Hasn't been amazing, hasn't been bad. And of course, because he is the biggest name on the roster, we're gonna highlight him a lot, but the big one for me yesterday was Key playing against Complexity. He was absolutely unreal. He was playing so well across the board. He had such impact in a lot of those rounds. They're going to need him again today to step up against Sprout if they want to win this game and take that higher seed.
Yeah, we talk about those individuals, and we've literally just seen it from the side of Sprout. The individuals were better when they faced up against Habu, and everybody was stepping up when they needed to most, Jackie. So potentially it's a question of whether they could just carry on that momentum, keep up that stamina coming into another best-of-3 series.
Yeah, because obviously it's been a grueling day for them already, right? You've played out those 3 maps. You've had about 15-20 minutes since the end of Nuke until we're going to send this game live. So a little bit of time to reset, hopefully compose, because obviously they're going to be hyped up as well. Knowing you taking that series, you qualified for the RMR, that's that first sort of wave of relief. Everyone celebrates. You've got to bring everyone back down to that baseline and go into this game now fresh again, because although you qualified, that seeding still matters so much. So are they tired? Are they going into this feeling their best after the free mapper? Will Anonymo be able to deal with that a little bit better? That's one of the bigger questions that I think we'll see obviously developing in the background throughout this.
Yeah, a lot of questions indeed. And when we got to check in with Slaxer just a few moments ago, he was saying that they were still kind of finding their form as this new roster. We were saying naturally departing the roster, Davey. They were kind of the 2-star names that we'd be talking about on the side of Sprout. Still a few questions of how the newer guys would be fitting in, but it seems like they're well on their way to be working in that, and especially in that bootcamp facility as well.
Yeah, that'll definitely help them out. They need to work out a few of those small little kinks. Like you were saying, they lost some of their biggest fraggers, especially their aggressive riflers, but Faven's really sort of got in there and found his role in the team by doing that. So yeah, overall, super great from them. I think that they look like if they're very solid, like he said, they just need to work out a few of the small things, but to take down a team like Havu on a map like Nuke and make trains so close, they're showing that they definitely have the pieces to only improve.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of Slacks as well, we were sort of focusing on him as obviously the AWPer of the team, kind of comparing him to the side of Habu with Zore as well, who was kind of one of the players that was really pulling out all the stops in terms of the fragging power on the Finnish side. But how are we kind of looking at him coming into this stage now, Jackie? You look at him as any expecting him to participate any differently, or are we expecting to see the normal Slacks that we know and love?
I think this should be Slacks playing a similar playstyle to the way he was approaching it, right? Obviously with that last series, again as well, I think if you draw that comparison of Slacks versus Zore, it was such an intense battle every time of both of them posting up these crazy numbers. Again, now it comes back to that question we're talking about of Snacks, obviously when he was in his prime, like, you know, all those years building up to like 2017, it was more the rifle that was building him that legacy. Instead now, he's the one that's got to contend on the AWP. I think it comes down to more of how Snacks is going to play on the day rather than Slacks. Hard to get the difference in.
Vetoes in. Yeah. got to distinguish that as well. We have got the vetoes in for you guys, so I'll read them out here. Anonymo banning out first, it would be Dust 2. Sprout banning out Overpass. Anonymo picking into Inferno. Then Nuke coming in as Sprout's pick, which I guess isn't a surprise, seeing that they had so much momentum on it just a few moments ago. Train second wave bans, and Mirage is our third map decider. So any surprises there for you, Davey?
I guess I'm a little surprised that Sprout let Mirage through to the third map. Not so much because Sprout's bad on it, but just we saw how good Anonymous is on it against Complexity. I guess I'm a little bit surprised to see it go there. But yeah, I mean, I guess overall the first two don't really surprise me that much. Inferno and Nuke make sense, especially given, like you said, how much success Sprout just had on Nuke against Havu. They favor themselves on that against a team who they would consider to not be as good as Havu on the map. So no, not any huge surprises. The Mirage one's a little strange, but it's not a massive surprise.
Well, we're going to be heading to Inferno very, very shortly. So I'll hand it over to you guys to be getting into our final best of 3 series of the day. Take it away, gentlemen.
All right, then. Inferno, normally that third and final map. Obviously, this time around, going to be where we open things up. The Anonymo pick coming in, dude. I don't know. This is kind of the off the cards one for me. This is the off cusp where I feel like anything could happen to start the series. Then it looks a little bit more easy to predict as we get into the rest of it.
Yeah, sure. The thing is, like, now we just saw Sprout just play so well against Havu, so I don't want to bet against them, right? Like in my brain, I don't want to count them out. I don't want to say Sprout can't win this, but Anonymo has just looked so good throughout this whole event, even just beating Double Pony 2-0. That is impressive, man. That Double Pony team has looked serious in this event. So now dropping them down to that 5th place decider, man, Anonymo's so hard to pick against.
It is very true. Like, Anonymo do look pretty good. The way they've been playing has been pretty crisp across the board as well. The team's been looking good. If you can take Complexity that close to the ringer, then yeah, you're going to be in, living your movie at a point like this. Especially when, again, we were saying, right, that kind of initial pressure of worrying we're going to get knocked out of the lower bracket, we're going to lose everything, we're not going to qualify to the event, that's now gone. So for a lot of these names that are in this roster thinking, we need to qualify, we need to get ourselves into that tier 1 CS space, be in the major tournament circuit and be able to prove ourselves, they've already done that, so they can even be a little bit more aggressive. They could be a bit cheeky here.
Yeah, they absolutely can. And both of these teams now, it's sort of a weird one because you are playing for seeding, right? And seeding is important, but there's also that aspect of, well, we qualified. Maybe the teams just aren't as focused, and whichever team is able to focus the most and sort of get themselves really up for this, I think will be the team that comes out on top.
Well. Inferno is a go as we are live and into it. Look at this. It's reminiscent of what we saw from Endpoint, mate. The 4B pistol, the one man holding towards the A site as they've grouped up for a battle at Banana, but it might be some second mid carnage that kicks things off as they've sniffed out where the T's are. The trades are coming in. Here we go. Dennis, Cressy and Slacks all free towards top Banana. Beat down and do leave the T's in a horrible spot here.
Yeah, Cressy taking that headshot, though, creates so much space for him to try to work up short, and he thinks he's in the site, but he's not. Cressy giving his position away, missing the shot, and that will be the bomb plant and the post plant for Anonymo. They need to get in good post plant positions, one already in the pit, and they are just going to go for the pit and site crossfire. Tyler has this USP recovered, but he gets his head blown off immediately, and now it's all on Minio.
Oh, Minio. He was trying to say no, but he could not. Instead, Slacks will slap him in the jaw and stop anything else coming out from them to Sprout. They will take this round. Jumping back on the bomb there, seeing if there was anything else. What's he got from Boiler? Is it a flash?
Oh, big.
Oh, yeah, it's a good save, mate. You will be happy with that. Can't turn your nose up at it. But Sprout taking the pistol. So straight in. Tasty round. I was scared when we saw the B play, but they salvaged it.
Yeah, it started off well for Anonymo. They had that classic liquid boost there in the corner, towards the broom. Boost up in the corner, wait for the push. Ended up getting that entry, but Sprout, the 3 more players. That's not what Anonymo was expecting. The wide swings come out. They get all those picks. They go for the fast flank down mid. So, opening pistol for Sprout, starting off this series where they left off the last one, winning rounds 1-0. But look at the buy from Anonymo after losing the round. Like, that is just so crazy. AK, 2 Galils, Deagles, nades. They really do just have a better buy than the CTs.
It's got so much more to play with. And Snacks, he's going to be the one looking to start the play. Charges through the smoke with the backup of the rest of his team. Dennis firing down from the elevated angle. They fly past each other in the smoke like ships in the night. But Favon, he's clawed his way through 2 of them. A famous play off the back of the famous spray. And it all comes down to the big boy himself, the legend in the back of the site. Snacks in a 1v4. Is this going to be a delight? Or will it be horrible for the T side off the back of the investment they went for? The bomb is down. He's focusing towards CT and expecting the play to come out. There is no flashes on Sprout, so it has to be dry, has to be raw. And that certainly was a raw shot from Slack straight to the cranium. Goodbye, Snacks. Wins out in the battle of the similar names and wins out for the round.
Yeah, that missed CT smoke from Anonymous slowed them down a lot because that first player running in, Minio, he was the entry, but there was no follow-up. Nobody there to swing with him and trade on that boosted player. They had to resmoke CT because they missed it, and that slowed everything down. And Sprout is able to pick up the second, convert on that second round, despite the buy from Anonymous being so strong. And Snacks has gone for the hero AK again. Actually, armor's being bought across the board here. That's 3 players. 4 players with armor, 2 with head armor. And this is another Deagle armor buy, and Snacks does have this hero AK. And will he be able to make use of it?
Yeah, I believe this is known as a buy. A purchase round coming out from Anonymous, mate, with the Deagles as well. It's very high. 80% on the Deagleometer. But no early pick with the hand cannon towards Banana. A little bit of damage as well. 2 players on the T side already losing 20 HP.
And they are going to be taking this top mid control, so we see that smoke come out. Favin getting the kill towards the bottom of Banana through the smoke, so that's huge. Stay up on numbers, and because Favin has this much Banana control, he's able to call for that rotate. So they're playing 4 players over here towards A. Anonymous, with such a lack of utility, needs to do something heroic here as they try to phase through the smoke, but Dennis is in the corner. And there it is. Yep, easy cleanup.
Yep, clutch from the clubby. That's all that matters. So, all 3 of those rounds picked up then. Sprout, good in the early game. Anonymous won't matter too much. The money's there. They know they're content for the cash. Obviously, the only one that is on a restricted buy, because he went for the AK last time, is Snacks. He's got a MAT 10. I don't think he'll be too unhappy with that, to be honest, with his play style at times.
No, Sprout seemed like very warmed up for this one. That win over Havu, I think you could probably tell that even the way Slacks was talking about it, he thought Nuke was Havu's best map. So when they lost on Train, they were probably pretty dejected. And the fact that they were able to beat Havu on Nuke so convincingly must have done worlds for their confidence. You could see how happy the man was in the post-match interview. He was talking about how, you know, they've been struggling and the boot camp's really paying off. And now look at this though, Anonymous just walking straight up mid, and there's no info gained on this. The rotate is there from Spitty though, so he knows that this is a possibility. But still, lots of map control gain, and timings are going to be so important.
Oh no! The stopwatch on the Sprout players has completely been smashed open, but Spitty, he wants to fight back. The pocket player as he peeks out and hits the shot onto the 2 mid marauders, stopping them. Slowing down this play. Innocent all the way out round Arch side though. He just cleans up. Easy 2 taps out there. And that's the round gone. Sprout finally going to lose one, as Anonymous should come in here. 3 players surviving.
Yeah, absolutely. Cress, he was inside of the boiler there. There was potentially a timing. He could have found and got that pick towards top middle, but he walks straight out into the waiting arms of Kyler, who just takes him down. Double kill for him on the round. Both players towards short, opening up that bomb site. Spitty did his best. He tried to come back around, rotate in, was able to trade back both of them, but too much site control was lost to Dennis, not aware of the fact that Innocent was out into the site. That will be the first round for Anonymous here.
Getting themselves going. There's been some close rounds. You know, up to this point, it's certainly been hair-raising. However, now maybe we'll see a little bit of normality. Tons of money, though, for Sprout, of course. They'll buy straight back into it. They'll still be able to go toe-to-toe. Curious in terms of the money we've actually got here for Anonymous. Yeah, it's obviously just going to have to be the rifles to work with. There is no option for anything else. But at least this time, Snacks, he's got a real gun in his hands.
Yeah, he's got that AK now recovered from the dropped players, the dead players. And look at this Sprout. We've seen them do it on Train. We've seen them do it on other maps. And now, again, we see them immediately go to this double op here on Inferno. As soon as they can, they like to do this. Faven is always that man with the second op. He's going to be looking for something towards B, and will he be able to find him? Oh, no, he's just not able to. K's able to get out. Backs up towards mid. No shots being found, but again, look at this. Anonymous just walked right up mid, and they might try to explode up short into this A site.
Slacks is there. He runs round with the Molotov out, exposing himself and letting the sniper take the first pick. A cheeky boost from Cressy. He jumps up top on the box. Slacks misses his shot, gives them entry on the site, but Spiddy's there, and from the sidelines, he will be able to stop them. That was a smooth follow-up onto Snacks. We flick our vision onto Innocent, though. He's in the pit with the AK, the 1v3. Oh, just a single headshot, nothing more to be done. Not a match made in heaven for him, but a lovely save there for Dennis as he'll grab the AWP just before the end of the round. So Sprout, they get the round in the bag, and they get the 2 most expensive pieces of the puzzle with it.
Yeah, they absolutely do. 2 ops recovered. I wonder if that smoke that landed behind the default box, if that was Anonymous smoke or if that was a counter smoke from Sprout, because it's what allowed Spitty to get into that advanced position and take out those players scaling on the site. If that was a smoke by Anonymous, that's a big, I'll say mistake in their strat, because it just gives the CTs a ton of space to be able to work with, and Spitty was able to find that space and eliminate the Sprout players as they tried entering the side, and the boost this time almost paying off, but just not quite. Faven not able to hit the shot. Ooh, the nades dropped on top of Snacks. Lots of nade damage being done, but that is Banana conceded by Sprout. No Molotovs left, but still 2 smokes here to delay this B execute, and Spitty's also rotated over because Slacks has that mid control with his off.
Walking their way up. Getting close in the smoke, the flash will go over, and now they need to try and leave the players on the B site. Rogue, they hit the first tag, but it's not enough to convert into a frag. Instead, Dennis on the swing out will cut his way through them. Favon finally takes a bite as well. And now it's all down on Dennis at first, Oranges. He will fall. He's not done enough.
Ooh.
Actually, though, this could be the change of pace. Don't play for the round, play for the fights. Key. Nearly being the saviour of the round for Anonymo with an unorthodox attack. Going for the smart play of taking the 1v1. Couldn't quite get it over the end, though.
No, just not quite. That execute, it came in at the perfect time. It was right. Spitty was over towards that B side. He decides to go back around towards A, and right when that happens, that execute comes out. So they had a moment where if they scaled faster, if they were able to get into that site, they would have been able to get those trades and get the bomb down. But instead, everyone's kind of baiting, and the first player goes in. He dies because Favon actually missed his first shot, right? So there was an opportunity there to get into that site and get that trade on Dennis playing towards first. They weren't able to do it, and now Dennis again is able to get one, playing around the smoke towards Sandbags, immediately traded out by Snacks. Very important for the Anonymous side. Now they get to play 4 versus 4 on Inferno, and that means that this long side of the map is going to be the weak spot. It's a standard rule of thumb, and for that reason, you can see actually Slacks is already rotating over to B. So he wants to bring the op to B, and then hopefully you assume the 2 riflers are going to rotate over or go aggressive towards Banana.
Here's one of them doing exactly as you said. Slacks walking up. He hits the tag, takes down the first man. No response as well as they tried to trade it. Snacks, he swung out, but Spitty was there on the angle. And that's the tease, leaving this round in a really precarious predicament. The bomb, it's all the way up by the wall. And the wall of Sprout is there to block off any entry back into Banana. Innocent, the only one alive, he's over by Boiler. Just thinking, what's going on here? Everyone's dead.
Yeah, it was a good reaction from Sprout. They realized if they just wait it out and do nothing, 4 versus 4 on CT side Inferno is too hard. You have to gamble something. So the 2 reactions that are most common is you send the op towards B, he plays solo, tries to take some shots when the execute comes in, hopefully gets 1 or 2, but he's just, the most important thing is he falls back and keeps control of Ruins. He just stays back there, keeps control of it, and then that way you could retake on the B site. Instead, what they do is they rotate the op over, all 3 of them go aggressive, and there it is again. Slacks able to finish off the round with another op pick. That's 6-1 for Sprout. Very, very good reactions from them. Solid counter-strike, good fundamentals. Rotate that op over, go aggressive to Banana, and deny that information. If there was nobody there, they would have just kept pushing right through and flanked towards A. So, well played from them. And Anonymo right now, not able to find any entries into this hard lockdown by Sprout.
Well, they do have Tech 9s. They're not Deagles, but on rushes, they act a little bit better. 25% on the win chance, I believe, on the tachometer. They sprint their way up. Let's see if they can run the gamut on psychologies. They try and make the play into the B site, but there is no apology from Sprout as they attack them. Lethal stuff towards the entryway to B. Everyone's going down. You can just see Innocent Menia trapped now at this point. The flames on the bomb. They've got to smoke it to try and dip into the site. Favon, clear line of sight as he'll flick onto both of them. Good spray transfer, a big round, and some free Tech 9s.
Oh, and the most important thing there from Sprout is not a single player lost. CT side Inferno, if you lose control of that economy, it can happen so quickly. 2 rounds in a row, 1 mistake, and the players go down. You take a loss, and then all of a sudden, your money's gone, and you cannot play CT side Inferno without the utility. Some maps you can get away with it, Inferno's not one of them. So we see 3 AKs on the side of Sprout as well, and it's absolutely huge for them. They're loving that to play with the AKs. And now Anonymo back on the gun round. And what are they going to do with this? They haven't been able to find an entry. They can't even escape the lockdowns in the video game, Jackie. It's just disastrous from them.
Yeah, just sat there thinking, oh, what do we do now? It's a nightmare. It's a bit boring after a while, but CS, it never gets boring. It'll always keep you on the edge of your seat. And Anonymo, even though they're in a rough spot here, they can try and get back into this round. And the flash will go out early, giving a little bit of breathing room for Snax to peek round and clear out on quad. It is the battle of the double S AWPers as well. Snax towards mid, and then Slack's just holding it from Arch. So let's see who's quicker if push comes to shove.
Yeah, I think Slacks probably has a bit more strength because his name has 5 letters in it versus Snax with only 4. Everybody knows names with 5 letters are better, but in this situation, he was faster. He was able to hit the first shot, but it was through the corner of the wall, so Snax comes out on top. And that is long being lost, but the plays towards B, and Sprout still has 2 players here.
Saved by the shorter name there. His hitbox that little bit smaller. Talking of hitboxes, hello, Favon. He's been slapped straight in the box. Goes down as his face gets taken out. Dennis holding on the site. The Lone Ranger, the only one defending at B, but they're not coming. They're rotating back around. The bomb's at middle, and he's heading towards the A site. Cressy's going to be in Boiler. If they don't clear this, he could gun them all down. Tucks in on the angle. They dive by. Trigger discipline. He thought he was going to be living his movie, but no. They cut the reel there. Show's over, Cressy.
He thought for a second that was a potential frag movie moment. Not only, he didn't necessarily have to kill all of them, but if he could just kill 2, delay that bomb from getting into the site, his teammate Dennis on B would have just needed to stay alive. They had a win condition in this round, in this 2 versus 5. He tried to play to it, but the bomb carrier is just smart enough to make sure that he checks, and they don't think he's crossed back over into backhauls. They'll still think he's in the site, so he's going to be able to find another one. And every single gun taken away from Anonymo here is very significant. Their money is not in a good place. If he's able to get one more kill, it can get seriously dangerous here for the side of Anonymo, and they know that, and that's why you can see they're not pushing any further forward.
You got to let it go. No point. The damage that Dennis can do would be far worse than what they can inflict onto him. So Sprout through that round with a 1 AK save. Still an AK they wouldn't have had otherwise, so they'll be pretty happy with it as the buy will come back out. Anonymo, though, first round in quite some time. Look at the split between them, right? Sprout take 3 on the trot, Anonymo get 1. Then they lose 4 rounds on the spin. They have to connect a couple of rounds together here, Davey. Can't just be one and done again.
Yeah, they absolutely do. This has not been going well for them overall, but now, like I was saying, this is what can happen on CT side Inferno. Sprout has a good buy here, but if this round goes down, with a boost, and Snax wins out on that again, this time against Favon as he gets taken down. Secondary op gone. Oh, and Snax once more. He keeps pushing forward. Dennis making a huge misplay there. Once his teammate goes down, he re-aggresses towards Banana, and that's B site lost, and that is exactly why you cannot do that. If your B player goes down, and you're the second B player, you have to back off. You cannot let them kill you, because that is B site completely lost, so no chance for Sprout to retake, as backhall's control has been taken, and that's round over, 3rd round for Anonymo, and Sprout's money is in the toilet.
Bait play out as well. They know where Slacks is. He's got to run. Really cannot gamble on losing any of these weapons. The 3-man save is pivotal. So they should be okay. Now they're all back on the A site. That was sick from Snax, though. 2 huge impact frags, man. That's what we wanted to see. This is the Snax we needed to have.
Yeah, going aggressive. He's able to find that second one, but again, I gotta reiterate, a player of Dennis's experience, he's gotta know, if you are the sole defender at B, your opper's dead, you get away with your life. You cannot re-aggress in that situation, because as soon as Dennis goes down, it's round over. Round's completely done. Because the T's just get to run into B, they get to take control of the backhauls, there's no retake potential for Sprout. If Dennis can back up, stay alive, he can give his teammates time to react on the other side of the map. Either rotate over to B, go aggressive towards A. He gives his teammates time to react, but as soon as he re-aggresses and dies, it's round over. There's a huge mistake from them, but despite that, because they were able to save 3 guns, we do see the force come out here. 2 FAMAS, 2 AUGs, and the op still in the hands of Slacks, although he hasn't been able to find much impact so far with it this game.
Early nade at mid. Oh, that's nice. Slows them down and gets a good chunk of damage off as well. Slacks on the corner now towards Mini Pit. Flashed in by his teammate. Blind and plucked out of the air. Good night and goodbye. Good individual skill. And great teamwork here from Sprout to try and quell the push on A, but the T's have made it in, and they have staken a claim. They want to take this site. as they will get the bomb down.
Yeah, he just got caught out there, got caught in no man's land, trying to go through and trying to contest, and Snacks doing it himself as he pushes forward. The smoke is down on Moto. Ooh, and with the one-way, Faven's able to get that pick. They know where the players are as well. The info was gained. And there they are. They know they're both here. Innocent inside of the pit. Gets naded out. Trying to scale forward here. This 3 versus 2. Innocent takes the fight. Spitty takes him down, though. The Molotov forcing his hand. He tries to go aggressive. The split's coming out. Kyler trying to swing back over. Not able to find it. Gets the kill on Faven. But Dennis is right there with the swing from short. Able to get that trade. So that will be the round going the way of Sprout. And no, neither one of them got one of the ops. Oh, Dennis. Okay, Dennis just grabbed one. At the last second, I was like, no, baby, no.
Oh, God. The ops on the side, man, please!
The ops on the side, baby, you gotta get it!
It'll always be the most ridiculous storyline of just, you know, Mo getting called up. We need you. We need you for the major.
we need it.
Yeah. God, man. Right, wow. It's rough as well, because it actually looked like Anonymous were going to win that there. Towards the end, it seemed like there was a slight chance. You know, the 1v2 AK spray transfer at middle here. We're seeing acrobatics. It's like the circus is in town. All sorts of high-flying shenanigans as they bounce around middle. No one hitting the opening shot yet, though. And they do concede what was an aggressive stance. They were really willing to take the mickey on that one.
Yeah, and Sprout, again, going very quickly to this 3-man B setup. We saw this not work out very well for Endpoint yesterday. Now Slacks is here. He has this op towards long. If they don't flash him off, Snacks could potentially be walking right into his crosshair. But Slacks has a lot to watch, so he's not sure where to keep his crosshair. He's not able to stay put right now, and he is just going to be waiting. The last time this fight took place, remember, Slacks able to get the tag onto Snacks, but in the end, Snacks got the kill, and saying Slacks and Snacks over and over again just sounds so weird. Like, it just does. It feels like I'm saying the same word, and it's like it sounds like it's just. I feel like it's just bad. But
I don't even
what
know
else
if
are you
it
supposed
is
to
a
say?
word.
It's his name. Yeah.
At this point, that's the thing. It's like, is it a word anymore? What's it even
is
become?
A word, man.
True. That's the thing. It's just a figment of our imagination, really.
It's just a noise made with our mouths, really.
Well, and using my windpipe right now, I'll describe to you by forcing air out. The Innocent is over on the B site, and he was looking to try and find a pick. A bit of a ruse, but they do need to get through CT here. Backstab's coming out. Spiddy staring at the wall. He's going to go down. Key making the play on the B site, but everyone's getting fragged out. And this isn't looking great for Anonymo. The T side are in a really horrible spot here. Snacks, he charges up. Wanted to get involved with the AWP, but couldn't. Minio has to win it now, but he's got no time. And he's not got any life either. Taken out by Favon, as they will get themselves going even deeper in this game now. 9-3, Anonymo struggling, man. This is a really rough T half for them on Inferno.
Yeah, Faven playing that triple box so well. He's just hiding behind it, not over-aggressing, not taking any unnecessary fights. He takes the fights once Dennis gets contact. It's absolutely perfect play from him, keeping himself alive. Now that's a B anchor we can get behind. And unfortunately for Anonymo, it's not something they want to be getting behind, as they're already behind enough. Down 9-3 in this game, but Snacks has actually pushed himself up to a very advanced position here. Okay, the Molotovs do come out to push him out, and he goes forward, but it's not going to happen again. No double kill from Snacks this time, as Faven is immediately there to shut him down. They drop back into the boost. Counter util being placed on A to stop any reaction from Anonymo. Good nades from Sprout, as now Slacks has worked his way over towards short, and he's holding this angle from default.
Kyler, he wanted to be the one to make the play, but he's going to be tested. Slacks walking up, the contact face, beats the boiler man. No repairs today. You're not getting your money for those overcharged parts, because the parts of Sprout are working. They're in good order here, good condition, as this site has a big defense. 3 players and great angles. Cressy up top should be able to support, unless Kyler actually spots him. Just playing on the lip of the smoke. He's pushed into apps. He can drop the smoke to get up close towards default. Spiddy comes in onto Key, though, and it's making it look far worse. It's a 2v5 now. They're not going to find much here. Cressy eventually comes back and just drops it down all onto the solo boy of Minio in the 1v5. Cressy just sat in the pit. Everyone watching the same angle here towards Quad. He does charge up. Flicks back on site. Should he get the second? There might have been a chance, but it's not going to happen. And Sprout will get 10 rounds already here on their opening half of Inferno.
Yeah, the crossfires were just too good there by Sprout. And remember, this was Anonymo's map pick, if I remember right. So the fact their T side looks this weak, this is one of those ones where it seems like Sprout is just playing so passively and using their nades so well that Anonymo doesn't know how to get into the sites, right? Maybe in practice, they were practicing against teams who play very aggressive. They were able to get entries and get into the sites, right? We think about the rounds they won. It was the rounds where kills were given to them early, towards banana, towards mid, right? If those kills aren't being given, Anonymo doesn't seem to know how to get into the site. Their util when they're actually entering into the site has been poor when they go A and when they go B. So Sprout has realized that, and look how passive they play across the map. They're like, look, these guys forced them to execute on us. That's exactly what's happening.
Let's see if he can execute them, though, from the elevated position. He was raining down death from above, but it wasn't good enough to kill him. Slacks on the corner. He's been cornered, and it's just absolute annihilation. Everyone's going down. A bloodbath on the site, and the only one that withstands it is Key, who's planting with his back turned, and Favon will sprint out. Fantastic play there to clutch it out in the end, and Sprout 11-3.
Yeah, we're going to have to change the call out from library to clown cars. All of Sprout was just funneling their way out that door one by one. When you think there's no more, another one comes out, even right there at the end. He's like, surely there's not the fifth player in library, right? He must be flanking me mid. Plants for library, and sure enough, there was one more seat in the car, one more clown to come out, and that was Favon as he's able to secure the round. So no funny business going on there. As now Sprout 11-3. If they manage to secure this last round, that'll be the 12-3 scoreline on Anonymo's map pick. And again, this is what I've been saying. Anonymo just doesn't know how to get into the site. They just don't have... Right there, they actually got the trades. Like, credit to them. They did get the trades that round, but Sprout was only playing one player inside of that A site. So, in that sense, it sort of makes sense. As now... Sprout need to try to make some sense of this B execute that's going to be coming out from Anonymo.
Utilities going in. Angles to be blocked off. Vision restricted, but they won't need to hold for the site. Instead, they're just fighting. So much damage done. The big tags. Ooh.
Yeah, look at, there's Dennis. He's still alive in the site. So the bait setup from Sprout that works its wonders exactly how it's supposed to. And now there's going to be a battle over towards A between Cressy and Kyler. Whoever wins this fight likely wins this round for their team.
Cressy, he sits just on the cusp of the box, not on top. Just to the edge. Kyler clearing out the angle's going to be coming in. He should be wary of this. Clears the top. Doesn't clear the close left. Baited in by the play. Good position from Cressy. And now the edge is on the CT side, but not for long. Snuffed out as Innocent will hit the shot on Spiddy. Cressy, get your gun out quick, mate. Drops the smoke to try and keep himself alive in the back of the site. Key's only on 8 HP, so all it will take is one bullet. They're planting, they're baiting. He runs through the smoke, and now we're left into a very hectic round. They have no idea where he is. It's a game of hide and seek, and it seems like Cressy will be crowned the champion as he's the one that's going to flank him. Sprays down, but can't quite connect. You got 4 seconds to plant. He actually gets it down. He's going to be able to plant in time. Switches back to the AK. Got to get the reload off. Throws out the flash to try and toy with Tennis. Oh, heads in the right angle. Could have been an easy shot from the AK, but instead he decides to crouch, skulk his way up, and steal away that potential 4th round. So we go 12-3 at the end of the half after a cacophony of errors on the A.
Yeah, huge plays from K though inside of that A site. Sorry, not K. I'm giving false credit there. It was Cressy inside of that A site. K was the lit player who he ended up killing, but it was Cressy inside of that A site playing around that smoke. He knew he was getting split. He drops the smoke and plays around it perfectly, delays for long enough for that flank from Dennis to come in, and once he was stuck in the back of that site, Dennis knew exactly where he was, realized he was giving him that headshot angle, like you said, decides to crouch. He knows he's got him stuck in the corner. One bullet will do. One bullet was found, and that will be the round for Sprout. So 12-3 now as they go into their T side. A lot of nades being purchased here from Sprout. Whoa, Ulis. Whoa.
Here we go. 2 guns, better than 1. Is he going to give a single chance to even use them, though? He is tucked behind the wall. Oh, here we go. Hang on. The T's are starting to rev their engines towards B. They're getting an inkling about going for a late round B play. Innocent's on the angle. The big bait man. That's it. Reel him in. It's a big old fish. It's huge. It could be a shark. He's there. Waiting with the Julies. He can't wait. His fingers must be itching. He picks off the flash. He only gets one. It could have been the dream, but instead it's a nightmare, but it won't matter. His teammates come in to bail him out as they'll frag everyone out. And they take that one. Tasty pistol.
Oh, that is the moment that your lips are salivating. If you're the dually player playing close on that half wall, the flash comes in, you run around the corner, you see 4 players blind, but because they were all so staggered, he wasn't able to line any of them up. They quickly trade him out, and Anonymous with the push down mid, the re-aggression towards Banana, they absolutely shut down that execute from Sprout. They bought all the nades, didn't even get the chance to throw them.
Talking of throwing nades, here we go. Airstrike straight down mid early on. The MP9s are on parade. It's not a very friendly one, though. They're looking to do a bit of damage here towards T-Steps, and Key, he might be the one to inflict it. Dropping in towards the underpass, though. Dennis is able to find a frag with the Deagle. At least recovery is made from the MP9s as they'll all be gunned down. Goodbye. Just the one casualty then.
Yeah, just Kyler going down, and K actually farmed up a lot of money, and he could never mind. He could drop an op if he wanted to, but he's decided to just buy all of his nades and not drop the op. And actually, he's gone for the M4. I'm wondering if we're going to see snacks. So he has 4,800. He could actually decide to, I'm sure that's what he's deliberating right now. He's like, does he want to upgrade and buy the op, or do they go for the full bonus? Yeah, he just decides everybody else has MP9s. No sense in me, potentially wasting an op round. And the rest of my team does have MP9. So they just go for the full bonus. K is the only one. He's got that M4. And actually not a ton of util being purchased by the CTs here. They've already burned all of their Molotovs, so they're going for like a real bonus round here. They didn't even invest in a lot of util.
Snaps. Gets down to logs. He gets slapped in the head. Issue is everyone's dying as well. Banana control. Ooh, it's starting to get peeled open. They're getting towards the top. And the call's been made. Full rotation. Everyone's going to go to the B site. So all the CTs are now clumped up here. Sprout, if they wanted to back off, they might be able to get away with it. Key on the back of the flash. Tries to tuck in by car. It blinds him. They look to trade, but it's not good. No one getting any success here on the side of Anonymo. Innocent will be the last to go as he's fragged out by Favon for a 13th round to be secured. And hammered into the bag there for Sprout. 13-5.
Yeah, Favon coming out hot in this game, right where he left off on Nuke. Some of that nuclear waste must have rubbed into his skin. He's starting to gain superpowers, Jack. As you see right there, 4 kills towards Banana. It was the bonus round, but still, Favon coming up big, and this is exactly what Slacks had said in that winner's interview, that Favon on the T side, he's just crazy, the amount of things he can pull off, and we're seeing it time and time again today and throughout this entire event from him. And no flash as Dennis tries to cross around that corner, and Snacks is able to find a free shot onto him. So that's a good start for the side of Anonymo, as they are down 13-5, but they recognized again, we saw this yesterday, the double pony endpoint game. As soon as a team recognizes that you are playing 3 towards B, they immediately walk up mid and take control of long. It's exactly what Sprout has done. It's put Anonymo in a very tough spot. Both of their A players are turtled inside of the pit.
Flash out. Minio, though, he was blind by it. So yeah, that's unlucky. Obviously, he could have actually tried to go for a swing there. Instead, he's going to be peeked out towards Archside. Wins out. It felt like Cressy would have been ready and a little bit better in terms of position, but no, it's the CTs that are doing all the work. The Polish side getting back into the game, but they still need to punish them. The round isn't over yet. It might be now, though, as Innocent with the flank hits a huge kill onto Favon. And Slacks has a horrible task ahead of him. 1v4, walking through the smoke wall as it fades. Minio's on the left, 32 HP, but he hits his one tap.
Yeah, he does, and what a clean round for Anonymo as well, keeping 4 players alive, able to start building up that economy on their CT side. Sprout still feeling comfortable, though, able to get another buy-in. They have 13 rounds. They had a good reaction there, but just that timing towards long just didn't work out for them. That player lurking into CT, Cressy, wasn't able to win out that fight against Minio. It was a big, super important engagement in this round, or in that round. And now we see, again, this full buy coming out. Another more banana control attempting to be taken by Snacks, but they throw that smoke towards the half wall to prevent that. And now, Favon's trying to move forward. We actually did spot out the boost.
The difference a second makes there. Favon spotting it, making the adjustment. Look at the damage he's done as well. Minio, he's lucky he's got the AWP, so at least there could be one last stand from him. Timing, no! The push from Innocent. Sideswipe by Cressy. Had no idea. And it's all just going wrong. If anything could, it will at this point. Because now you're just down to 2 men. Nothing that can really be done. That's got to be a 14th round in the bag for Sprout. Inferno seems like it could be a very quick pickup if it carries on like this.
Yeah, that boost came out, like you said, just a little bit too late. They wanted to do it. You could see Snacks was asking for it, but it came out just too late. Faven had already scaled up close to the smoke. He heard them do it, and Snacks not able to see him at that close of an angle. So Faven again able to open up that B bomb site, taking advantage of that timing after picking off Snacks, walking straight in. We're just helpless towards the B site. So another round for Sprout. 14-6 is going to be the scoreline. And remember, this was Anonymous map pick, so this is not going well for them. We'll see the next map if Sprout is able to close this out. The next little while, next map will be Nuke. That will be Sprout's pick. So Sprout looking very comfortable and very confident so far in this series.
The sad state of affairs as well, right? If you're Anonymo, getting into that point and realizing, Nuke after this, is it then? You look at that scoreline of HLTV, you're thinking, yeah, Sprout are looking pretty good at this point. It certainly would be scary.
Have a peep over on how good Anonymous Nuke is.
Yeah, get in there, mate. Get your face in the stats.
You know, they do play quite a bit of it, actually. They've got 21 maps in the past 3 months. It's actually their most played map, but only a 57% win rate. Let me look at who they've played on it. Will you go ahead and talk about Counter-Strike and talk about Faven, actually. Just, again, doing Faven things, opening up this B site for Sprout.
Yeah, Faven is a fan favourite for those entry kills with his rifle. It's what we've seen throughout that lengthy series they had against Havu. And he's keeping it up here against the Polish players as well. The rest of his team, though, they're grouped up just outside of A. I'm waiting to see if they can make a play onto this. A lot of utility in the back pockets. But look at this. Look who's running back to B. All of the CT side, Davey. It's only going to be Kyler. He's sat on balcony. It'll be a 1v4 on the push. He drops off. He's trying to make his move back onto the site at the very least.
Yeah, and they are just working their way up mid, and Anonymo has gambled towards this B site. They've gamble stacked this. And Kyler should have called that there was nades being thrown up mid, so some mid control being taken. The CTs need to make a decision. Do they commit to this B stack, or do they try to re-aggress towards Banana? It looks like they are just committing to it. And Sprout, if they go into CT, actually, this could get dangerous. They need to work their way towards A, and that's exactly what they're doing. It's just Kyler, and he's going to get split. The classic Trident, all 3 sides. He's going to be done for. Yeah, there it is. That's the pick, and that's the round for Sprout. That's 15. Snacks just has to fall back and take the save, Jackie, and there it is. Sprout taking us to 15. That means they're going to have, 9 map points now.
Their money could get absolutely trampled here as well if Faven wants to make the play. Obviously, you've got tons of time to hunt. He's just sat in the cubby. They're not going to leave the site as all 3 of them are there, so they can watch each other's angles to try and make this save at least somewhat achievable. But you are up against everyone on Sprout. Like, they are content. They do have money. They can definitely come in and try and box you.
Yeah, and absolutely. When I'm looking now, I've got the stats. Anonymous definitely know. All right.
Look at him. That's what I'm saying, man. He's the mean machine, isn't he?
He's not done. He really is. 25 and 10. He's just feeling it. Yeah, Anonymo, definitely no slouches on Nuke. They did lose to Sprout in ESEA Premier, 16-10 on it, but that was a while ago. Now, they are a little bit inconsistent, though. So they've beaten teams like Movie Star, Skade, who else have they beaten here? Double Pony, Skade again, Dignitas, Double Pony again. But then they've also lost to teams like AGF, Saw, Sangal, Sinners. So they're very inconsistent on Nuke. And even though they definitely played a lot, so they're definitely they're not inexperienced on the map. They know how to play it. They're gonna have had a lot of practice on it. But I do think that given what we're seeing here and the form we're seeing out of Faven, Sprout, especially after we saw how they just played against Havu on it, they're going to be feeling real good about this, just like Faven is feeling real good about this play through the smoke.
Sat there for now, shrouded.
He's a little worried about it.
Oh no, mate, he's fine. He's content. Look at him, takes the peek into the back line. Spiddy will deal with Key as he pushes down Banana. And a key point is that Sprout, if they find these next 3 frags, that's it. That's this map in the bag. We're going to Nuke with them having a 1 map advantage and being that step closer to getting that better seeding at Flashpoint to make their lives at the RMR that little bit easier. Cressy, Is he going to spot him? If he pushes out to try to cross from bedroom, it should be an easy suck down, so the rotations aren't even looking good for Anonymo. It's all down to the Deagles, mate.
Yeah, right now they're just holding for any counter aggression. They're trying to figure out if they are stacked towards B, which at this point they must assume that they are, because in their minds they haven't seen any counter aggression towards A. Obviously we know that he's up in the window, but he wasn't spotted. And now Faven, looks like they're backing up. This will just be the full execute. Molotov's going to be very important here. The two Deagle players from Anonymo need to hold this off to try to drag us into overtime.
Playing on top of first oranges, the Molotov won't burn him, so he's able to stay on the angle. Won't matter though as he's spotted. Luckily, in the meantime, Innocent hit a single headshot with the Deagle to give them a little bit of a better fight. Ooh. One that's getting better the longer this round goes on. Kyler tries to punish them towards Banana, but he's only able to secure a single frag. No more to be done. Not a 7th round for Anonymo. No. It will be the map win for Sprout.
Yeah, it absolutely will, and very dominating performance from them on Anonymo's map pick too. And we saw Anonymo not able to get anything going on their T side. If Sprout didn't give them opening picks towards Banana, didn't give them opening picks towards top mid, Anonymo had no way to get into the site. They didn't have the executes to fall back on. They didn't have the pathing to fall back on. Honestly, their entry pathing going into those sites was terrible, going to B and going up short. If there wasn't heroics from Snacks towards mid or towards B with the op, they had no way to get anything going on their T side.
Yeah, no. Ridiculous stuff. Something that is a little bit more standardized, though, of course, is the fact that Freya will be joining us again after that map.
Thank you very much, Jackie. What a spectacular performance from Sprout. There is no questions of their stamina coming into back-to-back best of 3 series. And like you were saying, Davey, to make such a statement on Anonymo's map pick, it was incredible and an absolutely awesome CT side to be starting things off for Sprout.
Yeah, they just had them completely locked down. They must have felt like they were out in the real world in COVID life all over again, because they were completely locked out of going anywhere. They couldn't get into that A site. They couldn't get into the B site. The only time they were ever able to was, I remember the one round where Slacks just hit the op tag onto Snacks through the wall, so he wasn't able to kill him. And then, of course, the round where Snacks just went up Banana and got 2 op picks. So just small mistakes from Sprout were just the few rounds that they lost. But overall, Sprout was completely dominant in this game.
And that was what was so impressive to see from the Germans. Was there anything else you noticed, Jackie, about that defense that just looked so solid for them on Anonymo's map pick, no less?
I think in terms of the actual momentum for it, right, it was just the fact they were able to really get into the groove of the game early. They would reset any kind of play from Anonymo. Whenever they did lose a round, it would quickly be covered up, whereas the same just can't be said when we had that flip over to the defense for Anonymo. They weren't able to play as confidently, losing out on some awkward little clutch rounds here and there as well. Yeah, it again just feels like it's one of those where coming into it, man to man, you can see that Sprout were looking really good. And also, what on earth are you going to do when Favon walks into your bomb site and kills all 3 of you?
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's lethal to be dealing with a Favon when he is just on form like that. I know, David, you were touching upon it. Him looking incredible on Nuke in that game just a few moments ago versus Havu. And it seems like he's just continued his momentum coming into this one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at those stats. 130 ADR, 70% headshot percentage. That is just unbelievable. 27 and 10. This man was an absolute terror towards that B site on T side. But on CT side as well, he was the one who was opping towards B. He was the one who had that huge round, playing back behind the triple boxes, making sure he stayed alive, giving his team time to rotate. He was absolutely the MVP of this game. And everybody else, it felt like they just sort of had to do their job, right? They just sort of had to exist, get the kill here and there, and Faven will just go out and finish everything off for us. It's fine.
And that's what we were kind of hearing from Slacks in the winners interview when we heard them after the Havu matchup as well. Jackie, he was just saying that Faven has that ability to really be opening up sites like that, particularly on the T side as well.
And that's the dream. If you've got a player that's confident like that, right? And obviously, especially if he's having a good day, feed the hot hand every time. Make sure he's always got an AK. Make sure he's always in a position where he's comfortable and send him in. Let him play off those spawns. And that's a lot of what we saw, where he was basically allowed off the leash. He would be put in positions for success. His teammates did a great job of being able to set him up. That's one of the other factors, right? As much as he was the one hitting the shots and getting the 2Ks towards Banana, it was his teammates setting him up for that with some really good flashes.
Yeah, it was incredible to see indeed, but something that's a little bit of a question mark has to be Anonymo now, Davey. We didn't really know too much about them coming into this tournament, but from what we've seen thus far, it seems like an almost uncharacteristic performance from them now.
Yeah, it was a little strange. Like I said, I feel like maybe, and this is what I was talking about yesterday with Sprout and how they have a very different style to a lot of teams. It's a very German style of CS where they do have that very specific system on how they do things. It's very calculated. It's very important that they stick to that. So when a team like Anonymous, they play a little bit loose, right? They play a little bit puggy. And so when they come up against a team like Sprout and they have players that are hitting their shots, that's when they run into trouble. And they weren't able to actually get into that site once they got the map control. Sprout was letting them have it. They were like, here, you want banana? Take banana. You want top mid? Take it. Execute on us. Get into the site. Like, make us uncomfortable. And Anonymous wasn't able to do that. They weren't able to create that air of uncomfortability because Sprout was just winning all the fights when they were taking them.
Well, things might not be getting any easier for Anonymous as we head on into the second map of the series. It's going to be Nuke, it's going to be Sprout's pick, and we saw them bring in the heat to have you just a few moments ago. But don't go anywhere because we'll be delving into it after a quick break. A clinical performance from the Germans gives them a leg up in this lower bracket grand final. It's now or never for Anonymous. Only one more map separates them from losing out in this best of 3 series. Of course, I've got to bring the lovely shining stars of Davey and Jackie back up onto this virtual desk. And Jackie, if you're the side of Anomino, this isn't exactly how you wanted to be starting off this series. You've lost out on your own map pick and with a clinical scoreline at that.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely leave you feeling, a little bit green around the gills, a bit bruised here and there. It wasn't a great game from whatsoever. This is by far the weakest we've seen them play whatsoever, right? Obviously they come into this series, they looked flat. They were struggling to get into rounds. In opening duels, I think they literally had 4 out of the entire game that they were won just from Snacks having some big rounds. It just felt like Sprout were living up to what they said in the interview, right? From what they had seen, they didn't respect Anonymo. They didn't say they were a good team. They said that they thought they were better, and they're proving that on the server at the minute.
Yeah, they are indeed. And if you're the side of Anonymo now, Davey, we're coming on into Nuke, and you were saying that it seems like Anonymo have been quite inconsistent on this map in the past 3 months.
Yeah, that is something that I sort of forgot to bring up. That was a good point Jackie just mentioned, is that from Sprout's point of view, they thought Anonymo was, he didn't say like they were, actually, he did say that they looked pretty bad. Yeah, he did literally say they were bad. I was trying not to put words in his mouth. I didn't want to stir the pot, but he did actually just say that he thought they were bad. And as you can see here, they have surprised everybody, but when you have that, it's like a mental edge over them. Like if you think the other team is bad, if you think you're better and you're on point that day, that makes you such a dangerous team to have to play against, because they're going to be taking aggressive fights. They're going to be playing with confidence, and so much of Counter-Strike is confidence. So that is just, that's just such a good point to bring up. I completely forgot about it. But yeah, you can definitely see Sprout playing with confidence in their game.
Yeah, we've got to talk about Favon as well, because we just saw him really bringing the heat to Havu on that map of Nuke, then again carrying that over onto Inferno. So I feel like if we're looking at somebody from Sprout to really be showing up again, we're probably going to be having Favon's name on our lips a lot coming into this second map.
100%. Like he's been unreal, right, throughout the whole series. I had against Havu, then into that map as well. He's plus 17 for the game at 134 ADR. It's just not acceptable, to be honest with you. Like, you've already qualified for Flashpoint. We can dial it down a little bit, but apparently he didn't get the memo. I guess when they gave him that high five after the game, it just got him more hyped.
But that's the thing. Both of these teams have qualified for Flashpoint 3. But as you were saying during the game, Jackie, this is seeding. So this is incredibly important, considering we're looking at some of these teams coming into the RMR. Both of these teams want the best situation they can coming into the main event.
You got to make the most of it, right? You've qualified, but that's only half of the journey. If you get that good seed in to play with, just the dream scenario. You think of the caliber of teams as well that will get invited to the direct event at the RMR. If you think we've got some talent here, there's probably going to be even bigger and better names in the mix. So you need to make the best you can of your own destiny. So win this game, shut down the series 2-0, and make your lives easier.
Well, we're going to see if Anonymo can get their feet back into this match as we're heading into Nuke, potentially the final destination of our day Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. So guys, take it away.
All right, yo. Nuke then. Davey, you were saying earlier, mate, did they try, rub in some of that nuclear waste and get some superpowers on Inferno? If they did, I guess they can go back for seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he, like I said, Favon, he had some of that nuclear waste rub in, but overexposure to nuclear waste, as all of the comic books will tell you, like a little bit will give you superpowers, but too much could kill you. So
yeah,
you never know. Maybe Favon coming back onto Nuke now, all of his superpowers are going to be lost, and Anonymo is going to be able to take the upset and win on Sprout's map pick as we see this fast A play coming out.
Oh, it was fast until it was stopped dead in its tracks by the HE and the follow-up from the Julies. Go on, Kylar. Oh, close, but didn't quite get it. Won't matter, though, as his teammates, of course, just decimate everyone else. That pistol round was live for, what, 15 seconds?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of dualies being purchased so far throughout this event. And that was the first time we've really seen them come into their own, and that is the exact environment that you want the dualies in. On top of that hut, able to look down, able to take the shots. And now there it is. You can tell he hasn't really pistol DM'd with them, but he just knows they're sick, because right there you could see the shot wasn't really going through. The last one, the third one just couldn't really happen.
Yeah, that's the thing. I suppose, more than anything, You want the quick up the speed guide with the Julies. 9 times out of 10, if you just have a quick spam, as quick as you can, whilst also aiming at the neck and only slightly pulling down. That's the trick. You see the over pull down, Davey. People think that they're way too strong. It's a slight adjustment, just a little one.
Yeah, people think that the dualies, like, people don't realize how little recoil the dualies have. Their left to right recoil is super low. Their vertical recoil is super low. We've been talking about this for years. Finally, people started listening to me, and Slacks is trying to make Anonymous listen to him as he rains out the deagle shots, putting the hurt down onto K outside, and he's looking for another, and he finds it again. There it is. 40% now turned even higher as they are able to find 2 kills at Slacks. Nobody with armor, but the AUG is recovered.
Some more firepower given to the side of Sprout. The CTs repositioning, one towards Secret, one deep towards CT side as well. So they're in some risky positions and the Ts could overwhelm them. Slacks, he holds, looking for a third shot with that deagle, doesn't get it. But here's the backstab, the Glock burst onto Kylar. They do eventually go out upper though. And Innocent still on the site, gets one off with the MP9. Remember, you said they've got no armor. That MP9 can really unleash a world of hurt if they head towards him.
Yeah, now Innocent's trying to sort out where the other players are. He has some information. He knows there's at least one up heaven, and there come the jumps. Tags down onto Faven, but not enough to kill him as Dennis is working his way in from the connector. He's walking in that smoke. He sees it. He knows that Innocent could be playing in and around it, but he has to wait. Now he knows he's still inside of the hut, so all the information gained, but this flank is coming from below, and if Minio gets this timing right, this could be the end of the round for Sprout as he goes up the ladder, is able to find it. He's going to take down the bomb planner as well. Now it's all onto Dennis. Bomb not planted for him. He is able to just about connect on that shot. Deagle out and Innocent. No kit. Ooh, and Dennis, he didn't see the wires. He knows he's not defusing. He's pushing forward, but it doesn't matter. Innocent lands the shot, and Anonymous just barely, by the skin of their teeth, are able to win out on that round despite the heroics from Slacks outside with the deagle.
A big cost to him, though. All right, it gets a little bit better with the AUG being saved, but yeah, that's a hard round, man. Sprout towards outside, the Deagle just decimating them. You get the flank off with the Glock as well that worked. It's rough. Our only saving grace there being obviously how much respect they had to give to the MP9. Knowing they didn't have armor, at any point, if they would have pushed out, he could have cleaned them all up in a matter of seconds. So they kind of got stuck in their own heads for a bit.
Yeah, they did. And now we see this full buy coming out from Sprout as well. And that's gonna, an op is in the hands of Snacks. Something to keep an eye on. Slacks has his as well. And he's going very aggressive here towards the red box, but K has heard all of this. So now, if he just peeks out, he might not be expecting the op from Snacks, and he's not, and Snacks winning out again on that op versus op fight. Slacks did not expect him to have the funds for the op, but it was Innocent's MP9 play that allowed that to happen. And now Sprout, they've lost their opera, they've lost outside control as K is pushed up very aggressively here. He's denying all the information, but still, Minio is down in the vent. He wants to come back up because he knows that there's no players who can be down that ramp. Minio wants to come up, but doesn't really have the timing for it. Ooh, and that's a perfect re-smoke.
Oh, straight down the vent, lurking at the bottom, look at him! Body's hitting his face as he'll be able to eventually overcome it. Chrissy gets in. Dennis, on the lurk, hears that there's another man trying to get down the vent. You would have heard that thud from Innocent, and he communicates it to Cressy. On the peak, though, it doesn't matter. He had the AK, but the M4 will murder him. So Anonymous, far better there on the follow-up round. That time they only have the one casualty, and they get all 3 from the pistol.
Yeah, and K getting aggressive outside, able to secure it with that flank, but the drop play, they try to go down the vent, and Minio was just right there waiting for them, not letting them get down that vent. 2 kills for him. Quick follow-up from Innocent and K, and that is just, like you said, that's just the round for Anonymous, and it's starting off very well here for them. 3-0 on their CT side. It's obviously still early days, but this is Sprout's map pick, so going down early here is not how they would have wanted to start this.
Although, they do have a ton of Deagles coming into this round, but they've also got a ton of damage being done to them. Look how low they all are already. That's the bomb dropped, given as a gift to Key as well for his good efforts into the round. Innocent should be able to frag out both of these players towards lower, with Slacks only being on 8 HP. We do have the MVP himself alive, but not for much longer. On the peak, Key will see him, and he goes down. So Anonymous, 4 rounds actually, really starting to get themselves a good footing onto the CT side, far better than what we had in Inferno. But this is where the game begins for real. Sprout, AK's coming out.
Yeah, it is, and here we see this other gun round, and now Slacks hasn't gone for the op. They didn't have the money for it, so no op in his hands. We did see him bring that out earlier. He did lose out on that fight with Snacks outside, so no op this time. No op versus op battle. They are slowly setting up towards lobby here. They're just taking control very slow. Not a lot of outside pressure being placed. Spitty just up on top of the silo, looking down for any aggression. And the smokes do come out from Sprout. We see that one landing right there next to main. They are just grouped up towards lobby here, waiting for any type of aggression, trying to figure out where Anonymous defense is.
In terms of where Sprout's attack is, though, Faber nearly off the back of the audio cues, went for a bit of spam through the heart, tries it again as well, finally gets a tag, a single bullet there connecting onto Innocent. A man who is currently 5-0 as well, yet to be fragged out. See how long he can stay alive and how long he can hold on to this as Dennis passes him in the smoke, sticks his ground. No backstab yet onto Innocent. There it is, the fast flick as well, point blank. Barrel was basically down his throat, but somehow he stays alive. And we're left here with a 3v2. Lobby Crunch coming out, Snacks in the back, hits the shot onto Faven. Kylar with the UMP, trying to bait him. But Spiddy, he's full HP, he's confident, but he's being pushed from all angles. And eventually, he will succumb to Anonymo, giving them another round.
Yeah, Spitty just not able to connect those shots, and the re-aggression into lobby working perfectly there from Anonymous. Snacks getting aggressive in ramp with the op, able to get that flank, and Sprout getting locked out very hard here by Anonymo. It's exactly what Sprout was able to do to them on their map pick. Anonymo is returning the favor here.
Just the 20% as well. Only the one deagle coming out from Sprout, but the Tech 9s, they really do increase your chance if you're going for a fast play like this towards ramp, especially when Minio is forced to fall back so early. Won't matter though, as the assist arrives. Snacks, a fast pick. See you later to Slacks. Oh, here we go. He's really having a field day now. Got the tag off as well. Secresi does best him, but he's on 9 HP. This AK should finish him off in seconds.
And it absolutely does. He almost was able to find that connection onto K there. And did he spot him? He didn't spot him. Oh,
this is ridiculous.
Could be absolutely huge.
Ring around the rosies. Pocket full
and that's why you buy the dualies.
Yeah,
that's why you buy the dualies right there. Yeah. Dualies get that kill. Or
Dualies or
Deagle also gets that kill. Yeah.
There you go.
Even a P250 probably gets that one. Screw the Tech 9, man. That gun sucks.
No, you hit him in the head, mate. Kills him.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
True.
It's big.
Yeah. No, but it's easier to hit him in the head with the other guns.
Nah, Tech 9's big. I'm a big fan of the Techers.
Hate it. Which is so much recoil. Like, that's the exact situation. You have to shoot so slow to make it viable. Unless you're, like, touching the person. You have to shoot so slow for it to actually be able to do anything. What it does have going for it is that first bullet accuracy. That's what it's got going for it. Just like Sprout, finally, has an opening kill going for them. It seems like every single one has gone the way of Anonymo, but not this round. Slacks is able to open up onto Minio towards ramp. And did Faven see that? It looked like he might have seen Innocent creep through the smoke. It doesn't seem so. He is aware of the possibility, though. You can see him looking for it. Yeah, it does hit the pre-fire. Now Innocent's going to have to drop the smoke. Oh, and Faven doesn't care. Pushes forward and gets that trade. Anyways, and there's Cressy onto Snacks, and all of a sudden, Sprout have gotten all the kills this round.
Right, now they're straight ripping. Here we go. This is the Sprout side that we wanted to see coming into this based off what they've shown us all damn day. Anonymo, it's been a good defense up to this point, but will they hold strong? Can they have another stalwart defense here against the oncoming Germans in round 7? 55 seconds on the clock. The last two CTs paranoid about where the push will come from. You've got outside control from Key. On the site, it's Kylar. He's crossing. Timing actually works out pretty well. Gets close towards the angle here. Watching Squeaky. Expecting the push. There's another frag coming in as his teammate does damage towards outside. Now it's a 2v3. This one's winnable. Could be even better if Dennis goes down. But he gets through the vent. Slips in on 9 HP and stays alive.
That was unbelievably close for no real reason. Dennis just barely making it down the vent with the bomb. If he had gone down, oh, and he does immediately go down now at the hands of Kyler from that spam. So now what was a 2 versus 5 has now turned into a 2 versus 2.
They've got to break the glass. It'll give away his position. One player towards ramp, the other man is a naughty flanker. As he peeks out, it's Favon to stab him in the back, shuts down Kylar. The panic now for the last CT. He'll jump on the site, he'll tap the bomb, he'll force the face, but he doesn't hit the shot. You can see the paranoia running through his mind, and he's literally got to run, needs to get away because the round cannot be won. Actually takes the fight and wins it.
Yeah, and that kill is actually pretty important. Getting that gun out of their hands. You look at the money over on the side of Sprout. This is their first round one, remember, so they do not have the funds for this. Losing that many guns on their first win from what looked like should have been a clean round, right? 2 versus 5, they get all the entries. And then they end up losing 4 players in the round, so about as well as that could have gone for Anonymous besides winning. 4 players dead. And now we will see. Look at this. This is sort of a weird little mixed buy they've had to do here on the side of Sprout. Spitty does have the Deagle up on Slacks as well, but only 3 AKs. That is the economy game. And the big thing is here, they've thrown these outside smokes, but because K is pushed so aggressively, he knows this is a fake, and he can communicate this info to his team.
They have the bigger picture of the round. And they know exactly what's going on here. Molly in from Snacks. Extinguished by the smoke that's there. Follow up with the flashes as well, investing a lot of utility to waste this time towards the squeaky door to stop this oncoming push. The Molotov will do a good job of forcing Innocent back though, and they have their clear gap in, won't matter. As Snacks, ridiculous pick with the AWP, that's huge. This stuns them an awful lot, and now their numbers are thinning. 3 Ts, teasing the way into the site once again through Squeaky, but they can't get in. They can't brute force it, and they're getting bested, all down to 1. Favon, the last man alive once again, not crisp enough to hit that shot on the cross, and not realizing that Key was in the back line means that Anonymo are just grinding the rounds out 7-1.
Wow, and what a clean round from Anonymous there. All 5 players staying alive. Unbelievable from them. And Sprout, again, their map pick, not able to find any entry into these sites. Just Anonymous just playing so well right now. We didn't see any of this on Inferno, and Sprout, they need to be able to grind out a few. We saw their CT side was very strong earlier. They need to be able to grind out a few of these rounds here on the T side if they want to give themselves a chance going into their CT side half.
It is the Deagles, and it is Slacks rocking the Scout. He can normally be a bit of a mean machine with a weapon, but his head has been spotted. They know that he's outside, and they know that he's shifting around, looking to try and steal away a pick, so they're not going to give it to him. Instead, they'll bite back against the other Deagleers on the side of Sprout, finding easy frags. They're all going down, and it's looking likely that this could be a flawless round now.
Yeah, another one too, and this has been Anonymous' story this entire game. They've just been able to keep so many players alive on every single round that they win, and it's been absolutely huge for them to get to this point. And there it is again, all 5 players staying alive, money being built up so heavily, and Sprout keeps trying to go towards that squeaky door and get out, but because Anonymous has so many smokes and nades, they're never out of util, because Sprout just hasn't put enough pressure towards outside. Like we saw K on that round, he's pushed up close. He knows that it's a fake, so Anonymous just keeps dumping all of their utility towards the door and towards hut. And Sprout has no entry into that A bomb site. They need to try to work something else. Either go towards outside, try to work that heaven split, work their way towards ramp. We haven't seen enough from them to indicate that they're actually able to change up their tactics here against Anonymous, and here it is immediately again. K finding the pick outside onto Spitty, and they're starting again down a man, but Favon, ever useful, immediately gets that trade onto Innocent aggressing in hut.
Nothing aggressive really does sum up the type of round we've seen here. A tenacious offense from both of these sides in the way they're playing it. The CTs have been trying to fight fire with fire, but the Ts, meanwhile, could really start a fire in this round as Dennis, He's got into the back line. He's on the A site. Kyler has no idea. Smart man as well. Line it up. See if you can get a 2-for-1 before you reveal your hand. Fires off the first. Good night. Key coming up the ladder. He should be slain as well. If not, at least kept in check. And shouldn't be able to have much success into this. Stuck down there. Dennis, he really is going to be a linchpin now. And the bomb's been planted as well. It's just a matter of time on this one. The CT's calling it quits, it seems.
Yeah, they're just backing right off. Big play from Dennis there, able to get up there, get that flank, and that is a round that we saw from Sprout. They attacked at all different points. They were actually applying pressure. They forced the rotations from Anonymous. They did all right. They were able to finally win those fights, get those kills, and push into that A bomb site. Just going through the door alone has not been enough from them, and they figured that out, and you could see the different approaches being taken. That's exactly what they needed to do, and more importantly, 4 people still alive. They didn't drop any of these players, and they don't. It's so important for them to keep as many people alive as possible, because there's always at risk of being reset. And Anonymous, all of that bank built up, now they have to start actually taking the money out and investing it in these weapons. They've had so many people alive for so many rounds. Now finally, they are forced to rebuy some guns.
Obviously, stats-wise, it doesn't really lie as well. Because what we were talking about back on Inferno was the fact that the only player and the entire team of Anonymous that had opening duels in his favour was Snacks. This time around, Davey, there has been nothing at all from Sprout. The only one that's actually got a single opening duel in his favour was Slacks. All the other rounds have been the first pick taken by Anonymous, and that's done so much for them. You can see in the way they're approaching it, right? As soon as they're getting that easy 4v5 from the get-go, they're willing to play a little bit more lax, play for the picks in the late round. Once you've got that edge, CT side, Nuke, you can afford to play for trades. 9 times out of 10, if you don't make any mistakes, you'll take that home.
Yeah, absolutely. They have just been the better team so far on the CT side, and we do have to keep in mind, obviously, it is Nuke, so it is expected that the CT side will be favored, as now they've creeped their way across, smoke wall up, don't have to worry about a thing. But, again, Anonymous has this information because they have that player inside of Big Garage. So now he can communicate to his team. He knows that they're not working their way towards Big Garage. And look, he's posted on this angle, so he knows that this has just been a fake from Spitty. If Spitty wins this fight, that is absolutely crucial. That will force a rotate from Anonymous because now all their info's gone. And as far as they know, they could just be working their way towards Hell. And this is going to be another big one. So we see 2 players inside of the hut and 1 towards Heaven. So Spitty winning that fight was absolutely massive for Sprout.
There's still a gargantuan round ahead of them, though. They want to make sure they can convert that frag into an actual round win. Diving their way out onto the site and clearing out. CT vents clear. They know that Squeaky's open, but have they realised that lurking in hut was a madman looking to gun them down? Only good enough to get the first, though. We switch over to Snacks, charging back in, paranoid about where the peaks are going to come from, flicking from all different angles. Finally starts to slow it down a little bit. Knows he's got time. Knows he has a kit. AWP in hand, slightly to the right. And that very well could have been them skewered in the hut. But they are in a safe position. Dennis is only on 1 HP, so Snacks, it's a potential round for him. He's just got to show that he's got some guts. He's got some confidence. Peeks out on the site, taps the bomb, baits the face, misses the shot. That was on Dennis as well. It's a rough one. And in the end, Sprout, off the back of that opening pick, they do get themselves another round. Finally a third.
Yeah, that was a moment for him right there. He hits that bomb plant, like you said. There's a chance he could have hit that shot on Dennis, play the 1v1, would have had to force that last T-side player into his hands. But in the end, he misses the shot, and that is the 3rd round for Sprout now. Finally starting to sort of build up some rounds here on their map pick, and this is exactly what they needed to do. Grind out some rounds. Get yourselves 4 rounds. You know, as many as you can get. Just grind them out. Grind them down. Anonymous, they still have a lot of money. They still have all that bank built up, but they've slowly whittled it down now. 2 losses in a row. This might be the last full buy we see from Anonymous, given the financial situation.
Slacks, peeking in, looking for the opening play on towards ramp, but can't quite spot him. The smoke will go down as well, so not getting that one as a freebie.
Oh, the spam comes out. Actually, it didn't even.
What? Yeah, I was going to say, you heard the flash, right?
Yeah, it tagged his armor. It was just one of those ones that just takes 1 point of armor away.
Mad. I've been tagged. Have you?
Yeah.
Not sure.
I thought so. I did hear it, but apparently not. I did tag them, though, as the nade's coming out. And now Sprout, they've fallen all the way back to T-spawn. Don't worry, they're not running to save. Ooh. They are just looking for these outside smokes, but Snacks finds one onto Faven, and that's a huge fragger down. So now these smokes are coming out. Where are they going to go with them? That is the player on top of the silo, spotted by K. Lots of damage being done through the smoke, and they are just going straight down to Secret, where Snacks is waiting.
The T side losing a lot of HP here and there. Dennis, though, will he be able to win them the round as he creeps out onto the A site? Needs to spot Innocent. If he walks around the corner and isn't ready for this, that will give up another frag for free to the CTs and puts them in a huge position. Innocent, oh, that's a gnarly round. Clean up crew coming in. Spiddy is there, though. Flicking around on the site, scared, knows they're up top, knows they're on the sides, just overwhelmed and shut down. This is rough, dude. A complete role reversal. You look at that Inferno game and it felt like, all right, Sprout, feeling it, clearly showing the confidence going in, playing no respect, on an Anonymous map pick, no less. Now we get here, you can say all those same attributes. It's quite crazy how much this one's flip-flopped between the two games.
Yeah, Anonymo's been very aggressive. K has had such a presence outside. He's been going aggressive, jumping up on top of the boxes, shooting over the smokes. He's kept a ton of information for his team, and now Sprout finds himself down 9-3. They have to force into this round, and they are really backs against the wall here. Anonymo really giving it to him, just like Sprout did on their map pick, like you said. And this has become a very, very dangerous game for Sprout. They might be staring down the barrel of map 3. It's still early days. They haven't got to play their CT side yet. But it is not looking good so far for the Germans.
Scary bit is, right? If you don't get some kind of buffer out of this T side, you make any real mistakes in your CT half, you're going to leave yourself looking like a rundown fairground with just not a lot to go on. Hopefully, they can get themselves a little bit more here. Smokes now towards outside. The T's pushing up. Key. This angle could be absolutely disgusting, dude. If they don't clear this off and actually win out on this one, he could do so much on the backstab, getting all this information, causing the flash out. Snacks will allow him to peek in, and look at that, the convergence. 3 quick kills, nearly the backstab, no scope as well coming out. That will be shut down, but this round is gone. Favon, 1v4.
Man, what a setup from Anonymous. They were so ready for that slow play from Sprout, and there's K again, swinging across the door, getting that pick onto Faven, and man, this is getting absolutely brutal. It's already been brutal the whole time, but it's just getting worse and worse for Sprout. You saw they strung 2 rounds together. You thought, okay, maybe they're working their way back into this. Maybe they can grind these out. But no, Anonymo there, ready with that outside setup. They had the pop flash ready. Snacks just peeking out from Big Garage, able to secure the frags. It was just helpless Sprout players. Unable to do anything, and now we do just see the half buy. Saving for that last round.
3 Deagles, 2 Tech 9s. Ooh, I'm a big fan, and I like that. Straight in, Dennis. Ooh, the technical assailant as he slaps the first man he sees. Issue is, the rest of the team can't follow up with what he started. They're falling in their fights, and it goes over to Innocent with the M4 to claim another name. He shuts down Slacks. They do at least trade, but they can't get the weapon. So the only 2 Ts that are left are still with those measly pistols.
Yeah, and Spiddy's there inside of him, and he's going to get spotted. Oh, and the quick readjustment from Kyler there, able to flick over and get Cressy trying to walk through that smoke. Minio finishes it off. Although they did open up the round, Dennis got that opening one. There was no way for them to really take advantage of it. And so we do see an 11-3 scoreline now. Sprout really struggling here on their map pick. I'm assuming there's going to be an opt-down on the ground for Slacks. That's why he's only got the P250. So he'll be looking for that. And he finds it.
Yeah, tracks it down in the end. He is going for the double play as well. Snacks, he's brought that M4 over, so it's in a better spot. Obviously, you might as well spend your money last round, drop an M4 for the rotate. He can always come off the AWP if he needs to. Innocent doesn't get a choice with what weapon he has, though, as he's dead. Fragged out by Favon towards the close door. Dude, he loves smokes, doesn't he? He's the most innovative, angles I've seen where he's playing on these close smokes. He's done it so many times.
Yeah, and he gets another pick onto Spiddy as well, so again, he has so much information now. Towards outside, and these outside smokes are coming in, and look at that. He's going to go down the vent. He does get spotted, though. Faven can't fall back. because of that Molotov behind him. So he's just stuck in this corner. Kyler is here for support. This A bomb site looks to be the play of Sprout.
Goes out, stops him coming back and fighting through the vent. Now they start to swarm onto the site, but they're giving themselves timing. The spacing is too far between. So Snacksy hits the first. Slacks is here though. Battle of the Orpers. Let's see if he's played Slacksy Snacksy before. As he gets into the back line, chasing him down. They're trading angles, and they could be giving this round away. He's so panicked. The quick flicks. He's not got any mouse mat left, and he's dead.
Yeah, he does manage to land the shot onto Snacks through the smoke, through the hut, but we see the complete role reversal here. Right now it's 12-3 for Anonymo on the CT side of Sprout's map pick. So this has been an absolutely huge performance from K outside. Like you said, playing all around those smokes, making things interesting, keeping things very comfortable for Anonymo. All that information that he had, they were never able to kill him. They were never able to take him down. For example, if Spitty gets that pick onto K outside in that smoke, then that changes the entire dynamic of the round, because outside control is lost. They don't have information on how many of them are out there. They have to be worried about secret. They have to be worried about the heaven flank. Completely changes the dynamic.
Also, bear in mind, he's got like 22 kills and he's still sustaining 150 ADR somehow. It's like actually ridiculous how well he's been playing into this game. Like he's been popping off the whole time. Messy, awkward 1v1 there, eventually gets slumped out, so he's down. Sprout here, 3 players left. They need to win this pistol round if they want to give themselves a fighting chance on Nuke. If not, it seems like we'll be going to Mirage as the third and final map in this seeding, deciding series. Slacks again, peeks out. It's a rough fight, and they're fighting all over the gaff. Everyone locked into weird 1v1s towards Deacon Tam. Kyler with that one, slamming the door straight on the face of Sprout, and it's all on Spitty. He's got the kit, but I don't think he's going to have the clout to win this one. At least takes down a single man, sprints onto the rafters, drops down, knows where the bomb is, taps it to try and draw the face. They both peek together, and they do take the round.
Yeah, it was so well played again from Anonymo, coordinating those peaks, making sure Spitty has absolutely no chance to defuse that bomb. The second he taps it, they both swing. Easy shot, and again, K coming up big on the pistol round. Man, he's 22-3. He is absolutely farming these Sprouts right now.
He is the gardener. He has planted the Sprouts. You know, the fertilizer was there. First map, Dave, he didn't quite have it. The sunlight weren't great. Conditions weren't amazing. He's gone back to the drawing board. He's realised the wrong type of fertilizer. Now you can see the difference here. They are living themselves with an amazing crop. 13 rounds.
And Snacks has gone down the vent, and he's ready for Dennis to try to regress. Oh, the timing! Right when he walks away is exactly when Dennis comes down the vent. Snacks was aware of the possibility. He was waiting for it. And now, Dennis and Spitty are both down here in the B bomb site, but Dennis is clearing everything out towards control side, so now they know Snacks is inside of that single door. But do the T's know that both CT players are down here? Dennis, ooh, really making his presence known.
Yeah, he wanted them to know where he is. As he just bounds his way over towards Dark Spot, they focus on him, giving Spitty a slight opportunity to peek. Just the one kill. Timing, oh, it could be really rough. He won't need to open the door. Instead, just gutshot Snacks through the door, taking him down and leaving us here in a 3v2. This could be a pickup for the CTs if they can make a play out of this. MP9 and Scout. Scout's been spotted back on ramp, but he's tagging them. He's making them soft. He's making them supple. That MP9 could chew its way through them, but no. Easy headshots. Mac 10 doing the damage. AK with a wall bang. Anonymo, 14 rounds chiseled in. They want to go to Mirage.
Yeah, now you're down 14-3. If you're Sprout, do you just take the force buy here, or do you try to play for overtime and concede 12 map points? If it's me, I'm calling the force buy here, but Sprout, they want to take the more passive approach. They just got the HEs. One Deagle in the hands of Cressy as well. You know how dangerous those can be. Given this is CT side of Nuke, they are just playing for that advantage. And there's the nade stack coming out, but the counter nade from Snacks doing the most damage. Snacks gets down the vent relatively for free. Again, a little damage taken, but overall, he's down the vent, and that's map control gain for Anonymo.
Snacks, after claiming control of the B site, he's on the lurk the whole way back around towards ramp, which is completely open. There's no CTs there, so just exchanging angles really. But they do now know that ramp's clear, so they can all make their move down. and have a good base into round 18. The bomb should be planted. From that point, it's all just about the retake. A retake that consists of purely pistols. Innocent. He's waiting by the refreshment machines. Let's see if he can gobble down some tasty treats as he hits the first onto Favon. He's got an inkling they're coming. Backs up so he can play with his teammate. And this is just a matter of time, really.
Oh, yeah, there they are. They do get the double swing. So small consolation if they're able to get away with the AK, and they're not, so they're both dead. No consolation at all. I guess besides maybe the kill onto Innocent. Not looking great, man. Not looking great for Sprout. They do have this full buy now. Not a kit, though. No kit on the server. So keep that in mind if it does come to that point late in the round. There is no kit. Full util, though, pretty much across the board. Molotov's only missing on Slacks and Cressy. It looks like we do have a timeout. Not sure who's taking it yet or if it is a technical timeout. Regardless, the score is 15-3. Anonymo completely dominating Sprout on Sprout's map pick.
And this is what we saw in Inferno as well. Anonymo, they got trounced. They couldn't do anything. They weren't able to get into the game. Sprout were just ruining them at every turn. They won all of the entry battles throughout all of the rounds, really. Here, that flips on its head. It completely changes. And I don't even know if they can do much more, right? Obviously, you're up against the 15 rounds, match point. Yeah, you got to buy here, but you still need to win 12 rounds on the spin to get the game going. So in reality, it feels like we will be going to Mirage in a matter of time and have a fresh face for the third and final map between these two. We are playing for seeding here. Both teams have qualified for Flashpoint 3. They are going to the RMR event. This is just to decide the better seeding the further we get throughout this lower bracket. Slight pause at the minute. Also just saw out an issue with ping for the players. And we're back in to carry this one on.
It is one of the Anonymo players, too, who does have the ping issue. It's like, come on, man, it's 15-3. Maybe your ping's a little high. Whatever, man. Just, like, close out the game. Get it sorted for the next one. Come on. You want to roll this momentum into Mirage. They're killing all their team's momentum right now. They're up 15-3, but, you know, this disconnect could just ruin the whole mood. Like, what if Sprout comes back now after this, huh? Like, what? Whoever the guy who left...
You're stoking the storyline. You're stoking it. You're giving it a little poke. You're seeing what you can do. Yeah, I feel it. I feel it. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, you never know. You never know, mate. But the match medic's been called in. Surgery undergone. It was very successful. Everyone's happy. And it seems like hopefully we should be able to get back into this bad boy soon once the buys come back out. So here we go, Sprout. You've got to give us those 12 rounds on the trot. Has to be one of the best CT sides we've seen from the Germans in quite some time if they're going to win this one.
Yeah, again, the buys do need to come out again, so now we're going to see pretty much the exact same thing we saw last time. Maybe a kit this time. Yep, Spitty actually does have one, so Match Medic potentially saving their round there. Spitty does pick up that kit, so if the bomb does end up going down, and they now have that. And these are fast smokes outside from Anonymo.
After the slow tempo brought in with the pause, seems like they might want to go for something quite fast just to catch them off guard. So lots of utility used early on. Classic play towards outside. Meanwhile, Snacks, he's dancing with the devil, but he survived. He actually gets away on 14 HP. It looked like that was him left for dead there. Instead, he can link up with the rest of the squad. Anonymo, all outside. 4 players grouped up, looking to go for the A play.
Yeah, he's just barely escaped. Dennis is here at the top of Secret, so if he finds a good timing on this flank, while these players are trying to scale towards Hell, might be able to do something in this round, but this is the bomb working its way up towards Heaven, and Slacks isn't going to get this timing, and that's Dennis going down as well. That is the bomb spotted, though, and Spitty actually gets the frag. Cressy goes down and under, but there's 2 more down there, and can they find them? They find one. Do they know Slacks is here? The bomb is still down in CT spawn. He hasn't spotted Slacks. That's the kill for him, and now in this 2 versus 3, all low HP, and there's a shot through the floor. In this case, it's the roof, as Slacks takes him down. Innocent and Snacks now, low HP players needing to work their way towards the bomb.
The old guard of Anonymo. Will they be able to somehow close it down here? Limited HP between the both of them. And unaware of the positions of the CTs as the first shot comes in. Slacks, that's a hell of a quad kill. The first 2 kills he got were beautiful. It's also one of the first times we've seen Kai die in quite some time. Since the half, he has been on 3 deaths. He's finally died again now, 26-4. What on earth? Like, what have they fed him since Inferno till now?
I told you, they showed up. They've engaged with that nuclear waste, right? So now they've become superhuman. And Sprout, they've gone too far with it. They've done too much nuclear waste. Their superpowers weren't enough. So now this is what happens, man. All the comics tell you this is all what it is.
Yeah,
and actually, that
look
Molotov they put outside too has put out that smoke, so they don't have the smoke wall. So Sprout has the info. They should know that this is going to be a play towards A or ramp.
Seems that ramp will be the call. The one who's got to defend it is Spiddy with the Org. Outrageous scenes for the first, but no more to be done. Slacks arrives. Oh, no quad kill this time. The speedy double found for the T's, and they are sprinting into the bleachers at B site, bleeding open. The CT's on defense. Dennis on deck. He'll fire one shot out, take down Kyler, but he's still got to hold on. There's a minute on the round. It's a 2v2, so this could go any way. He wasn't ready for the peak on ramp either. The slight adjustment, crosshair placement wasn't mind-blowing. Snacks takes that opportunity. And this could be where the game ends. This could be us stamping our ticket to Mirage as the third and final map between these two sides. Cressy, the last remaining German man, he's been spotted. They still give him a fighting chance with the MP9, but no more than that. Just the chance. 16-4. Anonymo, they bring it back and they shut it down on Nuke. We're going to Mirage.
Yeah, what a mix-up we just saw. What a change. What a the classic switcheroo. The one team wins on the other team's map pick, back and forth. They beat each other on the map picks, but it wasn't just that they won each other's map picks. It was the dominant fashion in which Anonymo was able to beat Sprout on Nuke, and Sprout was able to beat Anonymo on Inferno. It's crazy. Both of them able to win so convincingly on the opposition's map pick. It's absolutely wild that we see stuff like that.
It is wild indeed. So let's get in the Queen of Wildness and start to figure out what on earth that was. Freya, what's going on Nuke?
I don't even know, man. Complete role reversal coming into this series. We thought it might have been all over for Anonymo after looking at their Inferno performance, but what a switch up as well. In terms of form, we were looking back at that map one, saying that the individuals were missing for the Polish side. It seemed like Sprout had the systems more in place. Then we switch on over onto Nuke now, Davey, and we just seen Sprout dominating Havu on that map pick, no less. So where do you think the key issues were for Sprout coming into their own home map pick?
Honestly, it's hard to say because they just got so dominated across the entire server, right? Anytime they tried to do anything, the Anonymo players were right there and ready. The big one was K outside playing around those smokes. Every single time that Sprout tried to do a fake outside smoke to A hit, K was playing aggressive. K had the info. He knew that they weren't going there. And then vice versa, anytime they did try to go there, he also had the info and he was able to get picks and survive. It was crazy how well he was playing towards outside. That was the crucial point, and you could see it in his scoreline. I don't remember what he finished at, but it was at least 26-4 was the last one I saw, which is absolutely ridiculous from him, and a lot of that came from that presence outside, and that was so important on Nuke. To have that pressure, to have that presence, just the information alone is crucial to your rotation, so he was the absolute MVP this game. Snacks did have some big rounds with the off as well, but it really was K, and not, like I said, not just the fragging, but the actual play that he did. All of these plays where he's having so much information, unbelievably important for being successful on Nuke.
Yeah, you're totally right. The absolute MVP of the second map of the series. 26 kills coming in from Key, 5 deaths, 136 ADR. Jackie, we were sort of looking at him as a potential player that was really going to be a difference maker. Didn't get to see that on Inferno, but maybe he was just saving it all for Sprout's pick.
It seemed like it, right? I guess he wanted the disrespect on their map. Did exactly what they did to them on Inferno. But yeah, dominant performance. Going through with 3 deaths at the half whilst you're also fragging out and being able to maintain such a disgusting ADR as well. It goes to show he had just worlds of impact each and every round, but look who didn't have any impact. Faven, 7-3. He shows finally that he is human. He's been undeniably sick the whole event, specifically over the series we saw with Havu and into the first map versus Anonymo, but here I guess it was a bridge too far. He's finally got a little bit tired.
Yeah, that was maybe the surprise. And Havu so convincingly on this very map, continuing that momentum coming on into Inferno. Davey, a little bit surprised maybe to see Faven and most of the other Sprout guys just not being able to bring that same heat that we've seen throughout the day.
Yeah, I think K just decided, he was like, look, anything you can do to me, I'm gonna do it so much worse back to you. And that is exactly what he did on Nuke. Faven was all over the place on Inferno. He was causing havoc, he was going up banana, he was a force to be reckoned with. But when we go over to Nuke, K was the one who was doing that back to them, and they had no response. There was nobody who could match him outside, and that is why he was able to have such impact. But it's crazy that because he was playing so aggressive outside and taking all these fights, the amount of times he just didn't die, right? He only had 5 deaths the entire game. That's crazy for somebody who was playing so aggressive and taking so many fights.
Yeah, it's incredible the amount of information he was able to glean as well in terms of that positioning. And I think something else that's really interesting to look at, Jackie, is when we're looking back to that Inferno and just not seeing that same kind of mentality coming out of Anonymo that we've grown to know and love throughout this tournament. Did you see any kind of key switches coming on into Nuke for the entirety of the Polish side?
I think we saw them get their confidence back a lot in terms of the aggression, right? Rounds where they were willing to go a little bit aggro, willing to invest into things that might be a little bit more cheeky. Like that opening round, the Julies come out, you could see it was a little bit more lively. It just felt like they did reset entirely, ignored what Inferno was, took it as a best of one. So you have that baseline mental fortitude coming out. Then they just played aggro, started rubbing salt in the wounds to a Sprout side that couldn't get kills, and just racked up the opening duels time after time. And that's what won them basically that entire first half. There was 2 times again where we saw Sprout actually win an opening duel. The rest of them all went the way of Anonymo.
Well, if you're on the Sprout side now, you might be the ones having to reset coming into this third and final deciding map. Mirage is on the cards, and this determines who is going to be getting the better seed going forward in the Flashpoint 3 RMR. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we are back, map number 3 is coming your way.
makes me all I've ever desired. The money on my mind, I count it every time. One
already got my mind.
We're going the full distance today here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. Mirage is on the cards for the decider map of this lower bracket grand final. And joining me on this roller coaster ride of Counter-Strike, the wonderful Davey and Jackie. And gentlemen, what a roller coaster ride it has been. It's been absolute blowouts on each other's respective map picks. So I'm wondering for both Anonymo and Sprout, where does this leave us, Jackie, coming on to the deciding ground of Mirage?
God, we get into Mirage, right? I'm looking at Anonymo. I'm immediately getting flashbacks of what we had versus Complexity, which was actually really solid play. They looked good. They had great setups. They had great fragging potential. We're seeing that in terms of individuals, back on form as well after Nuke. I feel like this actually could be a bridge too far for Sprout now, right? This is where you get into a point where you had a chance to take it. You could have pushed past them, but now this is all Anonymous for me.
Yeah, we look back to that series versus Complexity, Davey, and Complexity, they are no slouches on Mirage either. It was some impressive play coming out from Anonymo.
It was, yeah, if I remember right. I think that was Complexity's map pick at the time too. So Anonymo's big on upsetting teams on their map picks. As we've seen, they do a lot of 2-0s so far in this event. So yeah, coming into this third map of Mirage, it's strange because it feels like every single time so far this event, one team blows out the other team on a map and you think, wow, they're going to carry that momentum forward. They're going into their map pick now, blah, blah. And then that team loses and you're like, what is going on? So right now, I'm like, weird, my brain is conflicted because even though we just watched Anonymo completely destroy Sprout on Sprout's map pick, and if you look at the records, Sprout does have a higher percentage win rate on the map, but any time that they play against a team who you would be considered their level or a little bit better, is they don't really win. You have to go all the way back towards February, I think, where they were able to take down Movie Star Riders and Sinners on the map, which is actually, those are two pretty impressive wins. But outside of that, recently, they haven't beaten anybody of note on the map. So when you think about that, and you think about how well Anonymo just played on Nuke, and how well Anonymo played against Complexity on the map, this is looking very dangerous for Sprout.
It's looking like a deadly situation for the Germans indeed. So Jackie, if you're on the side of Sprout, you've just lost out on your own map pick of Nuke, which we've seen you, going lights out on earlier against Havu. How do you think they're going to be resetting coming into Mirage if they have any hopes of taking this?
Obviously, from talking to them earlier, right, they still seem pretty level-headed even after the win, and that was the big factor. Qualifying was by far the most important aspect of it. So at least here, third and final map in the best of three, you're coming in after a lengthy day of CS, just constantly grinding out these games and having to play so many rounds back to back. You're going to be in a position where you are really giving it all, right? You're on your last legs to play this one. So I think this is just going to be a slogfest between both of them. You know, we can predict that obviously they should have a bit of an edge to their opponents of Anonymo, but I don't think this is going to be a clean game. It's a scrappy one. Maybe if they get lucky, they can pull something out. But no matter what, I think all bets are off here in terms of this being a normal game of CS.
Well, let's see how this does play out as we're ready to get into the final map of the day. It's going to be Mirage, so gentlemen, take this one away.
Mirage. All right, here we go. This is something that you do enjoy, Davey. A little bit of Mirage for the third map. You ready for this one, mate?
Yeah, I am ready for it. Although I will say, I get a little weird when Freya leaves. You know, I think it's just us, and we have all this, you know, this tension between us, all this energy. I get a little nervous, you know. So now maybe we're going into Mirage, and you know how I feel about Mirage. It's the pug map, it's the energy map, and I can feel all this energy flowing through me right now, Jackie. And it's coming in. It's going to be coming in hot here on Mirage. That is exactly what both of these teams want to do to start off this game.
Oh, stop it, you! It's not a date. It's just a cast. We are going to be going in though to Mirage. All right, it can be both. Don't tell me.
We'll make the most of it. We'll make the most.
Don't tell my girlfriend. Don't tell her. It'll be all right. Here we go then. Right, we're ready.
Yeah, she's not watching anyways. It's fine.
Oh, how dare you? That's really quite mean. I think this is going to be a mean game between these two teams, Davey, as we're here on Mirage, ready for the action. Big pistol round. This one is huge. It's like an exclamation mark, but a bloody big exclamation mark. One that really means an awful lot. Push coming out from the T's then to fight towards middle early. Let's see if the CTs can do anything. Look who's just found the opening pit with a P250. Carrying on from Nuke, he's still being a nutter.
Yeah, he's never stopped. He's still going. They give him the P250. They know he's on form, so he's going aggressive there. Dennis does get boosted up to shut him down, and now the bomb will get planted. It's just Five in here over towards the ticket booth, and he's able to spot them out, get one, immediately traded. Kyler gets one as well. That's Snacks taking one down. Oh, and all of a sudden, this round was looking pretty even, but now Sprout is in a world of hurt as Innocent finds a second one, finishes it off, and Anonymo picking up right where they left off on Nuke, finishing up the pistol round. 1-0 lead for them on this third map of Mirage, and Sprout, their confidence has got to be hit at this point.
God, I think, you know, if you if you even went into this going, all right guys, we've reset, you know, little pistol round here, let's get into the game, let's go guys, no matter what happens, and you just get your face ripped off by that P250. The sigh, like literally, it must have just wiped any kind of smile off his face. Immediately you're thinking, oh, we're back, we're playing against them again.
He just wide swings out mid, immediately one taps you with the P250, and it's like, oh, he's not done. He's not done. Anonymo just pretty much cleans them up across the board. But we do see this is a solid 60% here on the Digo meter. 2 scouts in their hands also, actually, as Slacks has invested. He's got the scout and the armor. I'm assuming that was dropped over to him by a teammate. Trying to keep that $700 in the bank to make sure he can get that op on the gun round. Always crucial for them. We see the slow mid control here. They're going to try to work their way up connector, use these smokes to get in here, and then there will be the 3-pronged attack on A.
It's critical that Chrissy is able to stay alive for a little bit here and buy time to at least focus on this push from connector. Can't quite do it, which means the ramp players can now swarm out. They're all over the site. It's getting messy. There's tags from the CTs, but they haven't traded any of those into kills. Slacks as well. See, in the game of pass, the pass will go down right before his very eyes as the bomb's crossed over. That will now be planted for short. And this is just rough, dude. Kyler as well. Nice frag. That was sick.
This is absolutely grim for Sprout. No players being taken down, but look at all the damage that was done by these scouts, right? 4 tags, you can see it. Minio, K, Innocent, Kyler, all low, and there's the 5th one just for good measure. All 5 players from Anonymo getting tagged by the scouts, but no one able to finish them off. No headshots to be found. That is the 2-0 lead for Anonymo, and crucially, all 5 players kept alive. Always like to bring that up. Make sure that it is an important part of the game. Keep your economy as good as possible. It is what makes Counter-Strike the beautiful game that it is. And for Sprout right now, doesn't feel like much of a beautiful game, I'm sure. That window smoke was sick, by the way. That was like off spawn.
Yeah, that was actually really dope. Also, look at this. They just want to fight it. Left bomb in spawn, sprint out mid, fast with the window smoke. Yeah, all right. Spray down from Kyler. Okay, the AK is clearly working. Looks like that's in good working order.
Like, I really do want to point out just how fast that window smoke was. Like, you could tell that they've like seen that. They're like, okay, from this spawn specifically, you just line here, you line up your smoke here, and as soon as the freeze time ended, he just whipped that smoke at window. It's like the fastest window smoke of all time. Like, I want to watch the demo back and figure out how he did it, because that's unreal. That is so cool that they've worked that in. I've never seen any team do that before.
Sprout, at least with money, will be able to find out if they can get themselves in the game. Slacks then. Obviously, he's a huge player for this side, and he's really hyped up once again. 2 clean tags coming out. He got the first off onto Minio, kills him. Kai gets brought down to 20 HP. Obviously, that's a high fragging impact player, right, himself. Kai, keep him in neck. Keep him in a position where he doesn't have 100 HP. He's not able to just run out wildly and find entries. That'll make your life easier in the long run.
Yeah, and they do have somewhat, they have kind of a small addition of mid control here. They have a player behind the boxes, but they don't have any real presence. Sprout opting to play this passive setup towards A. They have these double ops again. Faven immediately back on that op, but they have both of them towards this A bomb site, right? You can see there, That Faven is there towards the ticket booth. He's looking towards ramp as well as the opera towards mid. And this split towards connector will be coming out. Keep an eye on Snacks though. He's up on short and he might be trying to make some sort of play into the window, or maybe just flashing over for his team.
Flash goes out. They can now push their way on towards the site. Innocent clearing all his angles towards jungle. Doesn't actually spot him though. Spiddy, he got through the hole. Gets a couple of shots off to tag him in the back. It won't be a kill, but it will at least do a little bit of damage. Faven trapped at CT by ticket booth. He heard the flames. He was like, where is it? Where's the Molotov? Trying to dash out that smoke to stop it from tagging him. They just walk through the smoke, Spiddy. Oh, he's not read the rules of engagement. He walks out through the smoke, hits that first shot, and takes down one man. Zarx is on the elevated angle as well, but that's not going to connect. He actually gets dropped. What on earth is going on here? It's a 2v2, and Snacks, he's coming in from the back line. Look what time it is. It's dinner time, and he's hungry for two. The gobbles him down and gets that round in. 4K as they walk away with another round.
Yeah, that split coming in perfectly. That player playing in the firebox there, looking up towards the balcony, not able to win out on his fight. When he goes down, the defense falls apart. And like I was saying, Snacks up on short was going to try to make some play towards the window, eventually flanking through CT spawn and securing the round for Anonymous. But like you said, that play from Spiddy going through that smoke almost disrupted it long enough to get the win. But it just wasn't enough. And Innocent getting that pick on Slacks, peeking on top of ticket booth was absolutely huge. That is the 4th round for Anonymous.
Sprout, 80% on the deagleometer. Of course, as there is one USP in play for Spiddy. They do have 4 of them out. They've also got armor as well, double smoke, and the flash, so a little bit of use to try and put to good use. They do drop that one smoke to stop the Molotov from forcing Dennis out of position. I think he's just caught a glimpse as well. There is some of the smokes coming in. That'll actually block off shop window. But this isn't a commit from Anonymous whatsoever. They're just running the default, basically split and pick across the map. Bomb's still in spawn as well, so that can be grabbed depending on where they find those entries. And they're just waiting this one out.
Yeah, the purpose of that is because they know that Sprout doesn't have a lot of util because they will be on a force buy. So by throwing all of those nades towards B, they were able to bleed out Dennis's smoke, get that utility out of him, so that now when they re-execute onto B for this fake, Dennis is going to be a little bit panicked. He knows that he doesn't have a smoke to play around, and so that should call for rotations to come in because he's going to need help, and that is why they've rotated these over.
Dennis. That's the follow-up, Molly. He opts to play directly under the window, looking straight up. If they jump out, he might be able to hit the shot, and he actually lands the headshot. That's sick. Shuts down one man. The Deagles are popping off as they are really starting to sing now. The only one left alive is Snacks, and look at him. He is miles away. He's all the way up by T-spawn. Nothing to be done. The round's won just from the Deagles.
Yeah, the strat attempted by Anonymous, I completely understood what they were going for. The thought process was right, but in the end, Sprout, because they're on the eco, because they're gambling, they hold their ground towards that A site. And like you said, the Deagles able to connect. If Dennis goes down at B, it's a completely different story, because then they lose the information. They don't know how many are there, but because Dennis gets that pick on the entry and sees there's nobody else coming out, everybody from Sprout just holds their ground. They stay committed towards that A site. They're able to land those Deagle shots. That brings it to 4-1 now, and 4 AKs recovered, op in the hand of Slacks, and this half could have just got turned on its head.
It's really quite crisp as well from Dennis, man. Just on the angle, I like that one. Obviously just being able to play close under the window, gets the flick up with a Deagle, juicy headshot, changes the course of the play towards B. So Sprout, with basically the full T side buy. They've all got the AKs. You've got the one AWP in the back pocket as well to make use with. And again, Anonymous leaving the bomb towards top mid. They have got good mid control here. One player toward underpass, 2 of them taking control of the top as well.
Yeah, and they do have, like we said, a small sort of version of mid control, and that's already been lost as Spiddy takes that away with that Molotov behind the boxes, and now he's looking. So now Spiddy knows there is no presence towards top middle, but the player in underpass would have heard Spiddy just make those footsteps. So Innocent should be relaying that information. And now Sprout, what's dangerous about this is Sprout thinks that mid is clear, so they've completely given it up, and now Anonymous retaking it, and that is setting up for this A split to take place as Innocent comes up from underpass. They have another player towards mid, that is Minio. And so they will be phasing through this type of connector smoke, but Sprout has 4 players here set up to defend it.
And one of them, the big dog himself, Favin, he'll most likely be one of the first points of contact on Connector. Tries to play anti-flash, debating whether or not they will clear it. He takes out the first man. Good peek, good confidence. Tries to hold Mouse 1 for the second, but couldn't quite cleave his way through him. So the numbers get thin. We drop into a 3v3, but look at this! The backline play from Dennis. They have no idea that he's here. Strikes onto the first. No flick on the second as Snacks sprints in from point blank with the AWP. Loves the hard ones, but misses the easy one onto the CT player. So Slacks in the 1v2 to try and claim the site back from these troublesome terrorists that have taken it from under his nose. He's in the elevated angle. High position, but will it be a high skill ceiling for him in the round? I think he's just saw the backpack there as well. That's exactly where Kyler is. Drops out the nade. That should be a ton of damage. Actually tags both of them. Won't matter as much because, of course, he's sticking to the AWP. 10 HP, time ticking away. Nothing more to be done. He can't save it. Anonymo, they get that round, but a lot of casualties down to just 2 players.
Yeah, very well played from Kyler, actually. Once he gets that bomb planted, he backs up to the default box because he knows if he stays towards triple, he's not going to be able to play with Snacks. He's not going to be able to play off of his teammate, and there's a chance that Slacks gets 2 1v1s with his op, so he moves towards the default box, and that way he makes sure that anytime Slacks wants to fight Snacks towards the site, that Kyler will be there to peek out and get the trade. So very well played from him. Smart reposition. And now we see again, Slacks still with that op in his hand, going aggressive here towards the connector. And if that molly spreads, he could be in danger. Oh, that's big.
Ooh, god damn. High octane stuff towards middle. It's like a rally car race, mate. No regard for their safety. Slacks swinging out onto Snacks through the smoke. That's all the S's we could possibly get into the one sentence. Now then, what will be the sentence given to these CTs from this man? Key coming into the back line. He's got control of the A site. Depends if they can actually snuff him out here. He's got all the way up towards Sandwich. He's called for the rotate as well, so his teammates coming over to assist him. It is going to be the full play towards A. Smoke's going out, but will they land quick enough? No. The CTs can peek back out. They clear it as well. Slacks. A fast adjustment there. On the AWP, hits it. Now he's ready for more. Playing right on top of the stairs angle. The molly eventually comes in. His teammates getting shot at. He's a little bit scared. He'll drop off into the smoke. The T's will cross towards the site. Kyler's there. He can plant, but they've still got to clutch it out from this point. Slacks, suspect about Innocent being towards ramp. He tries to full clear it. They haven't committed to the plant yet either. Kyler's just sitting on site. He was hoping there'd be a peek from CT, but it's not come to fruition.
Such a cool play from Innocent. He's rotated all the way back around into the palace, but Slacks is ready for it, and Innocent's going to be so... Oh, the timing! It works out just barely for Slacks, and now they have the info. They know where he is. The bomb's getting planted. Kyler can't reposition. He has to play this 1v2 perfectly, and that's a good start. Slacks gives up 1. He tries to swing out for the wide swing, but it doesn't matter. Dennis, ready, waiting, and able to get that shot with the AK. Recovers the op as well. Second round for Sprout, but by no means comfortable.
That was grim, dude. That peak looked like it was going to work out. It's one of those rounds, right? You hit that first shot. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, A-Site Mirage, when you're sat there, you just start to feel it. You're like, all right, I can take it. They're giving me the 1v1s. Peek stairs again, please. I beg you.
Yeah, absolutely. He just loved it. You could see it. He could feel it. He was like, man, I'm swinging. I'm going to one-tap this guy. And then he's just dead. But still, a lot of kills. Money absolutely terrible right now on Sprout's side. They do still get their double op out, so that is important. Ooh, and this is a very fast play from Snacks, but Fuffin's right there and ready. He takes him down. Snacks trying to get aggressive. The flash was good. The peek out by Faven as he has the peeker's advantage, and Speedy takes advantage of it as well. And that's Kai being taken down towards the ramp. This lurk from Kyler could be huge. Oh, but Faven cannot be stopped. The awareness on this man as he spins around and takes him down. Minio's in an advanced position, but what's he going to be able to do with it?
Fires off the shot. Flashbang going out as well. You can see his teammate in Innocent. He's doing cleanup duty. He'll be the one to recover the bomb and then rotate back around. Mid is open. Debating how they want to approach this, though. They can either head towards B site and take on 2 men in Dennis and Slacks, or go for the triple threat that is waiting at A. That seems to be the play they want to make as Minio peeks up, clearing triple. Looking to advance out more now. Dennis, he could actually shut the round down right here. Innocent walking up on short, spots him. Gets the quick draw off with the AK, slays him. Minio now, his entire job revolves around killing the rotators, but he doesn't know there's a man behind him. He's still sat in position towards Rubik's Cubes and gives up the goose, so Innocent's in a 1v4 with no time and an AWP to do the job.
Yeah, and where is he supposed to go with this, right? He's got 34 HP, has the AWP, has a ton of util. Honestly, this might just be a good save from him. He's not going to be able to find entry into that B site. He's not going to be able to replace the armor, flash, smoke, Molotov that he has in his inventory right now. So hold on to this AWP. He'll be able to pass that over to Snacks next round, maybe get an AK in return, and potentially Anonymous could go for the Force next round. That is the only risk, is depending on how much money they have. I'm not actually sure what their bonus is. I think this was the second round, so they're only going to be getting 24. Yeah, we look. Ooh, this would be a really dangerous Force for them if they decide to do this.
God damn. At least the good thing about this is, right, this is completely different to what we had with both of the other games, where it was so obvious that one team was looking far more dominant than the other. I thought as well, in terms of how lengthy both of the series they've been, with both of these teams playing 3 mappers before this, then getting into this game, I thought they'd be tired, but I guess they've been hit with their second wind, their last wind on Mirage, because this is the last map in the series, and it is quite tight, 5-3. Anonymous now as well, making the use of this pause. They still have that extra bit of time to figure it out.
Yeah, they do, and what are they going to do with this one, right? Because they have the AWP on Snacks. Innocent has the armor, and yeah, look at Kyler. He's got that AK, so I'm assuming that's been bought by Snacks, passed over. Oh, yeah, and look at that. Okay, so they are going for the Force here. This is very risky. This could potentially give Sprout the chance to start building up their economy, but if they do win this round, it could reset Sprout. High risk, high reward play. Go for the ramp boost, but they're not able to spot anybody out. But this underpass push is working wonders before Minio is able to quickly get that trade onto Crescent with the Tech 9. Mine definitely doesn't do that. Spitty trying to get cheeky, throws the molly and peeks inside of it, hoping to pick up a second frag. Not able to get it, but is able to get away with his life. And actually, he's going back for more. He's staying inside of the underpass here. He wants to get that gun out of there.
He's going to throw it up to the window, so we can get rid of the AK at least. No chance for them to grab that one and get it back into their mitts. Snack's going to be boosted up over the top of the smoke, looking into CT, but he slips off slightly. Slippery feet. Luckily enough time to readjust. Faven's aware of this though, and he's firing off warning shots, trying to keep them guessing, keep the pressure applied. Rotation from Kai. He backs up so he can set up for the smokes. They have 2 of them to work with, to be precise. 1 down already towards CT, and that's from Faven. There you go. First smoke in, blocks off jungle, backstab from Minio needs to be on point. Can he actually get underneath him here? As the angle with the AUG looked like maybe there was a chance.
Yeah, he wants to try to make that jump into window, but he has to wait until a little bit more is done. Spitty not able to spot him, but he is very aware of this possibility. So now Minio is dropped down. Yeah, he's going to get cleared out there. The timing doesn't work for him, and that calls for the immediate push on to B, and it's just Dennis here on top of the plat.
Dennis, prime time angle though to absolutely obliterate them with the AK. Opens up a well to her. Easy 2K, finds the third as well, as he'll snap onto the face of Snacks and smash it right in. So 5-4 then, as Sprout come back into the game on that one. Anonymous, starved out, and of course that was a big investment from him as well. So now cash, it's a little bit rough.
Yeah, they went for that Force buy, so they will be on the eco here. Let's see what their Dego meter percentage is going to end up being. I see 60. Oh, 80.
Ooh.
They've upgraded.
On a P250, so that's like 5%.
We'll give them 83. Yeah,
that's fair enough. Ooh, here's one of the Deagles, reigning supreme towards middle. A little bit of sweet Deagle music, but it takes a second for Spitty to face before it finally gets an opportunity to shine. Takes him down. He'll need to see the dentist after that one, as his teeth are gone.
And map controlled, attempted to be taken there. IK as he jumps up on that bench, but Dennis not having any of it. Still on point from the last round, and Snacks just intentionally shoved the bomb towards Halls. So the idea is you're going to force rotations out of Sprout where the mid players are able to pick up on it, but not this time as Faven hitting the no-scope onto Innocent. Cressy with 2 towards A. None of it even matters. Clean round from them. Only 1 player dropping. That was Spitty towards the window. Sprout starting to get their feet under him, starting to recover. They've lost so many rounds in a row on Nuke. Then we come into Mirage. They go down 5-1, and we're thinking, oh, no, not again, right? Sprout, they've got no momentum. They have no confidence, no energy. And then all of a sudden, they start to slowly grind their way back, round by round. They've tied it back up now to 5 versus 5. It is 5 versus 5, to be fair. But they've tied it up now, 5-5. And we are going to just see the full A execute here from Anonymous.
Yeah, just raring to go with it. They've got the utility to back it up. The smokes will go over, but look at this. The game of push and pull. Sprout, they're already into Palace. They can get their way behind. They'll be hearing all of this. The jump in, the foots, and you can see the rotation is called as they'll readjust. Slacks! He flicks off! He didn't shoot! He quick switched before he fired out the bullets. It doesn't get anything from it as he'll go down to Kylar. Favon through the hole in the smoke, though. Doing a good key impression as he'll shoot that one and land onto Kylar. Cressy with a fast flank that he went for at the start of the round. It's already paying off. He's behind them. Does he see the AK barrel though? He hasn't yet. He doesn't realise he's sandwiched and he isn't going to clear it. He walks up towards the site trying to find a way out. What is going on?
What is this? How has Cressy managed to flank so much and not find a single opponent? And there's Innocent in sandwich. Man, that round could have turned so hard on its head. If Innocent was a 16x9 player, like if he was on native right there, that kill goes the way of Innocent, and Anonymous could have potentially won that round. That flank would have been completely doomed. But, you know, people still insist on playing 4x3, even still in 2021. Unbelievable.
God damn. All right, fair enough. There you go then. So 6-5, Sprout finally getting a lead here after quite some time. Basically since we saw them on Nuke, right? Now finally they've actually got something to play with, something tangible.
It's got to be the first time in over 30 rounds now.
Yeah.
Because what was the score on Nuke? 16-4?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that, yeah. I think it was 16-4, and now, so in the first time in 31 rounds, Sprout find themselves in the lead. It's big for them. Big moment.
Okay. Anonymous? Deagles? Question mark? Yeah. All right, nice. That's a nice deco. They take 4.
80%, yeah.
Pretty good. You get the 1-9 as well. I like it. You do love to see it. They're actually going for a quicker play here. Kyler's straight in towards B. He smoked it as well. They're willing to actually try and take this one quite aggressively, using the nades to set himself up early, as he will flash in and Molotov close as well, as we've seen Dennis play that angle quite a few times.
Yeah, Kyler threw all of his nades there, trying to burn this util out of Sprout, but they actually weren't able to do it. Spitty and Dennis held on to most of their nades. Now we've seen Spitty use his Molotov, but still both smokes alive and well for the CT players. And now this boost is coming up onto short, and that is going to be Minio spotted out. So good team play there. Get that boost up onto short, clear out middle, and Kyler's looking for something towards B, and he does find one. That's Dennis. The readjustment absolutely on point. Dennis trying to trade out, thinks he has a free frag, but instead he goes down at the hands of Kyler, and that's a 4 versus 4, and they've worked their way up into jungle, into window. Cressy is aware of this. You can see him watching it. This is the retake setup on A. So A site will be given. Then it's all going to come down to the retake. And that pick from Slacks onto Kyler, very important. And he's spotted out as well. Snacks goes down. Just Innocent on this A bomb site. Can he find anything?
Sprout giveth. And Sprout taketh away with how they're playing this round. It was a nice start from Anonymous, but it started to slip away. Innocent, the 1v1 towards CT, couldn't win it out either. And Key, he is a B. He's actually walked straight up. He's past the E-box. Slacks is running. He's making so much noise. He's doing 360s. He's dancing. He thinks he's at the disco, but he's not. And that will be the bomb planted over here in Beam. So a 1v2. Oh, and Spitty's just run straight out. He's going for the gamble. He's going on his own. If he gives him the 1v1, it could be a nightmare. Instead, he slows it down, waits for Cressy. So there is a duo here from the CT side. They have a flash and a smoke. They do have kits as well. More relies on the key, can hit the shots, peeks out clean, takes down the first, looks for the second on the overextension, but no, can't quite grab it. Won't be able to shut down Sprout and get it 6-6. Instead, it goes 7-5, and Spitty recovers the AWP as well.
Whoa, these rounds have been so close. That timing on short. You saw Slacks peek out and clear it. He's like, all right, he's not up short. I'm fine. Let me just run around. Maybe grab an AK. Should I get my AWP back? And then he's dead right in the back where he thought was clear. And Sprout really are clawing this back now. 6 in a row from them, as we can see there up at the top. Take a look at the overlay. That is 6 rounds in a row. These rounds have been super close. still have been able to pull these off. And Sprout putting up a fight here. A lot more of a fight than we saw on Nuke.
Slacks. Early Molly comes in. He's able to dive through it. Quick there to get out towards middle and back up connector. We'll see what success he'll actually have into the round later on, though. For the tease again. They've had some good moments towards mid. Control's actually been alright. See if they can pull it off here. The smokes go down, flashes as well to clear out. So that's underpass being pushed up on. Innocent slightly moving up from that. He knows what's going on as well. Seen towards connector. Spotted out Cresty and he wants to take him down. Eventually wins out on that and scurries away.
That's a very big fight to win for Innocent. So now we see he's going to try to phase the smoke, and Faven has a chance there, but he's just not able to connect the shot for whatever reason. Doesn't land. And now there's way too many CTs towards the window here. We see 2 oppers inside of window. Spitty also burning to death on the right side. And now both of the ops are rotating around towards Ticket, but Dennis is already going to lose out on his fight towards short. Now Slacks and Faven need to do something here towards CT. Faven with 1 versus 3, potential to make something happen here. If he peeks the right moment, he doesn't. He doesn't even realize Snacks is there. No scope comes out. And Anonymous finally answering back to Sprout's 6-round win streak with a round of their own. Oh, and look at the money on Sprout, actually. Because of how close those rounds have been, they have no money left to buy into this one.
Yeah, been ruined at the end of the half, so this should be as close as physically possible, really, going into the 15th round. I'm expecting the 7-7 at that point. You're playing for that 1-round advantage. Really tight here on the last map. We expected an honor to be dominant. They are really sick on the CT side as well. Slacks doesn't have the AWP, but he's still wielding the Scout Light one as he'll hit a nice opening shot, shut a player down. And look at all this. The Palace Parade coming out.
Yeah, also the push through ramp, so they know that A is completely clear. Anonymous doesn't realize how much information Sprout has right now. This A site being completely cleared out, should see some form of reaction from Sprout. Although, take a look. K very aware. He's posted towards that T-spawn, and Minio trying to do something through the smoke there. Ooh, T-spawn player spotted. So now they know. Both teams know exactly what's going on. And this push should come out towards middle here. Sprout, they should group up and clear out this middle area from the window. Oh, that smoke. Completely shutting that down, though.
There's the boost up, Dennis. He could try and do something a little bit cheeky here in the back line towards short. His teammates are being thinned out, though. He needs to make a play. Slips his way in, hits the first with the silenced USP. Almost gets the gun and could have had a fighting chance onto the connector players, but not this time. So, 7-7, here we go. This is to be expected. Now we get that one final bout. This is it. Last round of the half, round 15 then. One of these two teams will have the 1 point of advantage if they pick this round up. We get the AWP out on Slacks. It seems like the rest of them just rocking the M4s.
Yeah, Spitty hasn't quite bought yet. Look at his money. He's at 4K. He's like, do I go for the FAMA? Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
It's just sad. Just sad, really. Such a bad gun. I hate it so much.
God, you're so anti-fammy.
I am. I hate it so... Every time I buy it, I just immediately regret it. It's like, man, like, you'll take a gunfight and lose, and you're just like, wow, like... Literally anything else would have been better. That's great. I don't know why I did this. Scout would have been better. MP9 would have been better.
AK was better.
AK's definitely better, as K is showing Cressy right there. AK greater than CT head. As he gets that headshot, takes him down under balcony, and Slacks trying to even this up, but if he peeks too far, he might get punished by the op of Snacks, and he crouches down under it, and that's the one. Snacks able to find another entry pick as this A-split comes out.
Well, if we're talking about the firepower food chain, the AWP is definitely on top, and we've seen that from the entry from Snacks. The Famous unable to do too much on the close connector push either. So it comes down to this, a 3v2. Dennis, he's actually coming in late, back over towards connector. Minio's there, he's on the angle. It's a fast adjustment, tags him, 90 HP, stripped off him. Unfortunately for Faven, he loses all 100 of his as Innocent will hit that, takes him down through the box. Nonomo, the Polish side, punishing here as they get that 1 round of edge on their T half. But what's terrifying is versus complexity. I'm pretty sure it was their CT half where we were like blown away. So I'm scared for Sprout now.
Yeah, absolutely. This is gonna be very, very risky here from Sprout. They've got the 7 though, so they have given themselves rounds to work with. They can afford to make a few mistakes. This is, it is Counter-Strike. Mistakes will be made. But, like you were saying, Anonymous looked very solid on this map versus Complexity. Now going up 8-7, and we see the B stat come out immediately. And look at this fast mid play from Sprout. They're just going quickly here up towards the connector.
Smokes up. Oof. Innocent, blocked off. Can only do what you can. Relays the information over that they could be out on the site. Minio, they haven't quite spotted him yet, but it won't matter. The peek from Cressy. Lovely use from the Glock. Wielding that gap like an AWP. Able to do a bit more as well as they hammer down. The CT's being overwhelmed. They're all going to die where they spawned. Oh, flawless round. Sprout straight in, looking confident on T.
Yeah, absolutely. Good pistol round from them. We saw it last time we saw Mirage. The teams always were going for those B stacks. It was the 3-man B stack, and Sprout this time they're like, look, everybody just stacks B on these pistols. Screw this. We're going fast out mid, up connector into A. Cressy finding that entry onto Minio. Minio making a bit of a mistake though. Needs to try to keep himself alive. He doesn't need to play for kills there. They're playing a retake setup on A. All he needs is the information and to keep himself alive. Don't give up control of the ticket booth. Fights too hard, goes out too wide, gets taken down, and at that point the retake from Anonymous becomes so much more difficult because Sprout has such deep map control once he goes down.
Nice little in-sync reload there from the boys with the Mash and Deagles. Synergy's there.
It's just cute, yeah.
Yeah. It's all that matters, mate. You get the full team drip, everyone on the same loadout. That's at least like
that's kind of sick, actually.
Yeah.
I never really thought about that. Like, what if everybody just had the same skins on the team, right?
Plus, you'd never know who's killed you.
Think about it like this, right? Okay, imagine if you're a team like, let's just say Astralis was the first one that came to my head, and their colors are red and black, right? So everybody is given their own like Astralis Steam account, right? Like all the players on the team that have skins that are all red and black, pimped out with the Astralis stickers on them, and it's the exact same skins for everybody, and you use them in the game, but only for matches, right? Like during practice and stuff, you can use your own Steam account, do whatever. But like you said, just full team drip in game, like everybody's got the same loadout, the stickers are on there, everybody's matching. That'd look kind of sick.
That'd be mad. Plus, as well, I suppose with that, if you pass the account over for the team, whoever joins, they've still got all the skins.
Exactly. It's all right there.
There you go.
And what you could do is you could mix up the knives, so like not everybody has the same knife. Like they get to pick which type of knife they want, as long as it's the right color. Though.
Yeah,
like,
they all have to have the same
red
finish.
Yeah, exactly.
They can be whatever blade that you prefer.
Yeah, like for Astralis, it would probably be like a Slaughter or a Crimson Web or something like that, right? Yeah. And everybody has the same red gloves. Now all they need to do is put team gloves in the game. I'm telling you, that's the next step. The team gloves instead of like team stickers or whatever. Team gloves, that would be sick. Yeah, actually, I don't think they're ever going to be able to do it. What they might do is let you put stickers on the gloves. Because team gloves would be too much, right? When you think about it.
Right, hang on a minute. I think we're getting too far-fetched. What about gun hats?
Ooh.
Imagine little woolly hat on the M4.
Just where though? Just right on the top? Like...
Yeah, on what's it? The site, because obviously you don't actually use the site. So on the M4, you could put a little woolly hat on there.
Yeah, but just okay. So are you thinking like a beanie?
Yeah.
Oh, that is kind of sick.
See, that's what I'm saying. Flashpoint, sponsored by Small Hats.
Sponsored by the Small Hat Company, me and Jackie's most recent entrepreneurial venture.
Well, we did say
for me.
that we're philanthropists, so you got to invest. You got to come up with these new inventions. Small woolly hats for guns. That's number one on the list. Second, world hunger maybe. We'll get to it if we can. It's all about the hats at start. For this round though, we're in a bit of a rough spot here for Sprout. They've been slowed down on the opening contact and they've lost out on slacks. You've still got 4 players alive with far better firepower. The AKs should be able to chew their way through these Deagles, but that is a big should, because obviously these Deagles, this whole tournament, they've been naughty.
All they've been doing is causing problems for the other teams. Prince Stream Deagle from K, very pretty, very beautiful. Using a friend of mine's right now. Absolutely lovely. It's now Sprout. Trying to have a lovely round, keeping the remaining players alive. They've already dropped some, and there's K, so he has taken damage. I don't know if anybody was close enough to hear it. This Molotov towards Bricks. Ooh, they're trying to isolate it, and Spitty's very aware of the possibility. And now another one coming out from Ladder, and Innocent, he's come right through the smoke, so this could get dangerous. The Deagle spam, always a risk, but he's not able to find the shots. Snacks does eventually connect on one, but all of the defenders have died. Snacks the Lone Ranger. Last man alive here. Up on top of the railing. Does spot the feet, but Cressy spots Snacks' feet. Snacks' feet are bigger. Spots him out. Finds him. Sprout takes the win.
Did you say Snacks' feet are bigger? Hang on a minute.
Yeah, he does have bigger feet. Like,
What do we got here?
objectively
Brought to you by
does.
Small Hats. There you go. So they're on brand. We've done it.
Oh, huge.
Thank you, Reese. I appreciate this. This has made my evening. Oh, God. The beanies are going to be on the way. Very small beanies for the top of the gun. We'll get them in. We'll get them in. We'll get it going. Can't believe you just said Snacks has got some big feet.
Well, bigger. I didn't say big. Like,
No,
it could be
that's
normal size, but the implication then would be that the other person has small feet.
Well, hopefully, there won't be any foot fetish players into this round. We want them shooting heads, not toes, as that doesn't do much damage. Damage being done, though, from this flank. Snacks! The big feet haven't given him away. He hasn't been heard. He's coming in, he's bouncing. Look at him. How does he move so fast as he gets up behind them? Needs to clear out towards the settee, though. The Molotov, it gives up the game. He actually takes him down because he kills himself. Oh, what's going on?
I thought Snacks might connect on that spam as well, and that's the nade! The util coming out hot. The 1G even hotter. That's now Minio needs to work his way through the market. Try to find these remaining players. He's looking for them. One player inside of the site, one towards the van. One bullet apiece will do, and there's the first. Can he find the other with a nade? He's gonna drop it on him, and he finds it. That's it. Minio with the round drops the nade. Kobe RIP. Minio getting the defuse, and the 9th round for Anonymous. What was looking so good for Sprout, all of a sudden completely flipped on his head with that flank from Snacks. Even though he was only able to get one kill, he did force that suicide in the video game.
Dude, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, man. Literally, like, the timing on it, right? Hits him in the gut with the Molotov. And then he just gets ruined, stuck on the settee. You move off, you die. You have to stand there. So much damage done. It's gone. Snacks as well, looking like he was game for the wall bang straight onto the site. Okay, that was a high tempo one. That was unexpected.
Yeah, he burned to death in his very own video game fire.
Straight to the Burns ward in game.
Playing around on the ladder. Slacks looking for anything he can find here towards middle. 2 players under balcony, so this is the bait setup. Okay, has the smoke, so if the molly comes out, he'll drop that smoke, and then what'll happen is he'll try to fight, hope that when he dies, they're not looking for that second player, which is Minio. He's going to be the one baiting here under balcony. And this is exactly where Sprout's going, so this setup, Jackie, could come in big here. If they're not aware of the 2 players under balcony, this could get really, really dangerous here for Sprout.
Need to force this out. They've got to get him off the angles. Minio, he's been a meanie man throughout this game. He started to really get himself into a good spot. 13 to 13 right now on the angle with the AK. If he's tested, he needs to get at least 2 kills, really, to quell this push and buy his teammates time to rotate over. Is that going to be what comes to fruition? He goes in deep, playing right behind the smoke on close ramp and wants to push in. He'll try and take the fight towards them, hits the first. There's the follow-up as well with the MP9 of all weapons on the off angle. He's now fighting from both positions, Palace and ramp. Slacks realizes we've got to do something soon, so he'll swing, gets one key in the Palace. Overwhelmed because he was trying to change guns, all down to one man. Fathom, he's been a hero for Sprout. He can't be in this round. He will be overpowered. And it does go 10 to 10. Game as close as it can be.
Oh, it absolutely is. Right there, I thought that double under Balk setup is what was going to happen, but instead, as soon as the execute comes out, they both just decide they're going to go aggressive. They push towards the ramp. They get all of their kills that they need to get. Able to get multi-frags there with the MP9. Minio aggressive with the AK, gets one himself, and all it took then is the rotation. It's all it took. Sprout not able to get into that site. The heavy A setup from Anonymo, shutting down that execute, and now Sprout getting a little desperate. They're looking for things towards mid, but K is not done with them. He might have cooled off a bit since Nuke, but it doesn't matter to him right now because he gets 3 kills on the round. The ecos are exactly what you need to get back into the game.
You got to take
Brought
them.
to you by Small Hats.
But yeah, of course. The ecos are always sponsored by the small hats. That would be the perfect time because this is where you could flex your small hat guns, right? Because the thing
Could
is,
you like
obviously,
flick the hat around on it, like you know what I mean, like do like little tricks.
well,
with
yeah,
the hat?
there you go. You've solved it. What you've just done there is solve it. So normally, like in some other games, they've got the little gun dangly things.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Instead of one of those, Valve adds hats.
Right.
It's on brand and it's more unique.
That's true.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
So now we also need to get hired by Valve. We're just doing so many other people's jobs lately. It's crazy.
Someone's got to do it.
Yeah.
Someone's
gonna win this op fight right here. It is Snacks, just barely. Slack's so close. That op shot looked like it might have been on his head, but Snacks wants more, and he finds more. Cressy goes down. He falls back, and this mid control from Sprout has been completely disrupted.
God damn. Popping off with a pug AWP, as he will hit some nice shots with a weapon. Leave Sprout probably a little bit scared at this point. I mean, they're at mid, all three of them, watching for the flank from the rear. The only one that's walking straight down is going to be Dennis. He gets close towards the connector. Finally, the call is made for the rest of them to budge up a little bit, get slightly closer here, and then try and make their play. Up short, onto the B site. Deep smoke goes in to stop them from being sideswiped from connector.
And they're slowly trying to work their way up short, but counter util coming in so clutch here from Anonymous. Sprout has no entry, it feels like, into either of these bomb sites. Everything covered off. 2 players towards the B site. It's going to rely a lot on if Faven can get that pick, but actually they give up one to Dennis, and that's going to be the call to move towards A.
Still going to be a risky road ahead of them, though. This won't be easy. They've got to dive in through window. One more player to keep them at bay. At the back, it's going to be Snacks. Drops the fire on the site, fires off a shot that's so close. Gives him a haircut, but won't do any actual damage. Spiddy caught out from connector as Innocent gets aggro, and it's all on Dennis. The dastardly man, can he be a menace here? He's in CT, slogging his way forward. They're watching it. Snacks, he's on the angle, eagle-eyed like a hawk. There's no reason he should miss this one. Dennis, it's only a matter of seconds. He gave him a chance, but he will go down. And another round is given to Anonymo. 12-10. They're getting close, Davey. It's the last map.
Yeah, a single bullet does rain out. Connects onto Snacks, but just not a headshot. So Anonymo now going up 12-10, and this will be the half buy from Sprout. They're not going to have the money to buy into this one. Anonymo slowly building this lead back up that they started with. And Sprout maybe just falling at the final hurdle here. This is just a half buy. These have been dangerous, as we've seen throughout this entire event. Not enough deagles, though, to really scare us.
No, but there is 3 Tech 9s. Maybe that's the mix you need. Maybe it's the 3 Tech 9s. It's like the secret sauce. We'll see if this is going to be a good burger play for him, though. They're going straight through the smokes out into the side. That's going to be the flash down. Kyler at the back. He's got an AWP, but being overwhelmed by Tech 9s could be the perfect counter. There we go, Spiddy. Knows how to wield the weapon. Gets involved. Bit of turmoil on the site now as the CTs are panicking. Snacks, he's getting given free hugs, though. The no-scope. Unzoom. On to Dennis. And this could be their impending doom as they're peeking out. They're giving up the goose in every single firefight. The Tech 9 of Faven. Nearly the follow-up frag. If he got both, it could have been huge. He had the AWP as well to go into the final 1v1, but no, loses out. And they can't afford to lose many more of these, Davey. That's the 13th.
Yeah, 13. That means that Anonymous is so close. They're working their way towards that 16th round. And all of these rounds have been such a slog, right? Every single one of these have been just a brawl back and forth. No team wanting to give an inch. And now Sprout is going to have the money to buy after that bomb plant. And you know what? Even though Anonymo does have a good amount of money right now, they keep investing into this double op. So for every single time that Sprout gets kills on those force buys, it's all going to add up in the end. And if they can just manage to chain 1 or 2 rounds together here towards the end, that could end up being a deciding factor, is these kills on those force buys.
Middle, completely open here apart from Snacks. He's playing in close connector, looking towards top mid, but they're already down. You've got one player here towards Delpan. That's going to be Slacks. Still the most confusing battle of the same named primary AWPers.
It really is an issue.
Someone needs to change that for future games. Hello, Faven. He's not going to have much future in this round, though. Steps out, he's gone. Slacks now gets contact as well back on short. Couldn't hit it on the way back. That's a shame.
It's such a tight angle, man. Like, it's if someone jumps across like that, it's such a hard shot to hit. Every time I see an Opper hit that, I'm like, you are insane. You are the best player I've ever seen, because that shot is so difficult.
You do have to just drop the fair play at that point. Yeah. You've just been outgamed.
Like, if you walk across the angle, sure, it's easy. But when someone runs across it and somebody like hits you or even tags you through the box, it's like, phew, damn. But speaking of damn, this damn flank from Minio is going to come in just at the right time. And if he has some trigger discipline here, oh, he's not going to be able to, because this guy, he's playing so far back. Oh, I love that.
Oh, it's beautiful. Orbits around his face. God damn, I thought maybe Cressy was going to smash in some faces, but just the one. God, look at him there, slumped out after he died. That was banter, that was sick.
I love right there, like he had a nade out, and like if I was in a pug or something, I would have just walked and stood in frund of the guy and just like went face to face with him, because you know he can't kill you. Like, he's just got a nade out, like he can't do anything. He's got this stupid smoke out. Just walk, stand in front of him, watch him panic a little bit, and then finish him off. But of course, you know his teammates are nearby, so if you do that, you risk dying. So in real competitive games, you can't do that. Regardless, Sprout now back against the wall. Anonimo on 14. Final map. Remember, winner of this, they are playing for seeding, so winner of this moves on to continue their run through the lower bracket, get as high of a seed as they possibly can. 2 players in halls here with the bomb. Very spread out default here from Sprout, and not a lot of map control being taken.
Deep smoke in towards B. Cressy. Oh, hello. He's got them at 10, and the man's speeding up. He's revving the engine towards B, and look at the rotation this is already called for. It seems that they're debating if they want to actually back off on this one. We see Snack start to shift. Key looked like he was going to go for it, but Minio, with that pick on A, has actually kind of extinguished what seemed to be quite an aggressive plan. Surely not. The Mac 10 taking down Kylar. Innocent has to trade it back with the tag from the M4. Now there's only 2 Ts left. This is to decide the 15th round. Look at the frustration from Favon. He's attacking plants.
Yeah, you always have to... it's always easier to attack, you know, small objects, preferably non-living ones. He does break the pot, and they're going to be trying to get across. They did spot out Snacks on the op, and the timing works out just about right for Snacks. As now, Favon's gotten here into the ladder. He hasn't been spotted necessarily, though, and I'm not sure yet. Innocent just saw him. He is going to walk up, and Favon, you know, there was a moment in this game, especially on map 1, where you would have put your house on him hitting that shot. But right there, the miss comes out. That is going to be the 15th round now on the back of Innocent's final kill. So 19-12 for him. He has been playing lights out this game. And Sprout need to do something. They need to mix it up. That is 7 rounds in a row on the CT side for Anonimo.
Dude, the thing that's ridiculous as well is, like, even literally in that 1v1, you could see it in the way he took the fight, right? And, like, normally Favon's just been going for the one-tap headshots, really crisp. Right there, it was the panic spam. And the crosshair was slightly off. Ooh, this time it's on, though, as he gets charged onto Minio. Gives away the first frag for absolutely free over at the A ramp. Doesn't get anything from it, but they will trade it back as Dennis goes down to middle. Slacks, this time with a deagle from Delpan, not connecting onto the player. The push comes around from Key, who wants to end it now. And here, Kylar does miss on the B push, so the last 3 Ts are coming in hot. Sprout, take control of the B site or give up the game and lose 2-1. That was what they had on the card, and now it feels like it's just one man left. The big dog, the player we've been hyping up all damn day to do the unthinkable, but no, blown away by the superstar, the living legend of VP from the days of old. It's Snacks, and that will be Anonimo winning the game.
Yeah, such a good play from them over the past 2 maps. After what we saw in Inferno, I thought for sure this is Sprout's series. Sprout is feeling it today. They're going into their map pick of Nuke. Everything's going to be great, but no, Anonimo showing yet again why they are this far in the tournament. Sprout had said before this game started that they didn't feel like Anonimo was a good team. They thought that they were going to be able to beat them, right? They were super confident going into this, but Anonimo proving everybody wrong yet again, especially after that first map. And they're on Mirage. Anonimo showing how clinical their CT sides are once the gun rounds start.
I think after seeing these games, both of us have been made fans of Anonimo, and I can imagine Freya is too. Let's find out.
After two absolute blowout scorelines, I think it's only fair that we were treated to a closer affair there on Mirage. Jackie definitely becoming a firm fan favourite of Anonymous. And it's incredible to see their kind of transformation throughout this event, Davey. We kind of came into it not knowing too much about them as a team. And even though they get blown out on their first map pick of Inferno 16-6, they completely bounce back in this series. And it is very impressive to see.
Yeah, I think they play a very loose style of Counter-Strike. So you could see on a map like Inferno that is very nade heavy, very teamwork heavy. You can see they kind of struggled with it, which is kind of why it's strange. I feel like that was their map pick. I don't think that map necessarily fits their style all that well. And you could see Sprout was able to take advantage of that. But for some reason on Nuke, when Anonymous is feeling confident, when they're playing confident, they can just get out in your face. They take those gunfights, they win those fights, and when they're feeling themselves, when they're confident, this team looks very hard to stop. And that's the key, is on Inferno, Sprout made them very uncomfortable. Specifically Faven up towards Banana did not allow them to play their game. He was constantly putting pressure on them and hitting his shots, and that's exactly what you have to do against a team like this. And once Sprout cooled off, once the Nuke came around, and they weren't as hot as they were on Inferno, everything just became completely Anonymous-sided.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to be phrasing it, really. That confidence coming out from Anonymous. That's exactly what we've kind of grown to know and love from this team, Jackie. And we're just looking at the scorelines for each of the individual players on the side. Top fragging, Kyla with 21 kills. Bottom fragging, Minio with 18. So in terms of the kill disparity, everybody was stepping up on the side of Anonymous.
Yeah, and that's obviously like Minio as well, right? This is probably the one series where no matter what scoreline he had here in the last one, with them winning it, we can always say fair enough, because he did his job massively back on Nuke. That was where he was an unstoppable force. And even here, it's not even as if he's had a bad game, right? Still just slightly under what we'd seen previously. 18 kills to 16 deaths, though. He wasn't doing anything crazy. He was just sticking to his role, playing his own game. And this is actually probably the most balanced we've seen the kill distribution out of this whole series.
Yeah, it's impressive to see everybody stepping up from the side of Anonymous, and it's been really interesting to see the kind of progression and learning about them as a team, Davey, because as we were saying, we weren't really sure what they were going to be bringing to the server coming into this, but they continue their run of that lower bracket and potentially getting an even better seed coming into Flashpoint 3.
Yeah, I think what we saw, especially on Mirage, is that Snax is a very competent primary operator. We weren't entirely sure. Like Jackie was saying during the game, he still does miss some of those easy shots, right? And as a primary operator, you want to try to eliminate as many of those out of your system as you can. But we did see that he absolutely bullied Slacks in this one, right? He was all over him. He had no chance to get into the game. Like, he was not performing well, and that's one thing we do need to point out over on the side of Sprout, is that their Opper was not having as much impact as Snacks was having for Anonymous.
Yeah, and that's something that's almost uncharacteristic from the side of Sprout. We look at that game versus Javi, and Slacks really was stepping up and making the difference in that series, Jackie.
He was a big game hunter, really kind of leading by example, but then obviously here on Mirage, it did feel a little bit short. He wasn't able to get into the game. Some of the 1v1s that he would normally hit in the past just didn't go his way. He was -11 throughout that game as well, so obviously it's a bit of a rough one, but the whole team really did struggle. Sprout, you can see nearly everyone was in the negatives apart from Faven, and if Faven's only positive by 1 kill, I think you can spotlight the issue right then and there. He had an amazing first series, he still looked good in the first map of this series, but from that point after Nuke, like Davey was saying, exposed to too much radiation, just couldn't do it.
Well, somebody that definitely didn't have a rough one was Innocent, and we've got him on the line for our winners interview after our final matchup of the day. First of all, man, huge congratulations on that win.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Yes,
hear
I
you.
can hear you all good.
Oh, okay. Thank you. It was actually pretty exhausting day, maybe days actually, but yeah, it was pretty hard today. The second game, we lost the first map like really hard, but then we bounced back and showed a good mental strength. So it's like we only can be happy.
Yeah, it's incredible mentality from you guys and the entirety of the team. I do want to ask about Inferno, because we were a little bit shocked to see you guys losing out on that map. Obviously, didn't end up mattering in the entire series, but were there any kind of key issues that you felt were happening on that first map?
Not sure actually. It was like maybe we were a bit tired, and then we were prepared for the game. Our practice started at 2, I guess, today. So it was like 4 hours before the game. Then we had a game, like really important for us and exhausting as well. Then we had to eat something, obviously, and I guess that was the point where we kind of slept it. like, you know, you ate food after exhausting day and then you get sleepy. So yeah, we instantly got some coffee or Red Bull or whatever, and then we bounced back on the other 2 maps. And yeah, we're like really down. You could feel it that there was no energy that was with us for the whole qualifier so far. And on Inferno it was totally gone. So I guess that was it. But then again, like insane mental strength and good result.
Yeah, it's been an absolute marathon of a day for all of you guys on the side of Anonymous. Huge congratulations once again. We'll let you go in just a second, but I wondered if Jackie had any final questions for you before we let you go.
Just the one, really, just about a player that was absolutely massive for you on Nuke, of course, with Key. Obviously, a young player, only 20 years old. I just wanted to know how all of a sudden he had that massive performance. Is this someone that you're looking to see in the future to really be a big star player for the side? Because he seems like he has the talent.
Yeah, like when we were building this team, we knew who we wanted. Like this team wouldn't happen without Kay and Kyler, because there was always like rumors that there was some insane talent in Poland and stuff, but we never really saw it. Like there was no potential for someone to be like the huge star in the scene. But with those two, we felt it that they're like no-brainer to pick them. When I was talking with our coach and Snacks, then we instantly knew that those 2 guys are the ones that we want to get to the team. And yeah, so far they are delivering. They are starting to feel more and more confident, especially Kay. Kay is like we kind of call him like a small Yekindar in our team. It's like Yekindar is really similar. If he feels it, if he gets 3 pistol round kills, then yeah, he will just dominate the whole half, and that's how we plan to utilize him. And Kylab is more passive and he cannot shine that bright, but he's also insanely skilled. So we get like 2 really diamonds in the Polish scene, and we hope to continue to develop. And like this tournament is like advancing to the tier 1 event is insane because it took us Polish scene I don't even know how long time, and now we're back on it, and yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely incredible run from all of you guys at Anonymous. Innocent, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. Go and get some well-deserved rest, and I'm looking forward to see you guys on Mouse tomorrow.
Yeah, we showed some balls against Complexity, I think. We were a bit unlucky on both maps we lost, but we are looking forward to compete against Mouseford. I don't think it's gonna be easy round for them. We will fight. Those games are not so important, maybe, but to us they are because we can climb up rankings faster. So yeah, we will give you the strong Anonymous again, hopefully, and we want to revenge Complexity and take the first place in this event.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing if that does happen, Innocent. Thank you so much for your time, man. Congratulations again.
Good night.
Man, what an incredible marathon of a day for Anonymous as well. And it's interesting, David, that we actually get to hear a little bit of the mindset behind building this team and some of the players that we didn't really know too much about coming into it being a key element of the team.
Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense that the players inside the Polish scene maybe know about the upcoming talents that are working their way through the Face It pugs, climbing up, getting into FPLC, stuff like that. I do find it interesting that he said, maybe that first map, they went to go get something to eat, they come back and they play, and that's something that's important for all of you young gamers out there. Don't overload on carbs before you play, because it'll make you feel bloated and slow you down, and that might have been what happened on Inferno, and like he said, they needed a bit of caffeine to get their blood flowing again, and they absolutely showed that over the next 2 maps.
And I love how bold Innocent there was saying that, he's very confident they're going to be taking down Mouse, making it to that grand final against Complexity because they want that sweet, sweet revenge, Jackie, and I don't blame them.
Absolutely. And, as he was saying, right, it makes their life easier of climbing up the rankings. And with what they've already put up here, you're showing that there definitely is a lot of talent and they can try and get themselves into being recognised again, being one of those teams that will start to get the invites. Because, as he said, in terms of big Polish teams, right, it's been in a bit of a rough spot. Some of the old famous names have kind of fallen out of favour, especially when you look at those two and just Innocent and Snacks, right? That's a lot of history right there, and some of the majors they've played at, some of the tournaments they've competed in. So getting them back in with the new gems of Poland, as he's saying, could be sick to see what they do in the future.
Yeah, it's very exciting indeed. And of course, they have cemented their spot at the Flashpoint 3 RMR event later on in May, alongside Complexity, Mouse, and of course Sprout. But we've got to determine those seedings as well, and that'll be the games that are going down tomorrow too. But let's take a look at our bracket, see exactly how all of this madness played out. We begin in the upper bracket, all of these games having concluded. This is where Complexity completed their dominant run, the absolute juggernauts, and cemented themselves that spot at Flashpoint 3. Of course, they'll be in the grand final tomorrow. We don't know who they'll be facing just yet. Could be Anonymo if they manage to take down Mouse. We'll be seeing how that goes down tomorrow. We've been looking at the lower bracket side of life, however, and it's actually really exciting because we're going to be seeing the 5th place decider matchup coming up tomorrow, Davey. It's Double Pony versus Havu for that one remaining spot of Flashpoint 3.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big game, right? Because obviously that is the last chance they have to qualify for Flashpoint. And like Innocent just said, any wins you can get for a team like Double Pony and for Havu gives you those ranking points, gives you the chance to climb up in those rankings to get invited to events in the future. So it is an absolutely massive game, not only for the current event, which is Flashpoint, but for events in the future. And that is going to be an absolutely big one. And Double Pony versus Havu, that is going to be a very close game. Those two teams are super evenly matched.
Yeah, going head to head indeed. I'm so excited to be getting into that one as our first game of the day tomorrow. And of course, with that result, Sprout have cemented themselves as a 4th place seed going into the Flashpoint 3 RMR. So we're going to be cementing the final standings in terms of the seedings tomorrow in our final day of action. But I think all there is left to say, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. Also, big happy birthday to Davey. Make sure you're getting those happy birthdays in the chat. Maybe, have you got some cake for after the show, Davey?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'll go get ice cream or something. Whatever,
yeah.
We'll see.
Ice cream is a good choice. Well, I hope you celebrate your day as well. We've had some fantastic Counter-Strike today. We'll be back at the same time, same place tomorrow with that 5th place decider matchup. So make sure you join us back here then.